As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosella clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Rosella Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosella recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. "Take some rest." Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed. Even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself, she was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten. because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Rosella was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Barra. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company, but not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. "We anticipate a fun adventure." Leslie had no idea what terrible things waited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CCTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours. Of the 29 detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning at 06:05 am. Neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated at 07:25 am. Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Jose hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 am. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept at 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately. Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Pella, Iowa, on a seemingly ordinary Monday evening in May 2020, a chilling incident occurred behind the closed doors of an unassuming apartment complex. What began as a report of a domestic dispute quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving a community stunned and investigators piecing together a harrowing story of obsession, jealousy, and ultimately, a lethal act that would forever change the lives of those involved. This is the story of a tragic event that became known as a watershed moment in Pella's history, a tale of secrets, betrayal, and a darkness lurking beneath the surface of everyday life. On May 18, 2020, a fateful Monday evening in Pella, Iowa, USA, the peace of an apartment complex was shattered when the police received a distress call at 8:20 p.m. The call reported a potential domestic dispute taking place behind 101 Glenwood Avenue in Marion County, Iowa. The concerned caller reported a troubling scene in the alley, two people engaged in a heated argument. Responding quickly to the call, police arrived at the scene to investigate the situation. What they saw was a bleak and tragic scene. Officers discovered a dead body inside a parked vehicle. Tracy Mondabaugh, 47, has been identified. She was discovered slumped in the vehicle seat, secured by her seatbelt. Unfortunately, their efforts to help her were in vain. Tracy had already died from her injuries, and the puncture wounds on her body provided a chilling account of her death. The police discovered that she had been brutally stabbed to death. Among her injuries were a fatal stab wound to her chest and severe lacerations on her hands, painting a horrifying picture of the violence that had befallen her. Tracy Mondabaugh, a mother of 4 young children, had been living at the Glenwood apartment complex with a man named Nick Boat. Tracy had recently moved to Pella from her previous home in Ottawa. Tracy's tragic death painted a disturbing picture. She was brutally murdered inside her parked car, close to her home. The assailant appeared to have attacked her before she could even unbuckle her seatbelt, leaving a community stunned and mourning, and law enforcement tasked with solving the mystery of this heinous incident. On that fateful evening, witnesses provided vital information to the police, shedding light on the tragic events. According to their accounts, a fight broke out between 2 women, Tracy, who was inside the vehicle, and another person standing outside. Surprisingly, the person outside the vehicle left the apartment complex in a gray 4-door Cadillac, leaving a scene of chaos. Eyewitnesses reported hearing a shouted phrase from someone outside the vehicle, "He does not belong to you." Based on this information, the police began to put the puzzle together, and they had strong suspicions about the identity of the person driving the gray Cadillac. The chilling events of that evening had a link to an incident that had deeply disturbed Tracy earlier in March 2020. She had told the police that she was afraid for her safety because she was dating Nick Boat, who'd recently separated from his wife, Michelle Boat. Tracy described an alarming encounter in which Michelle had followed her from Pella to Ottawa, a distance of about 40 miles. "I was overcome with fear." Tracy had even requested police assistance, asking that they meet her at a gas station for protection. Tracy and Nick's relationship had taken an unexpected, intense turn. They met through an accidental Facebook friend request in February 2020 and went on their first date on March 8. They had moved in together just a few weeks before Tracy's tragic death. Michelle was dissatisfied with their relationship. As evidenced by multiple police reports, Michelle was accused of abusing Nick prior to Tracy's death, and she had repeatedly violated a no-contact order. She was charged with domestic violence in March 2020. Nick and Tracy had both told the police that Michelle was frequently following them around town, creating a sense of fear and tension. Shortly after Tracy's lifeless body was discovered, police officers arrived at Michelle's 55-year-old home. They noticed a gray 4-door Cadillac parked outside her house with visible bloodstains. The car's engine and rotors were still warm to the touch, raising more suspicions. When the police arrived at Michelle's home, she was dressed in a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel, and she claimed to have just taken a shower. During their search, they discovered her clothing in the washing machine and a pair of latex gloves, seemingly stained with blood, hidden in the upper tank of the bathroom toilet. Surveillance footage from May 18th revealed Michelle's movements on that fateful day. Tracy died tragically less than an hour earlier. Michelle had gone to Nick's workplace at Vermeer Corporation. The video shows Michelle following Tracy into and out of the mayor's parking lot. Tracy had contacted Nick at his workplace that evening, and the footage showed that when Tracy left the parking lot, Michelle followed her closely. Both vehicles left the lot around 8:10 p.m. and the 911 call reporting an altercation arrived just 10 minutes later. Michelle Boat was charged with first-degree murder after a forensic examination confirmed that the blood found on and inside her car belonged to Tracy. The intricate web of events had culminated in a heartbreaking tragedy, leaving the community stunned and the legal system grappling with the consequences of this heinous crime. In this gripping legal drama, Michelle, the defendant, has denied the first-degree murder charge, claiming that her actions were motivated by an emotional breakdown. She admitted to stabbing Tracy but claimed that her reaction was triggered by the anguish of her husband leaving her for a younger woman, which she claims to have witnessed with dramatic results. Nonetheless, the prosecution has painstakingly crafted a compelling narrative, arguing that Tracy's tragic death was not the result of a sudden emotional outburst, but of a coldly calculated plan. The prosecutor portrayed Michelle as a woman consumed by resentment, an unrelenting obsession, and simmering rage in the aftermath of her husband's departure. The prosecutor's evidence will conclusively establish that Michelle's actions were premeditated, with the hallmarks of a carefully planned intent to harm Tracy. The prosecutor insisted that justice would require no less than a murder conviction. Marion County Attorney Ed Bull, the prosecutor, revealed that Michelle meticulously tracked Tracy's movements on that fateful day. He portrayed Michelle as a hunter armed with gloves and a deadly determination as she allegedly plunged a knife into Tracy's heart, killing her. Michelle informed the court that she had followed Tracy from a Burger King drive through to Nicholas' workplace. On that fateful evening, she had observed their dinner meeting and relentlessly pursued Tracy back to her apartment complex. According to the prosecution, Michelle began her assault as soon as Tracy parked her car outside her apartment complex, inflicting serious injuries before Tracy could even undo her seatbelt. Further revelations emerged in court, revealing that Tracy's blood was discovered both inside and outside Michelle's car, a haunting detail. Tracy was found clutching a handful of Michelle's hair, which DNA analysis confirmed. The murder weapon remained elusive, but the prosecution contended that Michelle's gloves, hidden in her bathroom, held sinister significance. They claimed that the use of latex gloves on that fateful day was deliberate. To bolster their case, the prosecutor presented evidence of a calendar discovered in Michael's home, meticulously marking each day since her husband's departure, culminating on the day she allegedly attempted to reclaim him. The prosecution revealed that Michelle had sent Tracy a warning text instructing her to stay away from Nick. The prosecution argued that Michelle's intent to harm Tracy was clear, as evidenced by the presence of incriminating items such as a knife, gloves, and binoculars in her car that fateful night. These elements, they contended, painted a picture of a planned and deliberate attack rather than a sponge. Emotional outburst occurs simultaneously. In this gripping courtroom drama, Nick testified as a key witness, telling the story of how he and Tracy met through a strange twist of fate on Facebook. His testimony revealed a story of chance encounters and blossoming romance, as he described how Tracy had inadvertently reached out to him, starting a chain of messages that led to phone conversations and their first meeting. Their first date on March 8th, when they hunted for deer antler sheds near Roberts Creek, cemented their relationship. Nick reminisced about their effortless chemistry, describing their bond as if they had been friends forever. Their relationship blossomed. In April, Nick ended his 20-year marriage to Michelle Boat and moved into an apartment with Tracy. Nick's testimony delves into the complexities of his marriage, with Michelle describing it as a tumultuous union, characterized by what he saw as borderline abuse from the start. He revealed that Michelle was constantly conveying her lingering feelings for her ex-husband, which added to the turmoil. Arguments over Michelle's parenting style and treatment of their children were common. Nick eventually grew tired of the constant conflict and informed Michelle of his new relationship, resulting in their split just 3 days after his first date with Tracy. The court heard about a troubling incident that occurred days after the separation, in which Michelle allegedly assaulted Nick and left him with visible injuries. A no-contact order was issued between Michelle and Nick, which Michelle allegedly violated 4 times by contacting him and showing up to his workplace. Nick expressed his surprise at Michelle's persistence in wanting him to return to their family home, given the state of their marriage. "I do not understand because she has never loved me." The prosecution urged the jury to convict Michelle of first-degree murder, arguing that the evidence showed a premeditated attack with the intent to remove Tracy from Nick's life. Assistant Marion County Prosecutor Jared Harmon described the incident as intentional, malicious, and motivated by Michelle's desire to reunite with Nick. The prosecution concluded their case by arguing that Michelle's actions were not motivated by an uncontrollable provocation, but rather by her own. The defense, on the other hand, claimed that Michael had no intention of killing Tracy that day, despite admitting that Michelle was the one who stabbed him. They argued that Michelle snapped after seeing her husband with another woman. They emphasized the legal fact that Nick and Michelle were still married after 20 years together. The defense highlighted Michelle's overwhelming challenges, including Nick's departure and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which left her isolated and distressed. They urged the jury to consider Michelle's state of mind in the context of those trying times. Michelle's tragic situation was brought to the court's attention. Not only had Nick abandoned her, but she had also lost her job during the pandemic, leaving her financially destitute. Michelle described in her own testimony the isolation and emotional turmoil she experienced in the weeks preceding the stabbing. She described how her life was turned upside down overnight, leaving her heartbroken and overwhelmed with sadness, despair, and devastation. In the end, the jury deliberated for only 45 minutes before returning a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. Michelle was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Matthew Winkler reveals the secrets of a religious family. Sometimes the most horrific and unpredictable crimes are committed by seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society, a crisis can arise that goes unnoticed by others, but literally poisons the lives of all family members, eventually leading to tragedy. Many people in Selma thought of the Winklers as a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters appeared content, having everything they needed for a comfortable life, being healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we only heard one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, The Sex and Murder Secrets of a Pastor. On March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, Chuck received terrible news. Matthew Winkler, a 31-year-old pastor, was brutally murdered in his own home, along with his wife Mary and 3 daughters. Patricia, 8 years old, Maria Eliza, 6, and Brianna, 1, went missing without a trace. That day, the Church of Christ preacher failed to show up for the evening service, which he was supposed to attend with his family. This situation appeared strange and suspicious, as Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. Even more disturbing was the fact that none of the family members answered the phone. Alarmed community members decided to visit the Winklers' home to find out what had happened and if they needed assistance. From the outside, the house appeared normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing unusual was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing loudly in one. It gave the impression that the house's owners were busy with their own affairs. The front door was locked, but no one responded to the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or who was present. Despite the strange nature of the situation, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, they called an elder in the religious community, who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took an additional hour and a half. When members of the community were finally able to enter the house, they discovered an eerie scene. Everything in the house was properly organized. There were no signs of intruders, but the owners were also not present. Everything appeared normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, the pastor's body rested in a pool of his own blood. There was a large hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood splattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had cooled and stiffened. Matthew had clearly been lying there for many hours, and was most likely killed in the morning because he was dressed in pajamas. Only after that did the police receive a call. By the time the cops arrived, a large crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and passers-by had gathered in and around the house, curious about what was going on. All of these individuals had left fingerprints at the crime scene. They left fingerprints and shoe prints, as well as erased or trampled potential evidence, making investigators' jobs much more difficult. Police took the pastor's body for forensic examination and discovered that he was killed by a single shot in the back fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound from massive blood loss. Unable to summon help, it was simply impossible to determine whether there were any strangers in the house at the time, because those who arrived before the police arrived had completely destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was strange, and those who could shed light on what had happened vanished. The fate of the murdered man's wife and daughters remained unknown. The police assumed the woman and children had been kidnapped or killed. In addition, the Winklers' family minivan vanished from the garage. A massive search was launched throughout the state, prompting a yellow alert. This meant the children were missing, and all citizens were asked to remain vigilant and help with the search. But first, let us start at the beginning of this story. Matthew Brian Winkler was born on November 21, 1974, in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee, as the youngest of Dan and Deanne Winkler's 3 sons. Our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, were raised in a conservative Christian family. Their parents were deeply religious and raised their sons with strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a church minister during the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. We were all gospel preachers at one time, and the father, on top of everything, ran the local preacher school and was well known and influential in his hometown. In their youth, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and participated in church activities. Furthermore, in high school, Matthew was very interested in soccer, and everyone who saw him play on the field noticed that he had talent and could easily become a world-renowned athlete. However, the young man eventually decided to forego a promising athletic career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Because the family head's preaching activity required frequent travel, his wife and children almost always accompanied him. Because of this, Matthew attended several schools throughout his childhood, but the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, he and his family moved to Austin, a small city in Texas. Matthew was a creative person with a magnetic personality, but he could not boast of any outstanding academic achievements. Following his high school graduation, he enrolled in and graduated from Freed-Hardeman College. In parallel, the young man began to consider a career as a pastor. His father carefully guides him. Matthew was the youth minister at the Central Church of Christ in McMinnville. He was later appointed to preach at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Guides Township, Tennessee, as the oldest of her parents' 2 daughters. She was also raised in a highly religious family with strict guidelines. For many years, the family's head pastored the Christian church, where the girl attended Sunday school. Several years later, the family welcomed a second daughter, Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and suffered from a variety of serious medical conditions, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents refused to accept the child's disappointing diagnoses and worked tirelessly to treat her, even agreeing to experimental therapy. However, it did not result in any significant improvement. Mary adored her younger sister, always treating her with affection and doing her best to care for her. However, in 1987, when Patricia was 10 years old and bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away, taking something from the bathing accessories, and at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister had stopped breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had failed. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped, But her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to the sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In reality, the girl never received genuine moral support from her parents. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after her younger sister's tragic death, she became withdrawn because her father refused to let her seek help from a specialist. The trauma over the years has caused serious psychological issues. Following Patricia's death, the parents decided to adopt Charlotte, a little girl from a dysfunctional large family. Soon after, the couple was granted custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, allowing the family to reunite in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister, caring for the younger children while assisting her mother Matthew and Mary Winkler in their daily lives. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people developed an immediate liking for one another, which quickly turned into love. It was the first strong feeling either of them had ever experienced. After a few months, they met each other's parents and, with their approval, began planning a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family, was still in college and had to take a leave of absence. He took a job on a construction site, but it didn't last long because he was unaccustomed to hard physical labor. During this time, he first became aware of Matthew's difficult personality. He was frequently angry with others, irritated by trivial matters, and sometimes unable to control his anger. Mary tried not to complain or tell anyone about what was going on in her family. A meek young woman, raised in the spirit of patriarchy, obeyed her husband and everything. Initially, the Winklers lived near her married parents' home, allowing her to see them on a regular basis. Mrs. Freeman was soon diagnosed with cancer, which spread quickly and left her literally burned in just a few months. It was another shock for Mary, and she was now responsible for her underage siblings. Mary was pregnant again at the time, which complicated the situation even more. However, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, the family relocated to another city, where they purchased their own small home. After the move, Mary became completely absorbed in caring for the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as her younger brothers and sisters, who were overly demanding and required constant attention. In addition, the young mother developed severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was close to the Winkler family noticed some oddities in Mary's personality and behavior. The young woman was described as an introvert and even sociophobic. She didn't communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to form new acquaintances, let alone friendships. He had mood swings, was prone to depression, and anything could bring her to tears. While Matthew was establishing his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly distant. The situation became even more complicated when Mary became pregnant again, and she discovered a few months later that the fetus had died in her womb. Mary was shocked by the news, as she had been looking forward to the arrival of this child and had hoped to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test. She could only do it 2 years later, and her happiness was limitless. This time, Mary kept her pregnancy hidden for a long time, as if she was afraid of something. She did so until her situation became clear. Everyone resumed discussing Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. Mrs. Winkler's strange behavior was linked not only to the severe psychological trauma she experienced as a child, but also to an extremely unhealthy environment within her own family, which exacerbated her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience, despite the fact that in public, the Winklers appeared to be an ideal married couple, with trust, mutual respect, and harmony. In reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard the husband yell and snap at his wife for no obvious reason. Nobody could have imagined that a respected pastor would touch his wife, until one day Mary had a huge black eye, despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident. The city quickly spread rumors about a young preacher who brutally beats his children's mother. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness, with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blabbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city, where they planned to start over. They huddled in Selma, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple in their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, Mary bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at target. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. Following another move, the couple's financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was looking for part-time jobs and decided to pursue a medical degree so that she could work in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. Mary was essentially artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband own. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks he received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees, who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to when Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home? His wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing for their lives. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after speaking with neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the primary suspect in her own husband's murder. It was critical to find out where Mary had gone and where the children were as soon as possible, and if they were okay. They, along with their family car, were added to the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made with Mary's bank card and find her location using her cell phone signal. Mary was discovered just a day later in an Alabama resort town, where she and her children were having fun at a nearby amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to throw one last party for her children, knowing that she would soon be in prison and would see her daughters again. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently recounted the same events. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their father, so their mother grabbed a gun to protect them. They were eventually forced to flee for their lives. According to the girls, their father was still alive and in the hospital, and they planned to visit him before returning home. Patricia and Maria Eliza did not witness what happened in the house and only learned about it through their mother's words. They only heard a gunshot and saw their father lying on the floor before their mother put them in the car and drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she couldn't recall the entire chain of events from that day due to the temporary blur. Her spouse, she claimed, had abused her for years, humiliating her and forcing her to engage in 2 forms of intimacy she did not want. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fist. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place in employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed the pastor insulting his wife, who had carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always unhappy with something. The even before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands with a shotgun with her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" She replied, "I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughter and left the house, while her husband, according to experts, attempted to reach for the phone to call for help but ran out of strength. By the way, the criminal's weapon was discovered in the trunk of the car Mary drove away with the children in. She took it with her for what purpose? Mrs. Winkler also couldn't respond. At the trial, the role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turns pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, Mary was not absolved of responsibility for her actions. In April 2007, the court rendered its final decision in this complex and perplexing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised serious concerns. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of her sentence in a psychiatric hospital, where experts were determining whether she would be able to regain custody of her children upon release. Mary was given sole custody of her daughters in the summer of 2008, who'd been living with their paternal grandparents up until then. This situation deeply upset Matthew's parents. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and received little punishment for it, and now their granddaughters have full custody of her. However, all of their previous attempts to file appeals had failed. The fraud case never went to trial, the bank never filed formal charges, and the entire case was dropped. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Lisa Maria Caiza was born in 1994 to a large family, including 8 siblings. It was a large but not particularly prosperous family. Parents were preoccupied with their own problems and did not express love and care for their children. Furthermore, rumors circulated that abuse and violence were common in the family. The story unfolded in 2020, at a time when the entire world was preoccupied with the fight against COVID-19. In one corner of Ecuador, quietly and unnoticed, truly terrible events were taking place in the small parish of Paifo, on the northeastern outskirts of Quito. The tragic story's protagonist is Lisa Maria Caiza, a woman with an enigmatic gaze whose life became a true Ecuadorian nightmare. On the unfortunate Tuesday, October 27, 2020, Lisa sent several messages to her children's father, David. They were depressing words because their paths with David had already nearly parted. Along these lines, she confessed her love for him as well as her unexpected pregnancy. However, in subsequent messages, Lisa stated that life was losing meaning for her and that the decision to terminate the pregnancy was unavoidable. Throughout the night, Lisa begged David to come to her, but his refusal was firm. His parents also urged him to stay at home, and David followed their advice. In the early morning hours of October 28th, Lisa's neighbors heard a faint cry for help. When they looked out the window, they noticed a woman lying on the floor, clearly vomiting. The neighbors rushed to help her right away, calling emergency services. When doctors and police arrived, they discovered Lisa in critical condition but still alive. She was admitted to the hospital right away after receiving first aid. Her children, A 5-year-old girl and a 9-year-old boy were discovered unconscious inside the house. The doctors couldn't help them. Their tiny hearts had stopped beating by that point. Authorities discovered the identity of the children's father and contacted David Acosta, who, upon learning of the tragedy, arrived on the scene with his father. He learned that Lissa was in the hospital and that his children had died. After several days of fighting for her life in the hospital, Lissa regained consciousness. By that point, the investigators had presented the prosecutor's office with enough compelling evidence to issue an arrest warrant for this mysterious woman. When she was released from the hospital, she was immediately taken to a social rehabilitation center. The authorities insisted that Lissa undergo a psychological and psychiatric evaluation, as her mental state necessitated additional investigation as part of the upcoming trial. Lissa ended up in a rehabilitation center, where doctors and psychologists resumed their work after speaking with a criminal psychologist. Lissa spoke openly about her difficult childhood, in which her parents fought and abused each other and their children. Her childhood had a significant impact on her mental state and moments of conflict, and her parents' divorce became ingrained in her memory. Such a childhood forced Lissa to work from the age of 11, be able to study. The girl aimed to break free from her dysfunctional family and create a new future for herself. The expert report also stated that Lissa was abused. She described how, after several years of marriage, her husband, David, changed drastically. He began to humiliate his spouse before raising his hand against her. On the day of the children's tragedy, investigators on the scene discovered several glasses with liquid residue on the table. These findings later revealed traces of one of the children's epilepsy pills, as well as other chemicals that needed to be identified. After noticing a strange odor in the kitchen, police officers thoroughly searched the house and discovered a suspicious area beneath the utility room. They broke down the barrier and discovered a lifeless body wrapped in a blanket, with telltale signs of being there for a long time. Later, further investigation revealed that the discovered body belonged to Jamie Aquino, a 28-year-old who had communicated with Lissa. According to Rosa Santiagueno, Jamie's family reported him missing days prior to the gruesome discovery. James' sister. He was last seen on October 18. Rosa told investigators that after her brother disappeared, Lissa called several times to inquire about him. Lissa claimed to have received a text message from James, in which he described how some illegal substance traffickers were holding him hostage and demanding a ransom of $8,000. She strongly advised James' family not to contact the police. It became a focal point in a complex investigation that required detectives to not only solve the tragedy, but also determine whether there were any other hidden victims in the story. During her interrogation, Lissa stated that she met Jamie Aquino in 2020 while working at a cookie factory. He'd become nothing more than a friend, she claimed. Lissa wanted to return to her husband, who was allegedly planning to blackmail James for money. David told his wife that if she didn't help him, he would divorce her. Later, David handed Lissa a white powder and instructed her to place it in Jamie's food. Once the task was completed, James fell asleep and never awoke, realizing what had happened. Lissa tried desperately to reclaim her husband, but she was unsuccessful, so she swallowed the same poison and gave it to her children. However, it did not have the expected effect on her, and Lissa turned to her neighbors for assistance, hoping to save herself from the same horror that had struck her children. Following her testimony, investigators launched an investigation, but no evidence of David's involvement in the events was discovered. Nobody close to the couple could have predicted that Lissa, Maria, and David Acosta's fate would lead them through such a harrowing experience. When they met, Lissa was 16 years old and still in high school. She was a dreamy, romantic girl, whereas David was a strong, determined young man. Soon, their friendship turned into strong feelings, resulting in Lissa's unexpected pregnancy. Although the young people's families did not approve of their relationship, David's parents were always supportive of their son and welcomed Lissa into their family during difficult times. David's family became a true supporter of the young couple, inviting Lissa to live with them. They made every effort to ensure she completed high school. When Lissa turned 18, the lovers married. 2 years later, the young family awaited the arrival of their second child, a little daughter. David's parents decided to provide the young couple with their own home. They gave Lissa and David their own apartment, which became a haven for the family. but the couple's relationship deteriorated over time. It was obvious that both spouses had sinned by cheating, resulting in mistrust and disappointment. Boundless love, which appeared unshakable, began to wane. To make matters worse, Lissa complained of psychological abuse from David, prompting her to seek assistance from the police. She eventually obtained a protective order, and David was forced to leave the family home. At this point, Lissa began to use her position to blackmail David, demanding money for the right to see their joint children. The beginning of September 2020 brought Lissa an unexpected challenge that drastically altered her daily routine. The young mother discovered that her oldest son was having seizures and, in desperation, went to Baca Ortiz Hospital's emergency room. After stabilizing the baby's condition, the doctors decided to run a battery of tests, which revealed a focal form of epilepsy, a serious disease that affects a specific part of the brain. The doctors urged Lissa to have more tests, including MRI scans, and to see specialists as soon as possible. However, the mother, seemingly ignoring the gravity of the situation, chose not to follow these recommendations. A month later, the scenario was repeated. Lissa was back in the emergency room, this time with her son, who was experiencing similar symptoms. After reviewing the boy's medical history, the doctors discovered that the mother had failed to follow the prescriptions given to her previously. No tests had been performed, no consultations with specialists had occurred, and it appears that the son did not receive the necessary treatment. The doctors concerned about the child's well-being reminded Lissa of the importance of following medical advice. They warned her that ignoring the doctor's advice could result in legal ramifications, as she could endanger her son's health and well-being. However, this time, Lissa ignored the doctor's warning. A few weeks after learning of her son's illness, she decided to call David. The serious tone in her voice concerned David. She told him that a social worker would be visiting her shortly to discuss their son's diagnosis and retirement. David arrived for his appointment, but the social worker had already left. To make the wait more enjoyable, Lissa offered him a drink. However, as David drank the drink, he suddenly felt ill. His condition was deteriorating, and the social worker had not arrived, so David decided to go home and get something to relieve his discomfort. The following morning, David awoke in a terrible state. He could hardly speak because his tongue was numb. Every step was uncomfortable, and his eyes hurt. His parents insisted on calling the ambulance. David was transported to the hospital, where he spent several days. Tests revealed the presence of a psychoactive substance in his system, but since he had not used anything of the sort, David began to wonder how this could have happened. He eventually speculated that someone had deliberately slipped him something in a public place. David was grateful for his life and realized that what had happened could have been far worse. In early October 2020, Lissa decided to hire a nanny for her kids. Her cousin Patricia recommended her friend Bertha, a responsible 48-year-old woman, seeking employment. Bertha visited the young mother's home on Monday, October 5th. Lissa urged her to take a pill that she claimed helped prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus, which was at its peak at the time, claiming that it was a highly effective natural cure. Lissa persuaded Bertha to take the medication and enter the house. They sat down to discuss the babysitter's childcare responsibilities. Bertha started feeling sick a few minutes later. She felt a headache, her stomach became upset, and she eventually vomited. Patricia arrived shortly afterwards. She'd called her cousin several times, but Lissa did not answer. Alerting Patricia, she decided to investigate what had happened and went straight to her house. When she entered, Bertha was already fainting on the couch. Lissa told her cousin about what had happened and expressed concern when she realized she hadn't called an ambulance yet. Patricia immediately did so. After a while, doctors arrived and admitted Bertha to the hospital. The victim's condition has stabilized. Doctors diagnosed poisoning with a toxic substance, which frequently occurs when taking various medications. Doctors determined that Bertha was unable to tolerate a component of the COVID-19 pill composition. Marcus Cantor, Lissa's former friend, died of poisoning in June of the same year, just a few months before this tragedy. At the time, the cause of his death went unnoticed, but now, with all of these strange circumstances, Mark's case required extra attention. Investigators searched the deceased's home and discovered Lissa's fingerprints on the glasses used the night before Mark died. This fact provided additional evidence to the investigation, pointing to Lissa's potential involvement in the incident. However, a new accusation was made against Lissa. Her own family filed a shocking report with the police. It turns out that on September 2nd, the family had a family gathering, and Lissa offered to let everyone taste a drink she had made. The young woman's 7 brothers and sisters, as well as their parents, drank the unknown drink and became ill almost immediately. Fortunately, no one died, but the 56-year-old mother experienced a stroke. Lissa's father claimed that while the relatives sought medical attention, his daughter stole $1,300 from the house. The investigation now includes not only crimes against children and a former boyfriend, but also an incident that endangers the lives and health of her own family. That wasn't the only strange event that investigators encountered. In May of that year, Jose Luis Arazo, Lissa's friend, was discovered dead in his home. Jose had vanished unexpectedly a few days prior, and neighbors quickly detected a rotting odor, prompting them to contact the authorities. An examination of the body initially revealed nothing suspicious and was diagnosed as a heart attack, but one of Josie's sisters suspected something strange and concealed a bottle of alcohol discovered in the refrigerator. In addition, Josie's family discovered that some items were missing from the home. It turned out that Lissa and Jose were friends, and when the man died, the alleged murderer called his relatives and sounded distraught. She stated that Josie owed her a large sum of money and that she needed to contact his family to repay the debt. This cunning plan failed, and Lissa called Josie's family again shortly after, changing her voice to conceal her identity and identifying herself as Josie's friend. She claimed she was pregnant by him and had to file for child support. Although Josie's family did not believe the stories, Lissa was not about to give up and made a third attempt to deceive them. She claimed to know who was responsible for Josie's death and offered to meet to discuss the details. If she hadn't been arrested on charges of murdering her own children and Jaime, the list of victims might have been longer. When the media reported Lissa's arrest after poisoning 3 people, Josie's relatives understood. They immediately reported their suspicions to the authorities, and Josie's body was exhumed for forensic examination to determine his true cause of death. The relatives weren't mistaken. Traces of poison were discovered in the deceased's remains on December 22, 2020. Lissa Maria Caiza and Jaime Santiagueno faced a hearing for the murder of their 2 children, whose identities and photos were kept private. Due to COVID-19 virus spread restrictions, the trial was conducted virtually. Lissa had contacted us from a social rehabilitation center. According to the prosecutor's statement, Lissa administered a toxic mixture of insecticides and anti-epileptic drugs to her children. During interrogations, she claimed that she had become desperate and was unable to leave her children with her husband David, who did not care for them. In fact, she admitted she wished they were dead. At the conclusion of the hearing, the judge granted the defendant a court pass and ordered her remanded in custody pending trial. The children's trial resumed in 2021. At the Pichincha Provincial Court, the prosecutor presented a collection of evidence to prove Lissa's guilt. Among them were statements by David, who revealed the contents of messages sent to the wife on the eve of the tragedy. In one of the messages, she stated that she would take what belonged to her. Referring to the children, she stated that she had no idea where her children and herself would go, heaven or hell, but she now felt as if she was in hell. Lissa went on to say that she doesn't expect her husband to forgive her because she knows he hated her before and will hate her even more after this. David also discussed his unstable relationship with his wife. During the hearing, the defendant's reconstructed testimony was presented, claiming that she took 2 pills that day, called for help, and then passed out. According to the prosecutor's office's reconstruction, the daughter died while still in bed, and her older brother attempted a few steps to call for help before falling and dying. The forensic medical examination yielded an extremely clear conclusion. The children died as a result of a planned crime. The deaths were caused by pulmonary edema, induced suffocation, and intoxication from a combination of epilepsy medication and other unspecified substances, most likely insecticides and disinfectants. The prosecution also charged Lissa with the death of Jaime Santiagueno, whose body was discovered bricked up in the kitchen. The perpetrator was also accused of attempting to murder David and members of her own family. The hearing addressed Lissa's irresponsible attitude toward her son's health after he was diagnosed with localized epilepsy. The mother disregarded instructions for additional tests and follow-up examinations and when the boy was hospitalized again, his condition was worsened by her own mother's negligence. Medical professionals' warnings did not change her attitude toward her son's treatment, which resulted in a threat to terminate her parental rights. Lissa's mental health evaluations revealed that she is extremely emotional and environmentally dependent. She sought constant attention and understanding from others and became extremely anxious when events did not go as planned. She also had a tendency to self-harm. She tried to say goodbye to her life at least 3 times, but failed each time. Witnesses described her as insecure, attachment-seeking, with schizoid and erratic behavior. The psychological analysis also revealed that on the day of the tragic events, Lissa acted with complete awareness of her actions. After a 10-month trial, Lisa Maria Caiza was found guilty of the crime against her children. The Pichincha Provincial Court sentenced her to 34 years and 8 months in prison. In addition, she was ordered to compensate David for more than $20,000. The press reported that Lissa remained calm throughout the proceedings, expressing emotion only when her children were mentioned. The Jaime Yanchacueno murder investigation, which began in August 2021, appeared to be unfinished. New information was revealed during the court hearings. Lissa admitted giving her friend a white substance mixed with alcohol, but said she got it from David. However, the investigation revealed otherwise. According to a psychiatrist who interviewed Lissa, she did not intend to end James' life. She wanted to intimidate his family so that she could extort money. She demanded $8,000 in ransom. Experts described the plan as disorganized, which ultimately led to the crime. Furthermore, forensic tests revealed that things were not as simple as they appeared. James was discovered to have poison in his system, and the cause of death was strangulation. The body was discovered with a shattered rib cage and wire around the neck. Lissa claimed that after her friend died, she decided to bury him in a back room and cement him inside the store. The owner's testimony confirmed that Lissa purchased building materials during the time of James' disappearance. Following the parties' arguments, the prosecutor's office requested a new trial for April 2022. At that trial, an additional charge of extortion was brought. Lissa called James' relatives and claimed he was being held by gangsters, demanding $8,000 for his release. The defense cited a lack of conclusive evidence that Lissa was involved in James' murder. Nonetheless, she was found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison and $5,000 in restitution to the victim's mother. While James' trial was underway, the investigation into Lissa's alleged victims, Marcos Canto and Jose Luis Cerezo, was nearly completed. Marcos Canto was 48 years old, and tests performed after his death revealed traces of the substance Lissa had given to her children. In addition, Mark was diagnosed with severe stomach inflammation. According to the family's lawyer, Lissa met Mark, offered him a beer, and then poisoned the drink. Authorities were given a glass with Lissa and Mark's fingerprints, as well as a swab containing the woman's DNA. The murder was allegedly motivated by jealousy and money. It is also known that Lissa had asked Mark for financial assistance, and there is evidence that he loaned her at least $120. Mark became Lissa's first known victim. The outcome of this case, as well as Jose Luis Cerezo's, remains unknown. They may not have been reported in the press, and the investigation may not have progressed to the point of being formally charged and tried. Lissa Maria was only 26 years old when she committed her brutal crimes. Her high-profile criminal case has become one of Ecuador's most horrific and disturbing in recent years. Dona Venado became well-known across the country as a result of her crimes. Lissa Maria is regarded as a serial killer in Ecuador. Her victims have endured excruciating pain, as have their relatives. The charges include 5 murders and 9 attempted murders, according to Ecuadorian law. The maximum sentence she could receive is 40 years in prison. This means Lissa could be released when she reaches 70 years old. It is still unclear what drove Dona Venado to commit such heinous crimes. Was her act motivated by resentment over not receiving what she expected in life? Many speculate that the motivation was money, and in David's case, Lissa acted out of a desire for vengeance, resulting in the tragedy with her children. The most horrifying aspect of this story is not only the number of victims left in Dona Venado's path, but also the fate of 2 innocent children who could not have imagined that their mother, who gave them life, would take it away so absurdly and cruelly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. According to psychologists, teenagers typically commit crimes for three reasons: a desire to assert themselves and gain authority among their peers, an addiction to alcohol or illegal drugs, and, most importantly, a sense of impunity. Even for the most serious crimes, minors frequently face lenient sentences due to their young age. In our story today, a schoolgirl named Mackenzie Sharilla became the perpetrator of a terrible tragedy that claimed 2 lives at once. However, the girl did not feel remorse for her crime and stated during the trial that she could do almost anything to stay alive. However, she does not consider herself cool. Mackenzie repeatedly changed her testimony, blaming everything on a lapse in memory, and appeared to be confident until the very end that she would get away with it. But the judge's verdict literally stunned the young criminal and her mother, who was desperately defending her daughter. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is Mackenzie Sharilla? Mackenzie Sharilla was born in August 2004 in the quiet town of Strongsville, Ohio. As the family's third child, her parents, John Gorilla and Natalie Stevens, tried to raise their heirs with love and care, providing a good education and encouraging all endeavors. The youngest daughter was the family's favorite. She was forgiven for many pranks as a child, and even serious misdemeanors were frequently overlooked. Mackenzie grew up to be a capricious, demanding, and selfish girl. She was accustomed to the fact that her parents always did what she asked, and she was also confident in her own impunity no matter what she did. The girl's classmates and teachers observed that she was a pleasant and open child when she was younger. However, as she grew older, her character and behavior deteriorated. If something went wrong, she would throw a real tantrum, act impudently and impatiently, swear, and even get into a fight. Mackenzie did not consider anyone else's opinions except her own. Her words should always come last, and she prioritized her own interests above all else. The girl's personality deteriorated during adolescence, but her parents saw nothing wrong with this, believing that her daughter is in a transitional period and should be treated with understanding and patience. However, bad character was far from the worst of the issues. Mackenzie was addicted to alcohol during high school and occasionally dabbled in illegal drugs, but she got away with it. Often the girl's actions were reckless and posed a direct threat not only to herself, but also to those around her. Parents continued to ignore or refuse to acknowledge the obvious problem. Mackenzie, like many of her peers, was an avid social media user who rarely took her smartphone out of her hand. She frequently posted provocative photos of herself smoking or drinking alcohol on her account, with equally provocative comments. Mackenzie's friends were exactly like her. They vandalized organized pogroms, fought, stole, and were repeatedly apprehended by the police. However, the young people were only given warnings and educational talks, reinforcing their belief in their own impunity. Dominic Russo, a young man, was also a Strongsville native. He was born in September 2001, the fourth of 7 children for Frank and Christine Russo. The boy grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, with whom he was always very close. Dominic excelled in school, was an active participant in sports from a young age, and strived for a healthy lifestyle, despite having grown up in a large family. He and his brothers and sisters were not denied parental love, attention, or care. Frank and Christine were moderately strict with their children, while also encouraging their overall development. Dominic always had a lot of friends. He was accustomed to being the center of attention and became the heart of any business. The young man had a bright and attractive appearance, was trim and interesting, and he had many admirers from a young age. He tried to avoid fleeting romances, instead focusing on serious and promising relationships. Rousseau enrolled in a local university after graduating from high school, where he chose to specialize as a performing arts producer. He aspired to be a well-known music producer. In addition to being talented and versatile, Dominic writes and performs his own songs. By the age of 20, the man already had his own small business, so he purchased a car and rented a separate apartment in a desirable neighborhood. At the same time, he continued to participate in sports and was regarded as one of the university's top students. First love. Dominic and Mackenzie first met as members of the graduating class. It happened at one of the parties in the company of mutual friends, and this unintentional encounter proved fatal for both of them. Young people were diametrically opposed, and opposites attract. Mackenzie was immediately drawn to a handsome, curly-haired young man with a strong musical background. He was very different from the guys she usually hung out with. He was well Educated, polite, and interesting, and he could hold a conversation about anything. Mackenzie had a striking appearance and a slim figure. She dressed well and knew how to make a good impression. She used all of her charm to get the guy she like's attention, and she was successful fairly quickly. The couple began dating in the fall of 2021, and they almost immediately introduced the chosen one to their parents. But while Mackenzie's parents were overjoyed with her choice and thought Dominic was an excellent couple for their daughter, the guy's parents had mixed feelings about his passport. On the one hand, the girl appeared innocent and attempted to make a good impression on them. However, something in her immediately alerted Frank and Christine Russo, Cheryl's friends and family members. We are confident that Mackenzie fell in love for the first time in her life and sincerely hoped that the relationship with the chosen one would positively affect her character and behavior. Nobody could have predicted the tragedy that would bring this useful romance to an end. The couple began to appear everywhere together, holding hands and openly expressing their deep affection for each other. The relationship became widely known in the small town. Those who knew Mackenzie well genuinely felt sorry for her boyfriend, but the majority were simply happy for them. What was wrong with her? Dominic began to notice oddities in his girlfriend's behavior, such as her defiant antics and desire to make everyone around her do exactly what she wanted. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, blaming it all on his youth and desire for attention. The young people planned their future together, including getting married as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also intend to leave their home province and work together to conquer a major city. Ideally, Dominic's time in New York would provide him with numerous opportunities to pursue a successful career in the music industry and fully demonstrate his talent. But as time passed, Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly alarming and sometimes even scared the guy she demanded from her boyfriend. But he only did what she asked, and if he didn't agree with her on something, she caused scandals, threw tantrums, and acted like a little capricious child. Dominic initially attempted to turn everything into a joke, but quickly realized that this is the true face of his chosen one. In public, she was still trying to hold on, but when she was alone with her boyfriend, he unleashed the full force of his emotions on him, sometimes even pounced on him with fists. Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly aggressive, and eventually, the young man decided he'd had enough. He suggested that she take a break from the relationship and sort out her feelings. However, when Mackenzie learned of this, he had a public fight in front of their mutual friends. She screamed, threatened dominance, said she would kill him if he left her, and threatened to burn down his house and destroy his car. However, she only increased his confidence that he was doing the right thing by ending this toxic and unsatisfactory relationship. Obsessive stalking. Mackenzie had no intention of abandoning her boyfriend, and at first she pretended nothing had happened. She continued to invite him to various parties and events, as well as post photos of them together on social media, accompanied by declarations of love. When Dominic firmly told her that their relationship was over, she exploded with rage. Mackenzie went to his house almost every day and shouted a variety of nasty things, insults, and threats through his windows. She called him from various numbers, left messages on his answering machine, posted on social media, and emailed him. Mackenzie then swore in love and offered to try to start over. The insulting and threatening behavior resumed. Russo was puzzled. He simply did not know how to respond to such behavior because he had never encountered it before. He tried talking, ignoring the ex-lover and even recording her threatening moments on several occasions. Tantrums on his phone. When Sharilla saw his ex-boyfriend on the street or in another public place, he began to scream and insult him in front of passers-by. She'd turned Dominic's life into a nightmare, but he hoped that with a little more time, she would leave him alone and move on to someone else. Mackenzie declared in front of witnesses that killing Dominic was easier than letting him go. Mackenzie stated that if he did not return to her, no one would have him, and she would handle the situation. The young man didn't take these words seriously. However, those around him realized Mackenzie was not joking. The schoolgirl's most frequent threats included promises to hit and run over the guy with a car, to put him in the car and drive off a cliff, or to stop on the railroad in front of a rushing train. Each option sounded terrifying, and Mackenzie described each one in detail, as if she had it all planned out long ago and was just waiting for the right time and unexpected reconciliation. When Mackenzie realized that threats and insults would not help her get Dominic back, but would only alienate him, she decided to change her tactics. Mackenzie became sweet and charming again, stopped pressuring and harassing her ex-boyfriend, and instead tried her hardest to pretend that she realized her mistakes and wanted to change for the better. She discussed her upcoming enrollment, asked for help getting to university, claimed to have gotten smarter, and was most concerned about the final exams. Such changes pleasantly surprised Dominic D., who despite everything still had tender feelings for his former girlfriend and decided to assist her with university enrollment. As a result, they resumed contact and communication with one another. Gradually, the couple grew closer again. Dominic began to invite Mackenzie on dates, desired to spend all of his free time with her, and believed she had changed, matured, and become more serious and responsible. He didn't notice how he fell in love with her again, and all of his previous offenses remained in the past. However, this time around, the young people were not in a hurry to inform all of their friends and acquaintances about their reunion. Their meetings were more like secret dates, where they simply enjoyed each other's company while avoiding the close attention of others. When Dominic's own brother Angelo learned about what was going on, he predicted that nothing good would come of it, but the young man in love ignored his words, a devious plan. While Dominic naively rejoiced at being reunited with his girlfriend and the changes he believed had occurred to her, Mackenzie devised a terrifying revenge plan against the young man. She became so fascinated by the concept of a car and a spectacular car crash that she began to plan out the scenario in detail. In her spare time, she spent hours driving around the city, looking for a location suitable for the execution of her plan. However, there were no high and steep cliffs nearby, and she thought going out on the tracks while waiting for a train was a bad idea. One day, she drove into a nearby industrial area, which was fairly secluded with no cameras and few cars. The schoolgirl's attention was drawn to a massive brick wall, and her vivid imagination immediately devised a new, no less heinous plan. She decided that if she accelerated to the maximum possible speed and crashed into the wall, it would be just as spectacular as falling off a cliff into an abyss. It should be noted that Mackenzie originally intended to die alongside her lover so that their story could be retold by the entire city. She even informed her best friend about it. But her friends simply did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions because Mackenzie had previously entertained such delusional ideas, but everything was limited to empty conversations, a disastrous execution of the plan, and an unintentional victim. At the end of July 2022, just a week before her 18th birthday, Mackenzie suggested to Dominic that they attend an upcoming party hosted by their mutual friends. It would be a good opportunity to have fun, unwind, and let everyone know that they were back together and loved each other dearly. The young man readily consented. He still didn't feel threatened by Mackenzie and trusted her sincerity and intentions. The event was scheduled for Saturday, July 30, and Dominic and Mackenzie appeared in the middle of the party, holding hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. They appeared happy, smiled, and openly expressed affection and feelings for one another. Friends were overjoyed with their reunion, remarking that they are a stunning and harmonious couple. The young people had a great time all evening and night, willingly being photographed and kissing in public without China's permission. But no one expected such a terrible tragedy to end this party. The couple drank a little, as did everyone else at the event, but Mackenzie secretly took a dose of illegal drugs for courage so as not to change his mind, and did not hit the brakes at the last minute. In the morning, Russo and Sharilla said their goodbyes and drove away, but then a friend of the guy, Ivan Flanagan, followed them and asked for a ride home. Mackenzie tried to object, claiming that they had their own plans, but Dominic saw nothing wrong with giving his friend a ride. Mackenzie agreed to sign Damien's death warrant because he did not want to fight, raise suspicions, or change plans. Despite her lover's objections, Mackenzie drove the car. Her boyfriend sat beside her in the passenger seat, and her friend sat behind him. The car started and slowly moved away from the party venue, embarking on its most recent journey. Mackenzie drove quietly down the main street, staying within the speed limit and trying not to draw attention to herself. She came to a complete stop at a traffic light, although the road was empty. Mackenzie reconsidered her strategy as their passengers dozed off. She later claimed that she wanted to die in the accident, but the perpetrator was clearly lying because she had fastened her seatbelt during the last stop while their passengers remained unbuckled. When the light turned green, she accelerated and then made a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road leading into an industrial area. Obviously, The guys did not immediately realize what was going on. The car accelerated to top speed, almost as if the devil himself had possessed the driver, but Mackenzie continued to press hard on the gas pedal, steering the car into a blank brick wall, a bystander, and a miraculous rescue. There was no one in the industrial area early Sunday morning, so no one noticed the accident or rushed to help. Only one woman who lived on the outskirts, not far from the accident site, heard the bang and wasn't too lazy to go outside to investigate. She noticed smoke, and as she got closer, realized there had been a car accident, so she ran back inside to call emergency services. Medics arrived on the scene about a half hour after the accident, but the two men in the car could not be saved. They died on the spot. The girl behind the wheel was alive. Her seatbelt and airbag saved her life. Mackenzie was unconscious and her legs were trapped inside the mangled car, but she was breathing, and her pulse was clearly palpable, giving her hope for survival. She opened her eyes several times while being released from the car, but she was clearly unconcerned about what was happening around her. Mackenzie was immediately transported to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with multiple fractures and internal organ damage. Blood tests revealed that she was under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. However, the doctor believes that is what kept her from dying of painful shock. While help was on its way, the investigation leads to a confession. When the police received the results of Mackenzie's test, they assumed that she was under the influence of illegal substances and did not realize what she was doing, possibly trying to drive through the wall or not seeing any obstacles in her path. This version's lack of braking distance worked in its favor. Cherie Bella was unconscious in the intensive care unit following a complex operation, making it impossible to speak with her. However, she quickly realized what she had done and began to sob and pour out her soul to the doctor on duty. She admitted that she purposefully drove into the wall at high speed because she wanted to kill her boyfriend and had planned to die alongside him. Mackenzie also stated that Ivan was an unintentional victim due to his own obsession because he asked to accompany them. The doctor dismissed the patient's rambling story as a delusional state caused by anesthesia, painkillers, and guilt over the death of a loved one. When the police were allowed to speak with the recovering Mackenzie, she abruptly changed her testimony. Mackenzie now claims she has almost no memory of what happened that night because she drank and used illegal substances. According to the girl, she had a lapse in memory after getting behind the wheel, including how Ivan was in the vehicle. She has no idea. However, the facts indicated otherwise. The surveillance cameras were able to track the first part of the car's route, and the footage clearly showed Mackenzie driving slowly and following the rules until she abruptly turned onto a road leading to an industrial zone. Furthermore, it emerged that Mackenzie had driven the entire route both ways several days prior, and at least a dozen witnesses had seen her car return to normal at various points. Mackenzie recovered quickly after being discharged from the hospital and attempted to resume her carefree life. She felt no remorse and was confident she could get away with it. Mackenzie was back on social media, reconnecting with friends and making plans for the future. In September, she decided to attend a concert by her favorite band in a neighboring city. Her legs' bones hadn't fully fused at the time, but that didn't stop her from performing on stage in a wheelchair. At the same time, she wore bright makeup, dressed provocatively, and took selfies with friends, which she posted to her account. Sharilla attended a Halloween party in October, dressed in a pre-made costume. Mackenzie lived life to the fullest and even met new people. However, on November 4, 2022, she was taken into custody, tried, and sentenced. The investigation took just over 3 months to gather the evidence and proof required to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder, as well as possessing and using a controlled substance discovered in her pocket and detected in her blood. The defendant changed her testimony several times, initially citing a lapse in memory. When her friend testified in court as a witness, to whom she revealed her plan, Mackenzie changed her strategy, stating that she wanted to die alongside her lover. Even here, inconsistencies were quickly discovered because he had previously fastened her with a seatbelt. On August 21, 2023, Sharilla was found guilty of all charges. However, an important detail was taken into account: the time of the crime. She wasn't yet 18 years old. She was tried as a minor because she was 5 days from reaching the age of majority. Under state law, she was entitled to at least 2 consecutive 15-year sentences, without parole for each murder, but due to her young age, she was allowed to serve both sentences concurrently, making her eligible for parole after 15 years. By then, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both sides were disappointed with the court's decision. Family members of the deceased young people stated that they would seek a review of the case in order to increase the punishment, whereas parents and Mackenzie's lawyer believed the sentence was excessive and filed an appeal. However, the judge left the sentence unchanged, noting that he did not believe Sharilla would be released after 15 years in prison. The defendants, in his opinion, did not repent for the evil they had done and acted arrogantly and even insolently in court. But now she will have enough time to reflect on her heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Taking the lives of one's children is more than just a heinous crime. A woman's altered consciousness under strong substances or a painful emotional state can push her to take such desperate measures. When the body is unable to cope with stress, the high-profile case of Veronica Youngblood serves as a vivid and horrific example of how a disturbed psyche, unhealthy relationships, and constant stress can have irreversible consequences. Veronica committed a horrible crime. However, during the trial, the young woman claimed that, despite her actions, she had always been a good mother and wished nothing but the best for her children. This story elicits both anger and sympathy. But to understand what drove Veronica to such a heinous and inhumane act, you must go back a few decades and see what she had to endure. Perhaps her own childhood traumas contributed to this, but that does not absolve her of responsibility. Veronica Youngblood, born Veronica Castro, in the Santa Rosa suburbs of central Argentina in 1986, had an abusive childhood. She was the eldest of 2 daughters in the family and was raised alongside her sister Mara, who was born in 1988. The girl's childhood was impoverished and difficult, but hunger and a lack of basic necessities were the worst. Her parents did not work, abused alcohol, and vented their rage on their eldest daughter, beating her nearly every day, sometimes to the point where she could not walk. Grandfather also had no warm feelings for his own granddaughters, viewing them as extra hungry mouths that needed to be fed. Veronica grew up knowing she had nowhere to turn for protection and support. She felt superfluous in her own family, with her younger sister being the only truly close person to her. When she was 14, her parents divorced and separated. Her father had no interest in the fate of his daughters. However, her mother, who was actively trying to organize her personal life, did not require children. Veronica was forced to become an escort without an education in order to support herself and her younger sister, as she saw no other option. She became pregnant at the age of 15 and gave birth to her first child, a daughter named Sharon, when she was 16. She never revealed her eldest daughter's father's name, and she probably didn't know it either, having become pregnant by one of her many clients, a member of a strange cult. Without support or assistance as a teenager, the girl joined a strange South American religious cult known as Umbanda. It was a collection of diverse beliefs and cult positions, including the foundations of Catholicism, spiritualism, and African culture. In Umbanda, it is customary to honor spirit guides who can communicate with the souls of the deceased. The cult's followers believe in reincarnation and spiritual development through a variety of practices. Veronica, an impressionable and driven girl, was quickly instilled with the peculiarities of this belief. And based on her younger sister's memories, she began to believe she could communicate with spirits and the deceased. Veronica discussed hearing voices and seeing dreams, and she believed that after death, each person's soul is reborn for a better life. Most likely, such a religious cult was fertile ground for the development of mental illness. Given Veronica's difficult childhood and her own inherent abuse of her, the other members of the cult treated her with kindness and love, which she lacked the most, so she believed every word they said about moving to the United States and meeting Ronald Youngblood. When did Veronica decide to move to the United States of America? It is unknown, but it occurred in the late 2000s when she was slightly older than 20. Taking her young daughter, she settled in Hampton Roads, Virginia. The attractive young woman took a job with an escort service company. In late 2008, Veronica met a guy named Ronald Youngblood. He was a few years older than her and a pilot in the United States Navy. Ronald and Veronica first met when he used the services of the company where she worked. Ronald appeared to be immediately drawn to this young person, as he expressed a desire to continue communicating. Soon, he insisted that Veronica leave the escort, and they began to live together. And in 2009, the couple officially legalized their relationship in one of Las Vegas's chapels, holding a small ceremony with no guests. After the wedding, Veronica's life became stable for the first time, and she was no longer afraid to look ahead and confidently make plans. She had her own home, a caring husband with a stable job who fully provided for her, and Veronica could focus on making her home comfortable. Most importantly, Ronald adopted her daughter Sharon and cared for her with love and affection. When the couple welcomed their daughter, Brooklyn, in 2013, they were overjoyed, and the eldest heiress was overjoyed to have a baby sister, Sharon Youngblood. Following the wedding, Ronald gave Veronica and her eldest daughter his surname, despite the fact that the child was not officially adopted. Nevertheless, the girl addressed him as Daddy and reached out to him. Ronald tried not to deny her anything, paid attention, and helped raise the child. Sharon grew up to be a bright, sociable, and purposeful girl. She did well in school, had many friends, and was outgoing and friendly. She was involved in sports from a young age, including being a member of the school cheerleading team and playing tennis. But the girl achieved the most success in figure skating. So it was easy to work with Sharon because she felt at ease on the ice, as if she were in his element. Throughout her childhood and adolescence, she regularly competed in figure skating competitions, winning numerous awards. She was prophesied a successful sporting career, citing the young figure skater's tenacity and diligence. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be due to an unstable family life. After several years of living together, Ronald and Veronica's relationship began to deteriorate. Both spouses had difficult personalities. They were extremely emotional and unyielding. If they were able to reach an agreement at first, neither of them was willing to make concessions now. Furthermore, the spouses began to do many evil things to each other, resulting in frequent scandals involving violent clarification of relationships, mutual accusations, and insults. Furthermore, Ronald was extremely jealous and controlling. If, prior to the wedding, he promised to forget what his chosen one did, he reminded her of it every chance he got. He claimed that he pulled her out of the mud provided for her by her child, and now he demands that she follow his rules. Family disagreements began to escalate into physical assault, with the husband and wife taking turns initiating the fight. Both parties filed domestic violence complaints with the police. However, in most cases, these reports were quickly withdrawn, and the spouses continued to live together. To be fair, the children were not involved in their parents' arguments and were never physically harmed. However, their emotional states can only be speculated on. Ronald was sent to Central America, specifically the Republic of Honduras, for duty in 2014, and his family accompanied him. During this time, the spouses' relations deteriorated significantly. Veronica reported to the local police that her husband was raising his hand against her, restricting her finances by blocking her card and forbidding her from using the internet or driving. Ronald later claimed in his defense that he did so after discovering that his spouse was cheating on him. The husband believed that by denying his wife money, personal transportation, and the ability to communicate with her lover, he could keep her at home. As a result, Veronica filed a complaint with the U.S. Embassy, and her husband was extradited from Honduras and returned to the United States. However, this incident had no bearing on his career, and he was soon transferred to Washington, D.C., to the main department of the country's Navy. However, the couple's relations eventually soured, resulting in a breakup and ongoing conflict. In 2016, the couple relocated to Florida, where Ronald had a new job. They had virtually separated by that point, but they continued to live under the same roof, and Ron continued to provide full support for Veronica and her daughters. By the beginning of 2017, the family had relocated again, this time to the small town of Oakton, Virginia, where the spouses began the official divorce process. Ron and Veronica did not separate, however, even after their marriage ended. They lived in the same house, but they clearly couldn't stand each other anymore. Both later claimed that no matter what, they wanted to raise children together, but Veronica had no source of income and couldn't even afford to rent a room. The issue of the children's future custody became particularly acute, and Veronica realized that she would be unable to raise the children on her own because they were all completely dependent on Ronald. He was also aware of this and took every opportunity to remind his wife of it, occasionally resorting to outright blackmail, which drove the young woman insane. Driven to despair, Veronica decided to take out a bank loan so that they could have some of their own money. However, as a guarantor, she listed her still legal husband without informing him. When Ronald received a call from the bank, another scandal erupted. Naturally, he refused to act as guarantor, and his wife's actions provided him with yet another reason to humiliate her. True, a few months later, the couple was able to reach an agreement, and the scandals between them subsided for a while. According to the court decision, they can continue to live together and raise their children without being charged alimony. But the truth did not last long. Ronald sued Veronica in the fall of 2017, accusing her of aggressive and inadequate behavior. He claimed that his spouse smashed his smartphone, launching it into the wall, drowned in a basin of water with a functioning laptop, and smashed his car's windshield with a stone. Following that, Veronica was forced to relocate and was forbidden from visiting Iran. At the same time, the youngest daughter, Brooklyn, was temporarily granted full custody of her father until the next court hearing. 3 weeks later, the divorce was finalized. However, after receiving a divorce certificate, the former spouses resumed living together and the courts and custody battle appeared to be resolved. About 6 months later, the former spouses appeared in court together again, but this time, they presented a multi-page agreement outlining their custody plan for their shared daughter. Ronald was transferred to Missouri, and his former wife and children accompanied him. But first, Veronica wanted to officially settle a number of nuances regarding their daughter, Brooklyn's, custody. Ronald agreed to provide his ex-wife with housing near his home so that they could raise their daughter together. The court approved the document in April 2018, with the move scheduled for August of that year. A month later, however, Veronica abruptly reversed her decision and returned to court. The young woman sought assistance from a lawyer who was required to competently draft and amend the previously approved agreement. Veronica explained that she was doing this due to changed circumstances. By then, she had completed her nursing school training and had been offered a well-paying job in Oakton. That way, she could more or less support herself and the girls, with no need to relocate after her ex-husband. Furthermore, the new job promised to help her find and pay for her own place to live. Due to her new situation, Veronica now sought full custody of her daughter Brooklyn, as outlined in an amendment to the agreement. A new hearing was held in July 2018, 1 month before the previously scheduled departure to Missouri. However, the court refused to modify the previously approved agreement, and the former spouses were to relocate to another state to share custody of their shared daughter, as previously agreed. Veronica appeared to agree with the court's decision, as he made no further attempts to challenge it. Ronald filed a legal notice 2 weeks after the last court hearing, stating his new address where he would live after the move, which was less than a month away. He was on his way with only a few minor details to finalize. Everything seemed to be going as planned, but Sharon and Brooklyn had only a few days to live. A disturbing call, the evening of August 5, 2018. Sharon, 15, called emergency services with a disturbing message. The girl was in tears, gasping, and in pain. She begged to be saved, and he expressed his desire to live. She claimed she was severely injured. When the cameraman asked what had happened, she explained that she had just been shot with a gun by her own mother. Sharon claims she and her younger sister were asleep when their mother walked into the room and shot Brooklyn. At the sound of the gunshot, the older sister awoke, literally numb from fear. She asked her mother, "What are you doing?" Veronica responded that she was taking her daughters to God. Sharon attempted to flee, but Veronica shot her in the back. She was on the verge of collapse. She made it to the next room, where she locked herself in and called for help. The operator assured Sharon that help was on the way and asked her to wait a few minutes, but then he heard the girl scream Indian despair, followed by another gunshot. Then there was a frightening silence, and the call was disconnected. The police and paramedics arrived on the scene by 10 p.m., but a horrifying picture had already been revealed. Ronald, who was on business in another city at the time, had also called 911, requesting that someone come to his house right away because his ex-wife, he claimed, had done something terrible. Veronica had already called and told him everything, but Ron refused to believe what she said. Sharon was the first to be discovered, lying on the floor with 2 gunshot wounds, one to the chest and one to the back. Amazingly, despite the massive blood loss, she still had a faint pulse and was desperately trying to survive. Sharon was quickly transferred to the nearest hospital's intensive care unit. However, despite doctors' efforts, she died the following day. Brooklyn's lifeless body was discovered in her bedroom, on her own bed. She was killed with a single gunshot to the head. The girl's father arrived about an hour later and dashed home as quickly as he could, but Veronica's whereabouts remained unknown until the emergency services received another call from one man, Bellows, who reported Veronica's whereabouts. Who is Manuel? Manuel was one of the lawyers the young woman consulted with in the spring of 2018 regarding custody of her youngest daughter. Veronica, as the lawyer later argued in court, immediately struck him as a rather serious, collected, and responsible young woman, fighting for custody of her beloved daughters. Furthermore, she was very attractive in appearance, divorced, and not in a relationship at the time. The two quickly hit it off, resulting in a turbulent love affair. Only a few months later, Manuel noticed some oddities in her behavior that piqued his interest, specifically Veronica's religious beliefs and her frightening statements about the upcoming meeting with God. At the end of July, Veronica called Manuel and invited him to her house, saying they needed to have a serious conversation. When he arrived, the young woman was home alone while her ex-husband and children were staying with Ronald's relatives. The lights were turned off in the house, but candles were lit everywhere, creating a romantic atmosphere, and there was a dinner for 2 on the table. She told him that she had lost the nursing position she'd been looking forward to and refused to move to another state as a result. Veronica also shocked her boyfriend when she revealed that she was pregnant by him. This information was later refuted. Manuel didn't know how to react, so Veronica tried to seduce him and entice him into intimacy. According to Manuel, nothing happened between them that night because Veronica made him feel strangely uncomfortable and threatened, as if his life was in danger. He asked her for time to consider how to proceed before hurriedly leaving her house. On the evening of August 5, Manuel heard someone ring his doorbell. He opened the door to find Veronica on the doorstep. She was frighteningly calm, with no emotion on her face at all. Veronica requested to be led into the house. But before Manuel could do so, he noticed a gun in her hands and was so terrified that he threatened to call the police if she didn't leave right away. But Veronica, with the same stony expression, responded that he could do so because she no longer cared. She then revealed that she had killed her daughters. So the police were looking for her anyway. Manuel became very scared after hearing these words, so he closed the door and rushed to the phone. While Veronica returned to her rental car, she came in and waited to be arrested. The arrest and a complete picture of the crime. When the police arrived at Manuel's house, Veronica was in the driver's seat, and next to her in the passenger seat were the loaded guns he had used to shoot her daughters hours before. The young woman did not resist. Her face remained expressionless. In addition to the gun, several full magazines were discovered in the car. Already at the station, Veronica admitted that she had purchased the gun at an exhibition 10 days prior in order to murder her daughters and then commit suicide. According to her, she decided to take this desperate step to exact revenge on her ex-husband and prevent him from taking their common daughter, Brooklyn. She also stated that her personal life did not work out and she became depressed. Apparently, the eldest daughter noticed her mother's strange behavior and suspected something was wrong, because a few days before the tragedy, she asked her directly if she intended to kill them. But what the mother said to her remains a mystery. On the afternoon of August 5, Veronica gave her daughters sweet, in which she had previously mixed sleeping pills so that the girls would not resist. When they fell asleep in their room, the mother pulled out a loaded gun and went to her daughters. She first went to Brooklyn's crib, but then raised the gun to her head and pulled the trigger. Sharon was startled awake by the gunshot, but she didn't realize what was going on until she asked her mother. Veronica replied that she would take her and her sister to God before pointing the gun at her eldest daughter. But Sharon jumped out of bed, dashed to the door, and was immediately shot in the back. She was able to run to the next room and call for help while her mother attempted to open the door. When Veronica entered the room, Sharon screamed and received a second bullet in the chest. Veronica then called her ex-husband and told him what she had done and that she was going to commit suicide as well. She blamed Ronald for everything, claiming that she hated him and that he had ruined her life. However, the young woman changed her mind about leaving her life for unknown reasons and went to her boyfriend's house, where she was arrested. Young blood fully admitted her guilt, and when asked what punishment she would impose on herself, the woman suggested the death penalty. It is worth noting that in Virginia, such a measure has not been used in a long time, and Veronica was aware of this. Trial and sentence. Initially, the defendant declined the services of a lawyer and fully admitted her guilt, but she abruptly changed her testimony and decided to hire a public defender. She later claimed that she heard voices telling her to do this to her daughters, and she obeyed. Veronica also stated that she had a difficult childhood, recalling only beatings and hunger, and that her ex-husband had finally killed her faith in the possibility of finding happiness in life. She added that she did not want her daughters to face the same fate. The trial took a long time because Veronica refused to leave her cell and attend the sessions. Furthermore, she attempted suicide several times but was saved each time and did not inflict serious injury on herself. The defense attorney attempted to persuade the court that his client suffers from a mental disorder that developed as a result of childhood traumas, the influence of a religious cult, and abuse by her former husband. The defense lawyer also claimed that Veronica was insane during the crime and was unaware of her actions. Despite the lawyer's efforts, the court saw cold calculation in the woman's actions because she had purchased weapons in advance, promised the children sweets in exchange for sleeping pills, and then proceeded to carry out her terrible plan. Her actions were not spontaneous. They could not be dismissed as a state of affect or a severe deterioration of mental illness. The final verdict in the case was issued in March 2023. Veronica was convicted and sentenced to 78 years in prison. In fact, this will be her life sentence. Many people thought Ronald's behavior in court was strange. He did not appear to be a grieving father, and when his former wife sobbed in court, he smirked. Following the verdict, he only stated that he was pleased with the outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. An unthinkable event occurred on a summer day in the heart of Borough Park, a close-knit community in Brooklyn, New York, sending shockwaves far beyond its boundaries. It was a day when the rhythms of daily life in this small community were disrupted, leaving its residents to deal with fear, uncertainty, and an overwhelming sense of tragedy. On that hot summer day, July 11, 2011, the sun hung low in the sky over Borough Park in Brooklyn, a neighborhood rich in Hasidic Jewish traditions. It was a typical day, complete with the laughter of children playing in the streets and the soothing hum of a close-knit community going about its business. No one expected this ordinary day to take such a heartbreaking turn. Yehuda Kletsky, also known as Libby, was born on July 29, 2002, to Nachmen and Saint Forster Kletsky. He was the third of 6 children and the only son of a Hasidic boy in our family. Within their close-knit community, family ties were sacred, and the Libby Kletskys were revered as the embodiment of their dreams and traditions. As the school day came to a close, the young leader felt a surge of excitement. He begged his parents for permission to walk home from day camp on his own, a small step towards independence for the 8-year-old. The move was marked by his parents' trust and support, as they had spent the previous day training with him on the route. His mother, Saint, waited at a predetermined location, a few blocks away, at the intersection of 50B Street and 13D Avenue, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her beloved fun. Little did she know that a seemingly insignificant missed turn would set off a chain of events that would change their lives forever. Gretzky set off on his solo journey, a backpack slung over his small sleeves and a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. But fate had different plans. Walking down familiar streets, he missed a critical turn that would have taken him safely home. He found himself going in the wrong direction, unintentionally triggering a chain of events that would leave an indelible mark on history. The disappearance of young Libby Kletsky has shocked the Borough Park community in Brooklyn. It was a neighborhood where families knew each other, children played on the same streets as their parents, and everyone trusted one another. When Levy vanished, the collective emptiness was palpable. The community rallied. At precisely 6:14 p.m., a pleading mother called the Brooklyn South Shomrim Volunteer Citizen Patrol on that fateful evening. The urgency in her voice reflected her growing concern that her 8-year-old son was in trouble. Brooklyn and South Summering have previously handled missing child cases, but this time was different. They knew time was their enemy, so they acted without hesitation. Their volunteers searched the homes of friends and relatives for traces of the missing boy. By 8:30 a.m., it quickly became clear that this was not a typical case. The showman made an important decision to contact the New York Police Department. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police declared a level 1 search, which involved mobilizing all available resources. Police used canine units to sniff out suspects, mounted officers to navigate busy streets, and helicopters to survey the area from above. However, as night fell, the situation became increasingly dire. It was a race against the clock and anxiety. During this difficult time, the Borough Park community demonstrated its true fortitude. The following Tuesday morning marked a watershed moment in the quest to leave. The police asked for volunteers to assist. The call reverberated throughout synagogues, homes, and community centers. Reaching far beyond Borough Park, 5,000 Orthodox Jewish volunteers responded to the call from both the local community and remote areas of the tri-state region. Their dedication and unwavering commitment to finding young Levi was admirable. They began searching block by block, roaming the streets with unbridled enthusiasm. The outstanding unity demonstrated by the community it crossed cultural boundaries, with Bangladeshis from nearby Kensington joining the search and providing assistance during the crisis. It was a powerful demonstration of the shared humanity that brings people together, regardless of their backgrounds. State Assemblyman Dov Kind played an important role in the search. He promised a $5,000 reward for any information that led to Libby's safe return. People desperate to reunite a missing child rallied around the incentives, eventually raising the reward to a whopping $100,000. During the search operation, Yaakov Herman, the leaf teacher, took on the task of canvassing the surrounding area. He and his son carefully reviewed CCTV footage from shops and offices along Levy's route. Levi walks past locksmiths on the rim of 44th Street and 15th Avenue before continuing along 44th Street to 17D Avenue. However, the most important footage shows Levi on 18D Avenue. He spoke briefly with a man who would soon become the central character in this heartbreaking story. This stranger, who crossed the street and entered the dentist's office, unintentionally determined the fate of young BB. When the man left the dentist's office, we followed him as he appeared to get into his car. Everyone who saw the footage was taken aback by the inexplicable nature of the encounter. Our days turned into days, and the police's hard work and the community's tireless efforts were about to yield results. After carefully reviewing CCTV footage, the police gained a significant advantage. They knew Levy had met the man outside the dentist's office on Edit Avenue. The police located the dentist, who notified his secretary. He gave them the name and address of the suspect who arrived that day to pay the bill. This was the first step in identifying both the man and the footage. Late in the evening, at around midnight on Tuesday, police made another breakthrough. They quickly identified the vehicle in the surveillance video as a gold 1990 Honda Accord. This was a crucial discovery, but what came next was even scarier. About 45 minutes later, 2 volunteers looking for the missing boy in Kensington discovered the same gold Honda Accord. They quickly jotted down the license plate number of this car. With this critical information in hand, the police drove to the address listed on the car. Police arrived at the suspect's Kensington apartment around 2 a.m. On Wednesday, when officers arrived, they discovered the door open, a foreboding sign of what lay ahead. In the apartment, they were met with a terrible scene. When the man who lived there, Levi Aaron, was asked where the missing boy was, he allegedly nodded towards the kitchen. It was a frightening gesture that sent shivers down the veteran officer's spine. When they entered the kitchen, they were met with a scene that would haunt their dreams for years to come. Kitchen knives and stone towels were discovered in the bags, indicating a terrible act. The legs of young Libby Klasky were discovered in the freezer. The shock and horror that overtook the officers at that point are indescribable. Levi Aaron, the man seen leaving in the surveillance footage, was apprehended by police at 2:40 a.m. on that fateful Wednesday. Levi Aaron was a man from Brooklyn, New York. He grew up in the city as an Orthodox. His father worked at D&H Photo, a Hasidic-owned store. Unfortunately, his mother died about 5 or 6 years before these events. Levi lived in his parents' apartment in the Kensington neighborhood. He had gotten married twice. Unfortunately, both marriages ended in divorce. Levi worked as a clerk at a hardware supply company in Brooklyn. People who worked with him described him as a quiet and socially awkward individual. At the age of 9, he was hit by a car while riding his bike. This injury caused problems, and some believe it contributed to his severe sinusitis and unusual behavior as he grew older. Surprisingly, Levi had no previous criminal record. However, in January 2007, he was served with an order of protection, which is typically issued when there are concerns about someone's behavior. He also received a fine for failing to wear his seatbelt and a speeding ticket. Levi Aaron, the man accused of Levi Koleski's heinous crime, claims he encountered Levi when the boy asked for directions and arrived. Levi wanted to go to the bookstore, but Aaron suggested they attend a wedding in Monson, New York. Instead, they returned later in the evening, around 11:20 p.m. Aaron initially intended to return Levi to his family the following day. When Aaron saw posters about missing children and realized that people were looking for Levi, he became panicked. Aaron took me back to his apartment where he killed Levi with a towel. After that, he placed my body in bags. Aaron then placed the bags in a suitcase and disposed of them in another location. Following Aaron's words, police raided Kensington, Brooklyn, and discovered the body of Levi Klotsky of Borough Park. The Lifting Boys' remains were discovered in a dumpster at 20 D Street and along the avenue in Greenwood Heights. They were wrapped in a black plastic trash bag and placed inside a red suitcase. Police say emergency workers in protective suits retrieved a suitcase from a Sunset Park trashing where Levi Aaron, the suspect in the murder of Levi Klotsky, instructed them to clip the baby. After the discovery, no one questioned the killer. Aaron appeared in Brooklyn criminal court on July 14, 2011, and pleaded not guilty, attending the hearing. Aaron's lawyer stated that he has hallucinations and hears voices. The court ordered Aaron to be admitted to Bellevue Hospital Center's prison ward for psychiatric evaluation. Aaron's lawyer claimed that after being hospitalized, he listened to music to drown out the voices in his head. They also referred to his behavior as abnormal. On July 20, 2011, the New York City Medical Examiner's Office released its findings, which revealed that Levi had ingested a poisonous mixture and then strangled. After the results were released, the case was officially classified as murder. On August 29, 2012, Aaron was sentenced to 25 years to life for second-degree murder and 15 years to life for second-degree kidnapping. This will qualify him for parole when he is 74 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Today's story takes place in the small town of Sarasota, Florida, a resort town on the warm Gulf of Mexico where people felt safe until one day. It all begins with Carly's 11-year-old life, which, like any other child's, is full of events. The girl's parents divorced years ago, but she still loved both of them. Every weekend, she flew to New York to see her father. But Carly lived with her mother and stepfather. She was one of the most delightful children, kind and optimistic, and she always tried to convey her eternal optimism to those around her. She was this way because of her father. Carly had blonde hair, blue eyes, and an upturned nose. Friends, relatives, and others recognized her beauty and character. Everyone predicted that she would one day become a well-known model or actress. However, Carly's relatives and she were unaware that this would not occur. January 31, 2004, was an ordinary day. On her weekend, Carly decided to spend the night at a friend's house. When the girls spent the night at each other's house, they did everything that any girlfriend would. They painted one another's nails, listened to music, and gossiped about their classmates. The girls were so engrossed in their visits that they didn't realize it was already evening. As is customary in all families on Sunday nights, the entire family gathered to watch the Super Bowl game. Carly desperately wanted to get home by then, so she informed her friend's mother that her parents were waiting for her at home and that she could go home alone. The friend's mother was concerned, but Carly insisted on going home at 6 p.m. for 13 minutes. That is how long it took to get to the street with the Bruches. It was just 750 meters. After Carly left, the friend's mother contacted the parents because she was concerned and informed them that Carly had left alone. Susan, Carly's mother, was very concerned about her daughter, who had gone alone. despite the fact that the distance was only 2 blocks. So a concerned Susan asks Stephen, her husband's stepfather, to come out and meet her. Stephen immediately goes outside to meet Carly. They were to meet halfway and enter the store. Stephen was always spoiling his stepdaughter, and the night before the match, he promised to buy her a bunch of sweets. Stephen walked the entire route several times but could not locate Carly. She vanished. Carly and her parents' lives are plunged into horror from that point forward. The feelings of concern and excitement were not futile, because in the future, they anticipated events that would shock the entire city. Stephen searched for Carly for more than an hour. He drove past the route a few more times, hoping that he and Carly had simply diverged. However, it was clear that something had happened to her. After all, the distance between the houses was manageable, and everyone was familiar with the route. Susan and Stephen set out again to find Carly. They walked the streets and drove through neighborhoods, shouting and searching for the girl by name. They looked through all the suspicious areas, including a wooded landing, and then noticed something strange. A red tow truck was driving slowly past them, so they decided to follow. Susan and Stephen continued to follow the tow truck and discovered that it was headed to Carly's friend's house, which surprised them. The same red tow truck that they had seen earlier was parked outside her friend's house, where Carly had exited a few hours before and vanished. It was parked outside Carly's friend's home. The red tow truck struck the parents as unusual. Susan calls 911 after realizing Carly is nowhere to be found. When an adult goes missing, police typically wait 24 hours before conducting a search. Searching for children always necessitates immediate action. As a result, the officers immediately divided into teams and began interviewing Carly's friend's family and Carly's own parents. Steve and Susan. Detectives investigate the route in the immediate area. However, she could not be found. Stephen and Susan are desperate and have no idea what to do. During the search, friends of Carly's family can find flyers with a photo and the inscription "Missing Carly" on all of the city's walls and poles. When people began to doubt Stephen, Carly's stepfather, while he was handing out flyers at a local company, he asked one of the employees if he could buy illegal substances for him. The employees were suspicious because his stepdaughter had only gone missing for a few days. Employees reported the incident to authorities. The detectives also kept an eye on Stephen, believing he was suspicious. The police decided to bring Stephen in for questioning. During the interrogation, Stephen stated that he had been with Susan at home the entire time, which she confirmed. Furthermore, while walking down the street to meet her from a friend, he was on the phone with Susan the entire time, as phone records show. Stephen reported that he did not find Carly despite walking her route for more than an hour. Stephen remained a suspect even after his alibi had been thoroughly investigated. However, Stephen remembered a suspicious red tow truck that he and Susan had seen the day it went missing. Its owner was Ron Shokit. Ron had been dating his friend Carly's mother for months. Stephen told police that he saw the truck driving slowly near a wooded area shortly after Carly's disappearance, and then stopping near Carly's friend's home. Investigators began testing that theory as well. They called Ron in for questioning. Ron stated that he had left for work before Carly did and had noticed nothing unusual. The police also tracked Ron's movements that day, checked his alibi, and ruled him out as a suspect because he was at work when Carly went missing, as confirmed by his employer and surveillance cameras. The day after Carly's disappearance, the police decided to contact Susan again. She claimed to the police officers that her daughter had never run away before, and she had no reason to believe Carly would have run away. However, the information provided by Carly's friends differed significantly from Susan's version. Carly's friend reported to the police that she had been extremely depressed and upset the day before. In her conversations, she expressed reluctance to return home, claiming that she had too many responsibilities. This new information prompted law enforcement officials to consider the possibility that Carly had left voluntarily. However, given her young age, investigators cannot completely rule out the abduction theory. In order to provide complete clarity, investigators have asked Susan to contact Carly's dentist and obtain dental records, which could be useful if identification is required. The next morning, police officers used police dogs to search for Carly. Susan and Stephen allowed the dog's canine handlers into their daughter's bedroom. The dogs sniffed the bedroom linens and the girl's clothes before picking up the trail. They followed Carly's planned route from her friend's house to her own. Carly's tracks led police to a car wash, where she apparently attempted to take a shortcut. The dogs lost track of Carly near the car wash's back entrance. Fortunately, the area was equipped with 2 cameras, one capturing cars closer to the entrance and the other capturing cars farther away. Unfortunately for the cops, there were some blind spots that remained hidden. Police recognized that if Carly was taken away by a criminal, it is unlikely that he did so under camera surveillance, but they sat down to examine the footage. The camera at the entrance did not record anything. Officers reviewed all footage from 6 p.m. There was no footage from 9 p.m. onward. However, a second camera in the far corner caught some interesting moments. At 6:20, 1 it captivated Carly. She walked with a calm stride toward the house. Carly wore the same red t-shirt and blue jeans, with her hair styled in a small bundle. Suddenly, a man appeared in the frame, white-skinned, stocky, of medium height, with dark hair and a unique tattoo on his forearm. The stranger wore dark blue work overalls with a name tag, as if he worked at a gas station or car service. The alleged perpetrator approached Carly and said something, grabbing her wrists and dragging her toward the camera's blind spot. This was likely the last person to see Carly alive, criminal or not. He should have been found as soon as possible and learned what happened in that parking lot on February 1 at 6:21 p.m. The poor quality of the security camera footage made it impossible to see the man's face, let alone his name tag. The only hope was to involve the public in the search. The COCTV footage had been widely publicized for 24 hours and had been published in newspapers. They needed to spread the word as widely as possible. Maybe someone could recognize a person based on their shape and construct in or gait. The police set up a special call center in the hopes of learning more about what happened to Carly, or at least some information from potential eyewitnesses. Within 24 hours, they had received over 700 calls. Operators recorded every statement, but they were all unsuccessful until late in the evening, when they received a lead that led them to the perpetrator. On Tuesday, February 3, police received a call from a man who claimed to know the man on the videotape. The caller introduced himself as one of his business associates. He stated that the man's name is Joseph Smith, and he is easily identified by his peculiar uniform and awkward gait. Police officers immediately grabbed a long-awaited lead. Operators continued to answer the phone. Detectives checked Joseph Smith's information. The man moved to Sarasota County from Brooklyn, New York, in 2003. He was an auto mechanic by trade and had been married but divorced twice. His 3 adult daughters were college graduates. The newest suspect was 37 years old. He had a long criminal record dating back to 1993. There were several charges, including solicitation of minors. Joseph Smith, who had back problems for most of his life, was severely addicted to illegal drugs. He'd been arrested several times, including 3 for assaulting women. Carly's disappearance occurred while he was on probation. One of Smith's co-workers reported that he had been acting strangely since Carly's disappearance, and the day before, he had not shown up for work at all. He also stated that Smith had used illegal substances. This co-worker confirmed that the man on the videotape closely resembled Smith in appearance, demeanor, and clothing. Another co-worker confirmed that the man in the videotape closely resembled Joseph Smith and stated that the day after Carly was kidnapped, Smith arrived at work under the influence of illegal substances. Smith's co-workers claimed Joseph was having problems at work due to illegal drugs and debt. The police decided to re-examine all of the car wash videos from shortly before Carly's abduction in an attempt to connect the kidnapper to one of the cars passing or stopping near the car wash. Joseph's co-workers said he drove a brown Lincoln. However, at the time of the abduction, it was being repaired. Police investigated a light-colored Buick station wagon that pulled into the car wash parking lot about 3 minutes before Carly was abducted. The car briefly stopped in the parking lot before driving away. The quality of the video footage prevented the police from determining the license plate number or identifying the driver. The police decided to go to Joseph Smith's home. Officers arrived at Joseph's friend's home, where he was renting a room after his wife kicked him out. Joseph opened the door, surprised and shocked that he had been mistaken for the kidnapper. The police officers continued to question Joseph, focusing on the specifics of his alibi. Joseph insisted that he was at home watching the Super Bowl when Carly went missing, and that his friends confirmed his presence at the time. However, when shown a video camera image of a man who closely resembled him, Joseph abruptly admitted that the man looked like him. However, he insisted that he was at home that evening, and couldn't have been near the car wash. The detectives decided to conduct additional checks by having Joseph show his hands and roll up his sleeves. During this check, it was discovered that Joseph had tattoos on his forearm that matched those seen in the surveillance footage. Additionally, investigators discovered several fresh scratches on his face and hands. During subsequent interviews with investigators, Joseph admitted that he did borrow a light-colored station wagon from his friends that day. However, he claimed that he only drove it to a nearby marina to enjoy the water view before returning home. The investigation continued. The police were certain that Joseph was involved in Carly's disappearance. However, the owner of the apartment from which he rented Mimi confirmed his alibi, which perplexed investigators slightly. The police searched Joseph's Lincoln thoroughly and discovered several syringes inside. Joseph was arrested for using illegal substances and spoons, as well as violating his probation terms. A few hours following Joseph's arrest, Jeff Pincus, Joseph's friend and Mimi's husband, contacted police and informed them that Mimi had mixed up the dates in her statement. They stated that they had indeed lent him their car, but that he had not returned in the evening as promised and had not arrived until shortly before dawn. They also testified that before Joseph left, they checked the odometer, and when Joseph returned, they discovered that it had traveled more than 300 miles, and the car inside appeared shabby. The back seat was down. The officers then asked Joseph's friends if they remembered what Joseph was wearing when he left the home. Jeff replied that he was wearing a mechanic's uniform. The police officers knew it, but they needed to find indisputable evidence of Joseph's involvement in the case. The police obtained permission from Joseph's friends to search their home, or Joseph rented a room. However, they found no evidence linking Joseph to Carly's disappearance. In addition, the police were still unable to locate Carly. Police searched the wooded areas near where Carly was last seen on videotape. However, the search produced no results. While the police were searching for Carly, one of Joseph's longtime acquaintances visited the police station. He confirmed that the man on the videotape looked a lot like Joseph and provided some critical information. The man stated that Joseph had recently spoken about his growing desire to assault women. Following this conversation, police officers took Joseph from the jail to the station for questioning. Joseph entered the interrogation room. He wanted to talk to his mother or brother. The detective persuaded Joseph to contact the public defender's office and have an attorney come to him. During the interrogation, the officers were unable to extract any information from Joseph, so he was returned to jail. He was finally able to speak to his brother John. What he told his brother confirmed all of their worst fears. 5 days after Carly disappeared, Joseph's brother John decided to contact the police and reveal a terrible secret. He showed the police where Carly's body was. He led them to the church on Proctor Road in the woods. John revealed that his brother had confessed to kidnapping and brutally attacking Carly. John claimed that Joseph had killed Carly, beaten her, and strangled her with a shoelace. He admitted that he wanted to use sharp instruments but was afraid he'd be unable to wash the car afterwards. The confession was so cruel and disgusting that the brothers were unable to express their feelings and were deeply shocked by such a terrible secret. Here's his brother's secret. John suspected that he had used forbidden substances or committed theft, but he never imagined that he would get to this point. Then Joseph's mother informed the police that her son had contacted her and confessed to his actions. The police discovered Carly's remains precisely where John had pointed. Carly was clearly struggling and fighting for survival. The investigation determined that the death was caused by strangulation. Detectives also confirmed that Joseph assaulted Carly's body. A forensic examination revealed traces of Joseph's DNA on Carly's body, as well as fibers from Joseph's clothes and hair. That is, the perpetrator's guilt was fully proven in the car that Joseph borrowed from friends that day, as were Carly's hair and several fibers of clothing that matched the one she was wearing at the time. Joseph was charged with murder. The defense attorney attempted to argue that the police officers framed his client, but Joseph's bodily fluids and hair were discovered on Carly's body. According to the prosecution's version, Joseph Smith took a large dose of psychotropic drugs that day. The public was then outraged that a man with such a criminal past and criminal tendencies had been released so quietly from prison, where he had been imprisoned 13 times in the previous 10 years. Also, about a month before Carly's kidnapping, local authorities asked a Florida judge to issue a warrant for Joseph Smith's arrest for a probation violation. The judge, however, denied issuing the warrant, citing the police's failure to complete the required paperwork. And so it was argued that if this man had been shielded from society from the start, this terrible case might not have occurred. Little Carly would be alive, and her mother would not have to go through all of these traumatic events. The day everything was decided was October 24, 2005. Joseph Smith was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death via lethal injection. He remained in prison, waiting for his death sentence. Smith was also suspected in the 2000 murder of Tara Riley, 25, who was discovered dead and naked in a pond behind a Walmart store. But the case was never solved, although John, who opposed his brother in court, claimed that Joseph was the one who killed Tara. He is a coward and refuses to admit it. John was certain that his brother was also guilty of this. John stated, "My brother is the ultimate coward. He has spent his entire life insulting and humiliating those who are weaker than him. He will never admit what he has done, and if he is released, who knows how many innocent lives he will take. He's always been like this, which is why his wife left him." But his parents believed until the end that he was a good man. On July 18, 2017, Joseph's death sentence was overturned and a new legislation was signed. It stated that the jury would vote 10 out of 10 in favor of the death penalty. Joseph was scheduled to have a new sentencing hearing. However, it was postponed. Susan, Carly's mother, began using illegal substances immediately after learning of her daughter's death. She was devastated by the death of her only daughter. Susan tried to pull herself together, assisting the Children's Defense Fund and other parents in their search for the missing. With all of her might, she tried to help others avoid such traumatic events. After all, Susan knew what it was like to go through such an experience. But after learning that Joseph would be pardoned and possibly released, Susan lost the meaning of life, couldn't take it anymore, and died by taking a lethal dose of forbidden substances. Smith was awaiting a sentencing review hearing scheduled for 2019, which could have saved his life. Joseph Smith managed to avoid the death penalty. However, in March 2021, the Attorney General's office confirmed that he should face a new sentencing hearing. Smith died in prison on July 26, 2021, aged 55. His cause of death could not be determined. At the end of the story, we'd like to state that the perpetrator killed little Carly and ruined the lives of Susan, Carly's family, and friends. He also committed other heinous crimes that can never be justified. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, doomsday spouses. Religiously motivated crimes are common in criminal practice. According to statistics, religious fanatics kill over 100,000 people each year around the world. Frequently, these victims do not share the fanatics' traditional beliefs. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, a deranged couple, shocked the world a few years ago and has yet to be resolved. This story has been covered by media outlets in multiple countries, shocking and perplexing people. It's a story about corrupt passion, belief in one's own superiority, greed, and a complete lack of moral principles. This couple harmed 5 members of their own families, 2 of them children. The legal proceedings against the so-called spouses from hell are still ongoing. They face the death penalty for their heinous actions. However, they not only deny their guilt, but they also sincerely hope to avoid punishment or receive lenient sentences. But let us begin at the beginning and try to unravel this horrifying and complex story in order to understand how people who claim to have discovered God have completely lost their humanity. Who is Chad Daybell, and how did he become the head of a religious movement? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in the small town of Provo, Utah, 18 miles south of Salt Lake City. He grew up in a simple, even modest family and was a quiet, shy child. Chad was an average student at school with no notable talents or athletic accomplishments, and he was self-conscious about his weight. Chad not easily enrolled at Brigham Young University, Bayou in Utah after graduating from high school, and he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1992. During his college years, he married a modest woman named Tamara Douglas, or simply Tammy. The couple quickly had 5 children, sons Seth, Mark, and Garth, as well as daughters Emma and Leah. After finishing his studies, the young father worked as an editor for a local daily newspaper. However, due to the family's constant financial difficulties, he also worked as a night watchman at a small church and a gravedigger at the cemetery next door. Tammy did not work outside the home and was solely responsible for household chores and raising their children, so the family struggled to get by. Chad decided to use his journalism background to write his own religious-themed book. His debut work, published in 1999, resembled a collection of religious stories or religious-themed fantasy. Surprisingly, the book was a success, and he made a good living from it. Chad immediately left his jobs at the cemetery and the newspaper to pursue his writing career. A year and a half later, he released a book called 1 Foot in the Grave. This was a popular science book in which he described his experiences as a gravedigger and discussed death, the afterlife, and soul reincarnations. Daybell founded Spring Creek Books in 2004, through which he self-published his works. These works discussed his beliefs regarding the impending end of the world, Judgment Day, and other topics. According to some, Chad's religious beliefs have become increasingly extreme over time. Chad Daybell has written dozens of fiction and popular science books with religious themes. He began giving podcasts, audio and video lectures to help people prepare for Christ's second coming. Chad referred to himself as an apocalyptic writer and claimed to be able to see into the future, hearing voices of the dead deliver prophecies intended solely for him. Lori Ryan Vallow Nicox was born on June 26, 1973, in the beautiful city of Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a big family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. Her parents, Denise and Barry Cox, worked tirelessly to provide for their numerous children from a young age. Lori was especially close to her brother Alex, with whom she had a trustworthy relationship. He always stood up for and protected his younger sister. Lori developed into a true beauty with many admirers, as well as an attractive, charismatic blonde with a slim figure and a captivating smile. She enjoyed being the center of attention and was an outgoing and adventurous person. Lori married Nelson Yanis, her high school sweetheart, in the spring of 1992 when she was 18 years old. However, the young couple quickly realized they had rushed into marriage and were unprepared for family life, resulting in the dissolution of their marriage in less than a year. They did not have children together. Lori remarried in the fall of 1995 to a man named William LaJoya. A year later, the couple welcomed a son, Colby, but their marriage ended in 1998. Only 2 years later, the boy remained in his mother's custody. Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan for the 3rd time in early 2001, and he officially adopted her son from her previous marriage. A year later, the couple had their daughter, Tylee, but this marriage, too, ended in 2005. Notably, shortly after her divorce from Joseph, an incident occurred when her ex-husband arrived to see the children. He was assaulted by Lori's brother Alex, who claimed in court that he was defending his sister's honor after Ryan insulted her. As a result, Cox was sentenced to a fine and a short-term prison marriage with Charles Vallow. Lori met Charles Anthony Vallow shortly after divorcing her 3rd husband, and the two married in February 2006. He was 17 years her senior, but their age difference was not an issue. Charles had been married before and had 2 teenage sons from previous relationships, Zachary and Nicholas. The couple initially lived in Nevada with Lori's children from previous marriages, with Charles and his sons visiting on holidays and weekends. Charles owned a small business that provided a steady income for his family. Lori, who had not pursued further education, did not work, and her husband never approached her about it. Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, or simply JJ Vallow, was officially adopted by the couple in 2014. JJ had autism and needed expensive therapy, which a relative could provide. Toward the end of 2014, the family decided to relocate to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Kauai. By this point, Colby and Charles' older children were adults living independently, so the Vallows relocated to the island as a group of 4. Lori, Charles, Tylee, and JJ settled in a popular tourist area and decided to open their own beach bar that served fresh juices, smoothies, refreshing drinks, and non-alcoholic cocktails. Despite their best efforts, the availability of raw materials and Charles' experience in trade, the business failed quickly due to fierce competition. Lori developed an interest in religious literature around this time. and she was particularly drawn to Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. She became fascinated by the occult writer's ideas and became almost obsessed with them. She bought all of his works and read them every day. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met. In 2016, the family was forced to leave Hawaii and relocate to the mainland. They settled in Arizona, and while Charles worked hard to provide for the family, his wife Lori became increasingly involved in religion, drifting away from reality. Lori and her close friend Melanie went to a neighboring town for an event called Preparing People for the Second Coming of Christ, which was led by Chad Daybell. Lori, a devoted fan and follower, jumped at the chance to meet him in person. Lori sat in the front row, her gaze fixated on Chad. He also noticed the attractive blonde, and when the writer and religious speaker decided to personally interact with his followers, Lori, as expected, stayed behind. She hung on his every word and asked to touch his hand. After that, Daybell looked into her eyes and revealed that they had been husband and wife in 7 previous incarnations. Chad and Lori exchanged contact information. And started communicating every day. Lori's husband went to Nevada for work a few weeks later, so she invited the preacher to a gathering at her home. That day, about a dozen people gathered at the Vallows' house to discuss God's Judgment Day and the Second Coming. Lori and Chad also agreed to work together to prepare people for the dreadful judgment. The pair began producing podcasts about the event, as well as leading sermons and writing articles. Lori became increasingly detached and hatched from reality and her family, but Charles did not notice the change. He expected it to be a passing fad. It was too late when he realized how far things had progressed. Lori soon began discussing dark spirits and zombies, telling family and friends that God had chosen her for a special mission. Part of this mission entails eliminating the spirits of darkness, demons, and all evil. Charles' attempts to bring his wife back to reality failed, and she began to see him as one of the evil entities that needed to be destroyed. Charles Vallow's tragic end. By the end of 2018, Lori and Charles Vallow's marriage was about to collapse. Lori changed all of the locks in their shared home in February 2019, while Charles was away on business for a week. When Charles returned, he found himself locked out of his own home, his personal car, and the family truck missing, and a significant amount of $35,000 had been withdrawn from his account. Charles loudly called out for his wife and attempted to enter the house. Lori stormed outside, hurling threats and curses. She screamed that her husband's soul had long died and that his body had been possessed by a demon, repeatedly saying, "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my husband." Without hesitation, Charles went to the police station and reported Lori for theft and interference with his home and children. He expressed concerns about Lori's threats of physical harm against him, which resulted in the issuance of a protective order prohibiting her from approaching him. The statements made by Charles that evening were recorded in accordance with standard procedure. He discussed his wife's excessive religious zeal, her belief in the impending end of the world, and her tendency to categorize people as light or demonic beings. While asking clarifying questions, the officers openly mocked him but issued the protective order. The following day, Charles filed for divorce and changed the beneficiaries of his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori to his mother and sister. His lawyer stated that Charles was concerned about JJ's well-being, as he required special care. He was confident that his mother and sister would handle the insurance payout responsibly and care for the boy in the event of his death. Tylee's stepfather had not legally adopted her, so the documents could not include a legally unrelated minor. A few months later, Mr. Vallow made the fatal mistake of revoking the protective order, hoping to reconcile with Lori and save their marriage. He began paying visits to his ex-wife's home, missing the children, and hoping for a family reconciliation. On July 11, 2019, Charles arrived to see his children and was fatally shot twice in the chest. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, called emergency services and admitted to the shooting. He claimed self-defense, alleging that Charles had attacked him first with a baseball bat. In response, he drew his pistol and shot twice without aiming. The homeowner and children witnessed the incident. Their testimonies were somewhat consistent, and the court ruled that the killing was unintentional and in self-defense. Notably, Alex's head injury was minor, despite Charles's previous experience as a baseball player capable of inflicting serious harm with a bat. Lori threw a party at her house with music, many guests, and a poolside disco on the same day Charles' body was taken to the morgue, right where her husband had been shot, and where traces of blood could still be seen. She did not arrange for his funeral or tell anyone about the incident. Charles, his son's mother, sister, and other relatives learned of his death only a week later when his unclaimed body was still in the morgue, the latest in a string of mysterious disappearances and fatalities. Lori sold their Arizona home shortly after her husband's death and moved with her children to Rexburg, Idaho, near Chad and his wife Tammy's home. Lori's brother Alex Cox relocated with his sister and settled in the same housing complex. Lori enrolled her son in a special needs school, but her 16-year-old daughter Tylee never went to school. She was rarely seen outside. So many neighbors were unaware of her second child's existence. Lori described her daughter as a dark entity to a friend over the phone around the same time. On September 8, 2019, the children, their mother, and Uncle Alex traveled to Yellowstone Park, where Chad Daybell joined them. Tylee appears in a number of photographs from that trip. After that day, she was never seen alive again. On September 24 of the same year, Lori withdrew her son's documents from school, claiming he would now be homeschooled. The 7-year-old boy was also not seen again. Less than a month later, on October 19, Chad's 49-year-old wife Tammy died suddenly. Chad claims she had a cold and cough before passing away in her sleep from respiratory failure. Her death was ruled natural, as there were no signs of violence on her body. Chad categorically refused an autopsy to determine the exact cause, an odd decision that raised no suspicions. Following his wife's unexpected death, Chad received approximately $500,000 in insurance payouts. 2 weeks later, Chad and Lori traveled to the Hawaiian Islands to marry in a beachside ceremony. Daybell's children, who were still mourning their mother, were completely taken aback and unable to understand their father's actions. When the couple returned to Arizona, they lived together and misled others by claiming Lori's children were with relatives or that she had no children at all. They also rented a small unit at a local storage facility and later moved all of the children's belongings, as if they had never existed in the house. Another month later, on December 12, 2019, Alex Cox died unexpectedly at home. The cause of death appeared to be a heart attack, but due to his sister's insistence, no autopsy was performed, and the incident was ruled a natural investigation, arrest, and horrific discovery. As time passed, more people continued to question Lori about the whereabouts of her children. She deceived neighbors and acquaintances with ease, but lying to relatives proved more difficult. Her eldest son, Colby, who had little contact with his mother after moving away, made an earnest attempt to contact his younger sister. Lori initially answered from her daughter's phone, pretending to be Tylee, but Colby quickly realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Charles' family members demanded access to GJ. They wanted to take the boy on vacation or weekends, or just talk to him on the phone, but Lori consistently refused or made absurd excuses. Eventually, the boy's grandmother reported his disappearance to the police. Colby then approached the police to find his younger sister. When law enforcement officers knocked on Lori's door and asked her to bring the children for a conversation, she lied, claiming they were visiting relatives. This information was proven false, and the police returned to her home. They gave her 1 week to appear at the police station with the children. Instead, she and her husband fled to Hawaii. Lori was arrested on the Hawaiian island of Kauai on February 20, 2020, and returned to Arizona. A search was conducted in her and Chad's home, but no children or signs of their presence were discovered. Her husband, Chad, who had been defending her and insisting she had no children, was now under suspicion. On June 9, police discovered human remains buried in the couple's backyard. The bodies of the missing Tylee and her younger brother JJ were identified through forensic analysis. Chad was immediately arrested for concealing evidence and complicity. The authorities then decided to exhume Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox's bodies to determine the true causes of death. In both cases, traces of chemicals capable of causing heart failure were discovered, implying that these people did not die naturally. The trial process. The trial of the spouses began in January 2020. 1. They were accused of conspiring to commit first-degree criminal acts, grand theft through deception, and insurance fraud. Furthermore, Charles Vallow's death was reclassified as premeditated criminal action rather than self-defense. According to witnesses in court, Lori referred to her children as dark entities and promised to save their souls. There were suspicions that the deaths of Tylee, 16, and GJ, 7, were ritualistic in nature. Specifically, the adolescent girl's body was partially burned. Weeks before Chad sent Lori an email rating people, he assigned Tylee A as a dark spirit. Given the totality of the charges, both spouses faced the death penalty. However, in May 2021, Vallo's defense team was successful in having her declared incompetent, which halted the trial process. Simultaneously, all 5 of Daybell's adult children maintain their father's innocence, believing he was framed by Lori and Alex in 2022. After receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility, Vallo was deemed fit to stand by her and answer for her actions. In March 2023, the judge ruled that the woman would not be sentenced to death, a decision that the prosecution is still contesting. In July of the same year, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Chad's trial continues, and he still faces the death penalty. This story inspired the book When the Moon Turns to Blood by investigative journalist Leah Sottle, as well as the Lifetime Movie Network's 2021 television film Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallo story starring Lauren Lee Smith. In addition, Netflix will release a 3-part documentary series called Sins of Our Mother in 2022, with 1 episode dedicated to Lori's eldest child, her son Colby. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a typical Sunday evening in Dallas, Texas, a young woman named Zoe Hastings went missing on her way to church class. Her disappearance prompted a disturbing investigation and trial. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, to Jim and Cheryl Hastings. So she was an excellent big sister, spending a lot of time with her younger brother and sisters. Zoe Hastings' parents described her as someone who made it a daily goal to make others happy. She was extremely talented in the spring of 2014. Zoe Hastings graduated from Booker Washington High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. Her interests centered on visual arts and theater. While studying there, she dabbled in acting and costume design. He was also very proud of her work as a lifeguard at the pool. And by the end of the summer, she had been promoted to supervisor. Zoe Hastings was also a graduate of theological seminary at the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ, and was deeply committed to her faith. She considered an offer from 6 top Texas universities, which included the opportunity to serve on an 18-month mission trip for the church. She genuinely cared about others, sometimes neglecting her own needs. She liked to give small gifts. Zoe Hastings aspired to be a doctor and to assist people in gaining theoretical knowledge by watching documentaries and surgical videos. On that fateful Sunday, October 11, 2015, Zoe Hastings set out to attend a Bible study class at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Dallas, Texas. Zoe, a young and enthusiastic 18-year-old, had recently graduated and was looking forward to a mission trip with her church in November. Her departure that afternoon was no different from any other day. She bid her parents farewell and promised to return home for their traditional family dinner. Dinner together was a treasured tradition. But Zoe's excitement about her upcoming mission trip caused her to prioritize the Bible study class that day. So we left her house around 4:30 p.m., driving the family minivan, with the Bible study class beginning at 5 p.m. Her parents expected her to return around 6:30 p.m. And became increasingly concerned as time passed with no sign of their daughter. Not only was her absence unusual, but she also missed the 5 p.m. Bible study class, which added to their concern. They are anxious. Jim and Cheryl attempted to contact Zoe Hastings via text messages and numerous phone calls. However, their efforts were met with silence. They contacted friends in the hopes of finding out where she was, but none of them could provide any information. To make matters worse, the Hastings family discovered that Zoe Hastings did not show up for the Bible study class. As the hours passed and there was no sign of Zoe, her parents decided to contact the police at 10 p.m. However, by midnight, the authorities had not responded to their call. Fearing for their daughter's safety, they took action and filed a missing persons report while continuing their search. The breakthrough came in the early hours of Monday morning when Zoe's parents discovered she needed to find My iPhone app, which was installed on her phone. They used this tool to track her phone's location, which led them to a nearby creek only a 5-minute drive from their house. They rushed to the scene full of urgency. They found a scene of chaos and concern. Police, paramedics, and flashing lights surrounded the area, which was cordoned off with police tape. Zoe Hastings' minivan was discovered in a precarious and alarming position, nose down in the creek bed, nearly vertically submerged in water. The tragic events that occurred on that fateful Sunday evening and early Monday morning shed light on a disturbing series of incidents. The chain of events began when Kurt Rem, a concerned member of the public, was walking his dog near Easton Road and Lippett Avenue. He came across a man who approached him urgently, reporting a car crash involving a young girl in the creek. The stranger, visibly shaken, asked Kurt to join him in investigating the scene. Together, they went down to the creek, and the man informed Kurt that the girl would later identify Kurt, immediately dialed 911 after Zoe Hastings tragically died, fearing the worst. However, the mysterious man who had initially alerted him fled the scene before police arrived. Upon their arrival, the police discovered Zoe Hastings' lifeless body. She lay face down in a pool of blood about 10 to 20 feet from the driver's door of the minivan. The initial assumption that her death was caused by the crash was quickly dispelled when police discovered that she died as a result of homicidal violence. The horrific nature of the crime became clear as details emerged. Zoe's clothing had been disturbed. Her dress had pulled up above her waist, and her underwear had rolled down to her mid-thighs, indicating sexual assault. Zoe had several deep cuts on her neck. Throughout their investigation, the police thoroughly searched the area for evidence. All of the minivan doors except the driver's door were locked. They discovered a blood-covered knife at the top of the embankment, which they suspected was used to inflict Zoe's fatal wounds on her neck. So his phone, which has location services, provided a timeline for the investigation. It showed that her phone had been at the creek since 5 p.m. She remained there from Sunday evening until Monday morning, when her body was discovered. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that after leaving her house, Zoe Hastings stopped briefly at a Walgreens on Garland Road to return a Redbox movie on her way to the Bible study. The Walgreens was so close to her house that she could see it from the parking lot. She returned the movie at 4:42 p.m. However, authorities wanted to know what happened after that and why she didn't show up for the 5 p.m. Bible study. As the investigation into Zoe Hastings' tragic death continued, 2 key witnesses came forward. The witnesses said they saw a woman near a minivan in the parking lot outside the Walgreens store. One of the witnesses described seeing an African-American man approach the woman quickly. To their surprise, both people entered the minivan with the man behind the wheel. The second witness stated that the man appeared to be holding something in his hand during the encounter. After exchanging words with the woman, they both quickly entered the minivan, which drove away from the scene. The discovery of DNA on the knife found in the creek sparked a breakthrough in the case. The DNA evidence was linked to a man whose genetic profile had already been recorded in the law enforcement database. This individual was identified as Antonio Cochran. Antonio vehemently denied being involved in Zoe's murder. Nonetheless, based on DNA evidence and witness statements, he was charged with capital murder. The charges were based on the belief that Zoe's murder occurred during a kidnapping or attempted kidnapping. The prevailing theory among law enforcement was that Zoe's abduction and subsequent murder were random, with no prior relationship between her and Antonio. When Antonio Coltrane's trial began, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's case centered on the theory that Zoe Hastings was kidnapped from the Walgreens parking lot while returning a Redbox movie just across the street from her house on that fateful Sunday afternoon. This theory was supported by the testimony of 2 key witnesses who appeared in court to give their versions of events. The first witness, Lester Lee Clark, identified himself as a tattoo artist who worked near the intersection of Garland Road and PV Road in East Dallas. He testified at around 4:45 p.m. As he approached the Walgreens, he noticed a woman, presumably Zoe, near the Redbox kiosk. She appeared to be returning or retrieving a movie as she entered her minivan. A short, heavy-set African-American male quickly approached her and grabbed the car door, sparking an animated but brief conversation between the two that lasted no more than 5 seconds. Lester stated that he couldn't hear what they were saying, but he did notice that the woman at the driver's side door had moved to the passenger side. The man got into the minivan and quickly drove away. The second witness, Gary Whitman, was homeless at the time and stated that he was across the street from the Walgreens around 4:04 p.m. On Sunday afternoon, he described a stout, heavy-set African-American man who stood about 5 feet, 8 or 9 inches tall, and walked aggressively but discreetly. He thought the man was trying not to draw attention to himself. Gary reported that the man approached the woman in a minivan in the Walgreens parking lot from behind as she attempted to enter it. He claimed that the man extended his arms to block her path and appeared to pull something from his pocket. Although he couldn't see the exact object, Gary saw both people get into the minivan, with the man taking the wheel and driving away. Gary's immediate response, according to the court, was to seek help because he did not have access to a phone. He approached an employee at a nearby convenience store and asked them to dial 911. The court heard testimony from several researchers who carried out the tests. Gloria John Dimmock, a mitochondrial DNA analyst, told the court that several hairs were discovered at the scene. While mitochondrial DNA does not provide a unique identifier, it can be used to exclude people. According to the analysis, the hair found on Zoe's left arm could belong to Antonio Cochran. There was more evidence against the defendant. Copeland's DNA was discovered on the handle of a knife, which had been covered in Zoe's blood. The prosecution claimed that after abducting Zoe Hastings from the parking lot, Cochran drove her to a creek, where he raped and killed her cell tower. Data confirms that Cochran's cell phone pinged on Sunday, near the location where Zoe's body was discovered. Prior to Zoe's abduction, Cochran sent several text messages to various people. At 1:48 a.m., the first text message was sent to Gillis Pina Cochran's neighbor, Antonio, who stated that he intended to leave the house he and Gillis rented together. At 2 p.m., he messaged his ex-girlfriend, Angie Simon, informing her that Raina, who had been like a mother to him, had died the day before. He also messaged someone named Mimi at 2:25 p.m. and 3:19 p.m., telling her that he had been crying, drinking alcohol, and driving aimlessly around town. At 4:34 p.m., Antonio's cell phone communicated with a specific transceiver on a Dallas radio tower, which covered the Walgreens store. Antonio sent another text message from his smartphone. This time, it was addressed to Frank Torres, Gillis Pina's brother. "I really need you, brother. I'm not sure what's wrong with me, Frank. A lot has happened. I need you, brother." Antonio, according to the court, began working as a checker at a Fiesta Mart grocery store just 2 days before Zoe's murder. He was supposed to work the day after Zoe died, but he did not show up for his shift. The prosecutor also informed the judge that a detailed search history was conducted on Cocker's cell phone between October 13 and October 23. He searched for local and crime news 32 times, 5 of which were about Zoe's death. Prior to that, Antonio had shown little interest in crime stories, having only opened the news once in the previous month with a report on local gang crimes. The defense presented a compelling case, attempting to cast doubt on the prosecution's claim that Antonio Cochran was responsible for Zoe Hastings' murder. They questioned the DNA evidence's validity, as well as the witnesses' reliability. Paul Johnson, Antonio's defense attorney, stated that at the time of Zoe's murder, Tonio was assisting a friend in presenting an alibi that placed him in a different location. He challenged the testimony of 2 key witnesses who claimed to have witnessed Zoe's abduction. Lester's timeline and description of the man involved were called into question, raising concerns about the veracity of his story. The defense also questioned the credibility of the second witness, Gary, who had a criminal record and a history of illegal substance use. Paul Johnson questioned how Gary could have witnessed the events from across the street and suggested that his testimony might be suspect. Despite the potential consequences for himself, Gary insisted that he had come forward to do the right thing and was later apprehended due to an active arrest warrant. The defense's challenge included the DNA evidence. They acknowledged that Antonio's DNA was discovered on the knife handle, but proposed an alternative explanation. They speculated that his DNA could have been on the knife from a previous occasion, possibly while working at a local movie theater and coming into contact with it. Furthermore, the absence of fingerprints on or inside the minivan called into question the witnesses' claims that Antonio grabbed the door during the alleged abduction. The defense also pointed out that the medical examiner found no evidence of sexual assault and that Antonio was not charged with sexual assault, implying that this information was used to incite the jury. Finally, Paul Johnson urged the jury to find Antonio not guilty, emphasizing the importance of making a decision based on the evidence presented rather than reacting to popular sentiment. He encouraged the jury to do what they thought was right. The prosecution disagreed and urged the jury to find Antonio guilty. The jury deliberated for nearly 23 hours over several days. During this time, they requested additional information and clarification from the judge on 3 specific issues, including a photo of the Walgreens store, mitochondrial DNA, and the timeline of police interviews with the 2 witnesses. Ultimately, the jury convicted Antonio of the lesser offense of murder rather than capital murder. Antonio was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, with a $10,000 fine. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The West family case involves the mysterious death of a glamorous housewife. Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the surface of an apparently perfect family? According to psychologists, the more people try to portray an ideal, happy, and prosperous family life, the more serious the underlying relationship issues become. Typically, such people are preoccupied with societal perceptions, constantly seeking approval and validation. Resentments can build up over time within these perfect family units, often erupting in unexpected and drastic ways. The West family appeared to be a strong, happy, and prosperous family, and they most likely were, until they weren't. The couple had been married for 14.5 years, had a daughter together, and had never given anyone reason to suspect any problems in their marriage. That was until the early morning of January 13, 2018, when Mrs. West, 42, was discovered dead near her home. This convoluted story generated more questions than answers. The incident appeared to be both a bizarre accident and a deliberate homicide. Despite the fact that the case has been closed and the convicted are serving their sentences, many people have supported the alleged perpetrator over the deceased victim. To understand why, we must delve into the West family's history from the beginning and dispel the long-running rumors about the late housewife's double life, who was Kathleen West. Kathleen Dawn West, aka Martin, was born on February 15, 1975, in the small town of Davie, Florida. Nancy and Jonathan Martin's only child grew up in a humble and modest family environment. As a child, she wished for a younger sibling, but her mother's health issues prevented her from realizing her dream. Perhaps this is why Kathleen was so attached to dolls, treating them as if they were living beings, singing to and cradling them at school. Kathleen was well known for her beauty and sociability, and she was an avid sports and dance fan. However, during her adolescence, she began to exhibit symptoms of bipolar affective disorder, which included depression and anxiety, as well as periods of hyperthermia, persistently elevated mood, and motor agitation. Unfortunately, her parents did not notice her condition until later. Kathleen had already turned to alcohol to cope with her emotions. In her 20s, the root cause of her problems was only discovered while she was receiving alcoholism treatment. Kathleen was able to overcome her alcoholism. However, managing her bipolar disorder proved more difficult, necessitating several potent medications with complex drug interactions and side effects. Finally, the disorder was brought under control. Although she had to continue taking medication until her untimely death, Kathleen wished for a family, marriage, and children, but her personal life was fraught with difficulties, possibly due to her psychological disorder and alcoholism. Nonetheless, the attractive blonde had many admirers, as she was the life of the party and enjoyed being in the spotlight. Kathleen wanted to be a model when she was younger, so she went to castings and experimented with different looks. Marilyn Monroe, the iconic 50s movie star and style icon, piqued her interest especially. She watched Monroe's films several times, collected posters, and emulated her style and image. It's worth noting that Kathleen bore a striking resemblance to her idol, which she proudly exploited and treasured. Even though Kathleen's dream of becoming a famous model never came true, her photographs were frequently published in local magazines, earning her some recognition, a fan base, and the odd mention on the streets of her hometown. At 28, she finally met William West, the man with whom she planned to start a family. William Jeffrey West, better known by his middle name, was born in 1970 in Alabama to a typical family. He aspired to work in the military or law enforcement from a young age, was a hard worker in school, and was an avid sports fan. He was strong, fit, and very focused. William joined the U.S. military in the early 1990s, starting as a military police officer. His dedication led him to work as a military recruiter, enlisting people in the Army and Navy. Eventually, he became the head of the recruitment division. William dedicated 2 decades of his life to military service. William chose to further his education while continuing his military career. He holds a bachelor's degree in public relations from the University of South Carolina. He pursued further studies in criminal justice and disaster and emergency management, eventually obtaining a master's degree. William was intelligent, composed, and goal-oriented, albeit modest and introverted. He preferred quiet gatherings to loud parties and generally avoided the spotlight. He married young and was the father of 2 children. He was regarded as a dedicated family man and a responsible parent. Following his military retirement, William worked as a corporal in a university town's police department. He was tasked with ensuring the safety of the campus community and approached his duties with seriousness and responsibility. Despite receiving a service firearm, he never had to use it during his career. Kathleen and Jeffrey, an odd but happy couple, had their paths crossed in the mid-2000s. Jeffrey was still in the military at the time, and he was married to his first wife. It appeared unlikely that the stern, quiet military man had anything in common with the flamboyant, bold, attention-seeking blonde, but they felt an instant mutual attraction. Their 5-year age difference, Jeffrey's existing marriage, and Kathleen's periodic struggles with alcohol, which he constantly battled, did not deter their relationship. Jeffrey quickly filed for divorce with his new love. They unexpectedly married in a Las Vegas chapel after meeting for less than 5 months. In 2005, the couple welcomed their only child, a daughter named Lola. They moved to Calera, Alabama, Jeffrey's home state, and settled into a cozy custom-built home. Kathleen personally designed their bedroom. Neighbors praised the West's home, which was decorated with portraits of her idol Marilyn Monroe, and described them as a happy couple. Despite being diametrically opposed, Kathleen always strives to look stunning and attractive. Wearing bold makeup, stylish hairdos, and Barbie-like outfits, she enjoyed catching people's attention and receiving compliments, always appearing cheerful and smiling. Jeffrey, on the other hand, seemed overshadowed by her presence, appearing reserved, serious, and highly disciplined, a reflection of his long military career and the double life of a blonde as homemaker and kitty cat. Despite her best efforts and striking appearance, Kathleen was unable to establish a successful modeling career. After marriage and the birth of her daughter, she concentrated on making a comfortable home and raising her child. However, the mundane life of a homemaker was insufficient. She desired attention and recognition. With the rise of social media in the late 2000s, she started actively posting pictures online. Initially, these were innocent Barbie or Marilyn Monroe-themed photographs. However, they gradually became more provocative and daring. According to close friends, her husband not only supported her new hobby but also frequently served as her personal photographer. It appeared harmless at first, but it eventually turned into a profitable venture for Kathleen thanks to paid subscribers. They purchased a variety of ready-made seafood dishes from a popular local restaurant, a bottle of fine brandy, and absinthe from the supermarket. Kathleen had chosen aromatic candles from a nearby store to set a romantic mood, and they appeared happy and carefree, smiling and joking, with no hint of the impending tragedy as captured on surveillance cameras at each location. After returning home with their purchases, the couple ate dinner and drank alcohol. Kathleen, who had previously struggled with alcoholism, was transformed by it into her online alter ego, a kitty cat. She asked Jeff to do a hot photo session, first in lingerie and then without any clothes. Jeff, who was not opposed, took several revealing photos, which were posted on Kathleen's private profile, only for fans by around 10 p.m. However, the romantic evening that was supposed to end in a passionate night quickly turned into nightmares, resulting in a tragic outcome. The body was found on the road early on January 13. Around 5 a.m., a young neighbor of the West was on her way to work. The sun had not yet risen, but it was bright enough outside. As she passed the west side of his house, she noticed something slowing down, but it took her a moment to figure out what it was. She quickly noticed an almost completely naked woman lying motionless on the road. She also thought she saw someone standing on the house's doorstep, who quickly vanished into the shadows when she approached during questioning. She couldn't tell whether this person entered the house or fled down the street, startled and unsure of what to do. The young woman hesitated before approaching the body. She returned home, informed her parents, and they all called emergency services to report the horrific discovery. While waiting for assistance, they reluctantly approached the woman on the ground, whom they recognized as Mrs. West, and checked for a pulse. Unfortunately, there was none. Her body was cold and exhibiting signs of rigor mortis. Kathleen was found face down, mostly on the sidewalk, wearing only a bright pink bra top. A pool of blood had formed under her head, and there was an absinthe bottle nearby. Some of its contents spilled on the road, leaving bloodstains on the bottles. Her smashed smartphone lay nearby. Because it was a quiet residential area, there were no other witnesses that night. Thus, the time interval between the last sighting of the West's car around 8:30 p.m. Kathleen's lifeless body was discovered by a neighbor at 5 a.m., and it remains a mystery, likely witnessed only by her husband. What is Mr. West hiding? Detective Michael Melhoff, one of the first to arrive on the scene, proceeded to the house where the woman's body was discovered. A man answered the door, appearing anxious but claiming ignorance of the circumstances. When asked about his wife's whereabouts, he explained that he had just awoken and did not find her in bed. The detective then asked him to step outside, telling him that a woman's body, identified by neighbors as Kathleen West, had been discovered near the house. The man wearing a jacket pursued the officer and confirmed that the deceased was indeed his wife. However, Jeff's reaction was unusually calm. He didn't rush to the body, crying or screaming. When questioned about his whereabouts and activities that night, Mr. West stated that he had slept soundly because they had been drinking the night before, and was asked what he thought had happened. He simply shrugged, implying that it could have been an unfortunate accident. Mr. West also revealed that his wife had bipolar affective disorder, needed medication, and struggled with alcohol, behaving erratically while intoxicated. He mentioned that she used to jump on their backyard trampoline, occasionally missing it and injuring herself. A search of the house yielded no evidence of a struggle or violence. 2 glasses and a half-empty brandy bottle sat on the kitchen table, alongside plates of leftover food. Her high heels, captured in her last photos, lay beneath the table, and underwear matching the bra she was wearing when discovered was on the floor. However, several blood-stained napkins in the trash and an open bottle of cleaner raised concerns. That day, Jeffrey was arrested as the primary and sole suspect in the case. Jeffrey noted, in the chronology of events describing his last evening with his wife, that she drank heavily, which he disliked. After the revealing photo shoot, he hoped they would move to the bedroom for a more intimate setting. He stepped away to shower for a few minutes and returned to find his wife still sitting at the table, drinking absinthe straight from the bottle and texting on her phone. Kathleen ignored Jeff's requests to put the gadget away. He attempted to snatch the phone from her hands, resulting in a minor scuffle in which he accidentally elbowed his wife's face, causing a few drops of blood to flow from her nose. According to him, this is the blood found on the discarded napkins by the police. Mr. West eventually took the phone from his wife and, after opening the door, threw it into the darkness. He stated that after this, he turned around and went to bed. He was confident that his spouse would eventually calm down and join him. He was allegedly unaware of how events progressed until the police knocked on his door and inquired about Kathleen. He speculated that his wife had gone outside to find her phone, which she rarely left behind, and had taken the absinthe bottle with her to finish. He also suggested that she could have fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and frozen to death, or that she had been attacked. Mr. West couldn't explain why Mrs. West was missing the bottom half of her enticing pink lingerie set, or why she went to look for her phone and bra without putting on any outerwear hanging near the entrance. He explained such behavior in terms of alcohol intoxication and the main theory. The suspect's story appeared suspicious and inconsistent. He claimed to be too intoxicated to recall specific details, leaving the investigation to piece together the timeline of events. The evidence was limited, and there were no witnesses. The autopsy determined that the 42-year-old woman died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head, most likely caused by the absinthe bottle discovered nearby, compounded by hypothermia. At the time of the incident, her blood alcohol level was above 2.5, indicating severe intoxication with impaired coordination and a high risk of losing consciousness. At first glance, everything seemed to be in order. Kathleen, heavily intoxicated, ventured outside to look for her phone, bringing along an unfinished bottle of absinthe. She had most likely lost her balance while reaching for her gadget. Fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and died as a result of the injury and exposure. The bottle containing blood traces lay near her head, and the smartphone, which was the reason she left the house, was discovered nearby. However, the investigation found this scenario to be overly simplistic and staged, and experts confirmed that the head injury was caused by the bottle beside the body. However, forensic analysis suggested that if she had fallen by herself, the bottle would have rolled away rather than remaining parallel to her head. Both Kathleen and her husband's fingerprints were discovered on the bottle. There were some smudged prints that could not be identified. Investigators arrived at a different conclusion after discovering blood-stained napkins and an open bottle of household cleaner in the house. Their theory, later presented as the primary and only plausible one in court, suggested that the couple fought over Kathleen's obsession with her subscribers. In a fit of rage, Jeff struck her with the bottle, resulting in her death. Panicking, he attempted to stage an accidental fall, cleaning up the blood in the house but failing to properly dispose of the evidence. This theory was partially supported by Jeff's phone's fitness app, which tracked his steps. According to the app, he was active around the house until midnight, and then again early in the morning before the police arrived, contradicting his claim of being asleep. The police suspected he was attempting to conceal evidence during these times, possibly with the help of a third party. During questioning, the neighbor who discovered the body stated that she saw a male silhouette on the house's doorstep who quickly left in an unknown direction. She couldn't be certain whether it was Mr. West or someone else. In the dim early morning light, she also couldn't tell if this person had entered the house or not. This information piqued the investigators' interest, given the deceased's popularity online. She had a lot of male fans who paid to see the revealing photos of the kitty cat. As a result, a theory emerged positing the existence of an obsessed follower among her subscribers. Perhaps someone wanted to meet Kathleen in person and tracked her down in the hopes of making a more personal connection. The middle-aged homemaker received messages from a variety of men, some with inappropriate proposals, but she kept her distance. No explicit threats or harassment were discovered in the communications. There are a few devoted fans. Living in other states with credible alibis, was quickly eliminated as a suspect. Nonetheless, footprints found on the doorstep did not belong to the homeowners. These prints vanished on the lawn, leaving their origin a mystery. Could Mr. West have hurt his wife? His neighbors, friends, and family described the couple as happy and thriving. Jeffrey was aware of his wife's unusual online activities, but regarded them as harmless entertainment. Meanwhile, Kathleen's social circle was unaware of her alter ego, the kitty cat, and the majority of her followers were unaware of her true identity. When asked if he had ever been violent towards his wife, Jeffrey vehemently denied it, saying he loved her too much to ever harm her. However, arguments had become a regular occurrence in their home. A particularly telling text exchange from January 12 was discovered on their phones, in which the couple argued heatedly. Kathleen chastised Jeffrey for not matching her vivacity and temperament, even suggesting that they were incompatible. Jeffrey remained the primary suspect with forensic evidence and gathered information only hinting at his guilt. Notably, following his arrest, not only his parents, but also his daughter and in-laws came to his defense, firmly convinced of his innocence and claiming he could never harm his wife. Trial and verdict. After being arrested, Jeffrey West was unable to afford the $500,000 bail set, forcing him to remain in custody until his trial. This wait lasted nearly 3 years. He was offered a plea bargain, admitting guilt in his wife's death in exchange for a shorter sentence. However, Jeffrey steadfastly refused, insisting on his innocence. The trial, which began in November 2020, received a lot of media attention, thanks in part to Kathleen's online reputation. This publicity put significant strain on the judges and jurors. By this point, Third-party involvement in the events of that fateful night had been ruled out. The prosecution maintained that all evidence pointed to Mr. West. They believed he was jealous and struck his wife with a bottle while under the influence of alcohol, resulting in fatal injuries. In a panic, they suggested that he staged the scene to look like an accident and remove evidence from inside the house. Jeffrey's defense team contended that Kathleen's death was unintentional, citing her extremely high blood alcohol levels as a factor influencing her balance and coordination. Kathleen's mother gave a heartfelt testimony in support of her son-in-law. She described her daughter as eccentric, but insisted that Jeffrey loved her unconditionally and would never hurt her. She also asked the court to consider their granddaughter Lola, who had lost her mother and was about to lose her father. On January 11, 2021, the jury returned a guilty verdict for involuntary manslaughter. Jeffrey received a maximum sentence of 13 years, taking into account time already served. Notably, if he had accepted the initial plea deal, he could have been released sooner. Jeffrey and his lawyers' appeals have all been unsuccessful thus far. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Imagine waking up one day and discovering that someone you know has vanished without a word. That's what happened to Tina Sandoval in a Colorado town, 1995. Her story is reminiscent of a gripping mystery, complete with strange behavior and a failed marriage. In this story, we'll go over her strange disappearance and the shocking truth that surfaced more than 20 years later, leaving everyone stunned. Christina Tina Marie Tournay Sandoval got her start in Windsor, Colorado. Michael and Mary Ellen Tournay welcomed their child on March 17, 1972. She was a determined and energetic young woman who excelled in many areas of her life. Tina graduated from Windsor High School, where she not only studied, but also competed in track, volleyball, basketball, and knowledge bowl. Her talents extended beyond sports. She played trumpet in the school band and sang in the choir. As the second child among her parents' 9 children, she naturally assumed the role of caring for her siblings, instilling in her a strong sense of compassion for others. Tina's nurturing instinct drove her to pursue a career in nursing, and after high school, she earned an associate's degree in nursing from IEFM's Community College. During her college years, she met John Sandoval, who wanted to be a radiology technician. Tina's commitment to her education was unwavering. She also furthered her education by earning a BS in nursing from the University of Northern Colorado. To fund her education, she worked as a licensed practical nurse on weekends at Northern Colorado Medical Center. Tina's commitment to excellence was reflected in her academic achievements. She graduated from ONC in May 1995, ranking in the top 5s of her nursing class. Tina started her nursing career in the oncology department of the North Colorado Medical Center. Tina's personal life was marked by her marriage to John Sandoval, which took place on December 31, 1991, in the picturesque Colorado Rocky Mountains. However, their marriage was fraught with difficulties, and Tina filed for divorce less than 2 years after their wedding. Her determination to move on with her life and a positive outlook on the future prompted her to move into a new apartment and resume dating. Susan Tournay, Tina's sister, became increasingly worried on October 19th. Tina informed Susan of her plans to meet John at his home after her shift that day. Tina found the meeting significant because it revolved around John's need to sign certain documents and pay an IRS debt as part of the final steps in their divorce process. However, the situation was tense because John was opposed to Tina's divorce and did not want her to date anyone else. Furthermore, Tina was concerned about the meeting because of some troubling incidents in the past involving John, making her nervous about her encounter with him. Tina contacted Susan, requesting her presence at the meeting. Unfortunately, Susan had work commitments that day and was unable to accompany her sister. In lieu of her actual presence, Susan asked Tina to call her right after the meeting with John to give her an update on how things went. Susan waited anxiously for Tina's call all day, but it never came. Still at work and growing increasingly concerned, Susan decided to involve their mother, Mary Tournay. Mary went to Tina's apartment to check on her, only to find that she wasn't there. Mary went to John's house where he lived with his aunt because she sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, John wasn't home at the time. Mary's concern grew when she noticed Tina's jacket in the kitchen, indicating that she had been there at some point. Fearing for her daughter's safety, Mary immediately reported Tina missing to the police that night. The investigation into Tina's disappearance took a troubling turn as the police dug deeper into the case. When they arrived at Tina's apartment, everything appeared to be in order, which matched their expectations. Tina appeared to have returned home after a shift change and then left again. Inside the apartment, her nurse's uniform was discovered, indicating that she had actually been there. However, a troubling mystery loomed because her car was nowhere to be found. It prompted authorities to launch a search of the area around 3 a.m. On October 20, Tina's car was found parked only 4 blocks from John's house. The situation became more sinister when a police dog tracked Tina's scent from the driver's seat of her car to John's house. John Sandoval was a familiar figure to law enforcement, having previously been convicted of harassment and burglary, which resulted in several interactions with police. When the police arrived at John's house, he attempted to flee by jumping out of a bedroom window. It took physical restraint to subdue and apprehend him. During the arrest, fresh scratches were discovered on John's torso and neck. John was initially arrested on trespassing and unrelated charges. However, the police knew they needed to question him about Tina's disappearance. At this early stage of the investigation, it was unclear what specific charges would be brought against him in connection with her disappearance. When questioned by the police about Tina, John claimed he had no knowledge of her location. A search of his home and car began, revealing disturbing items. Among the finds were a white 5-gallon bucket and a new shovel with mud on the spade. Furthermore, Tina's credit cards were discovered in John's possession, as well as a loaded 9mm handgun, rope, and flashlight found inside his vehicle. Despite the mounting evidence and the search for answers, John refused to cooperate with the investigation. Tina's family and colleagues provided the police with critical information about her mental state and the reasons for her divorce filing. They revealed Tina was extremely nervous about her meeting with John on that particular day. Given her disturbing revelations about his behavior, she explained to her co-workers that John had voyeurism, a psychological disorder that caused him to engage in disturbing behavior. According to Tina, if John saw an attractive woman out in public, he would follow her home and conduct a prolonged observation that could last several days. Furthermore, he would leave their house in the middle of the night to engage in voyeuristic activities like peering through the windows of women's homes. On occasion, he would enter these homes and hide in concealed locations, such as cupboards, to keep a close eye on his victims. Tina also revealed that during these intrusions, John would steal women's underwear and take them home, in an especially distressing detail. Tina told her family and colleagues that she was not immune to John's voyeuristic behavior. She confirmed that he had watched her, and she described seeing his car parked outside her new apartment for hours at a time, which heightened her fears and concerns about her safety. Tina had discussed her concerns about John with her family, which she revealed when she informed him of her intention to file for divorce. He responded with a disturbing threat. John had placed a pistol to his own head, resulting in a terrifying and potentially dangerous situation. This disturbing incident fueled Tina's concerns about her husband's potential for harm. She had also told her doctor that she was concerned that John might endanger her safety. Despite these deeply troubling indicators and other circumstantial evidence, the district attorney at the time believed that more concrete evidence was needed to arrest and charge John, and the investigators faced significant obstacles. Tina's location remained unknown. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance were unclear, and no witnesses could shed light on the situation. Given John's employment at a cemetery and his knowledge of burial procedures, authorities conducted a thorough search for Tina in a variety of locations, including reservoirs and woodlands. Law enforcement also conducted a grim search of several graves in the area. The graves were carefully examined to see if they contained Tina's remains. While the investigation was thorough, none of the efforts produced conclusive evidence. The case eventually went cold, leaving numerous unanswered questions. Tina's death certificate was issued in 2002 by the state of Colorado, after a judge determined in December 2001 that there was sufficient evidence to believe she was deceased. Despite the passage of time, the police maintained their belief that John was involved in Tina's disappearance. He had been a suspect since Tina was reported missing, and that had not changed. However, belief alone was insufficient to secure charges, primarily because Tina's body had never been discovered, leaving a critical gap in the evidence needed for a prosecution. In June 2009, A new district attorney appointed to the position decided to re-examine the evidence, which marked a significant turning point in the case. Despite the absence of new evidence, he decided to charge John Sandoval with first-degree murder. This decision was based on the belief that the circumstantial evidence accumulated over time was compelling and could lead to a conviction. Even though Tina's exact fate and the location of her remains were unknown, John was officially charged with first-degree murder. After being charged, John entered a plea of not guilty. The prosecution's case revolved around the claim that Wild Tina had never been found. They were convinced she was dead. After leaving work on the morning of October 19, 1995, all of her activities came to an abrupt halt. There had been no activity on her credit cards, bank account, nursing license, earnings, or Social Security since that date. Tina did not have a passport, and there was no evidence that she had changed her name, which would necessitate a legal petition to the court. Tina was portrayed in court by the prosecution as a responsible and dependable young woman who consistently attended work and paid her bills on time. She had recently signed a lease for a new apartment, indicating that she had no plans to relocate or start over elsewhere. As a result, the prosecution claimed that the only plausible explanation for her unexplained absence was that she had been the victim of foul play, specifically murder, and that all evidence pointed to her husband, John Sandoval, as the most likely perpetrator. The prosecution's case was based primarily on circumstantial evidence. Because there was no body or physical evidence directly linking John to Tina's disappearance, they were prepared to present the testimony of 137 witnesses to substantiate their case, claiming that John not only killed Tina but also disposed of her body. Throughout the trial, the jury learned about John's voyeuristic tendencies and pattern of following and stalking women, which added another layer of evidence for the prosecution to consider. The defense claimed that John Sandoval was not involved in Tina's disappearance and questioned whether she was even dead, speculating that she may have left town to start a new life and framing her as a runaway. The jury, however, did not agree with the defense's arguments. After 7 hours of deliberation, they convicted John of the crime. As a result, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. However, John's conviction was overturned in March 2016 because of procedural errors discovered by the Colorado Court of Appeals. In the face of a second trial, John agreed to a plea deal. He asked for the deal, which allowed him to plead guilty to a lesser charge of second-degree murder in exchange for revealing the location of Tina's body. Tina's family had long suspected she was dead, and this revelation confirmed their fears. John then led authorities to Greeley's Sunset Memorial Garden Cemetery, specifically the grave of Second World War veteran Arthur Hurt, who was one of 3 open graves on the day Tina went missing. John had buried Tina's remains about 2 feet below Arthur's grave, concealed by a comforter covered in a tarp and sealed with duct tape. Unfortunately, cemetery workers mistakenly buried Arthur over Tina's remains after John had hidden her there. As part of the plea agreement, John was sentenced to 25 years in prison plus 5 years on parole. This sentence was retroactively dated to August 2010, when he was originally convicted of first-degree murder. During the sentencing hearing, John apologized and offered his condolences to Tina's grieving family. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. How often do you worry about your children's safety? Do you know where and who your children are now? Nowadays, every parent strives to maintain a unique connection with their child. Even if your child is an adult, your heart and mind remain with them. The story I want to tell you today is about the genuine bond between a parent and a child. Unfortunately, there are people on Earth who violate that bond. But more about that. The story is set in a small town called Pembroke in southwest Wales. It took place in the year 2021. That is, not much time has elapsed. On December 17, at around 4 a.m., the emergency services received a call from a terrified local resident. The woman discovered a woman's body and a mill pond, a 2-mile-long freshwater reservoir, near the town. After arriving on the scene, paramedics began resuscitation efforts. All signs pointed to the fact that the girl had recently been in the pond, and there was still a chance to save her. However, none of the attempts were successful. The doctors pronounced her dead. She was stripped to the waist and lying face down in the water. The possibility of an accident was almost immediately dismissed. Medical experts discovered strangulation marks on her neck, as well as scratches and bruises on her face and hands. That is, the girl reportedly resisted and tried her hardest to save herself. However, experts confirmed that the girl was strangled before being called and violently pushed into the pond. She had no personal items with her. The police discovered a dry lace top on the shore, indicating that it had been removed before the girl entered the water. The rest of the items were discovered with the assistance of a service dog, which tracked the trail and led the police to an alley 120 meters from where the body was discovered, where they discovered a jacket and a cell phone. The girl's identity had been established. She turned out to be 18-year-old Lily Sullivan, an innocent child for her mother. But, in the eyes of men, a young, blossom, and beautiful young girl was about to begin her independent life. Lily was the only and most welcome child for her mother. Sullivan, who had previously miscarried 14 times, giving birth to a healthy baby was a miraculous event. They shared a unique bond, a trusting relationship. The mother admitted that she had already accepted the fact that she would never have children, and when Lily was born, she was overjoyed. Her daughter taught her about the true purpose and meaning of life. Lily and her family lived in Pembroke suburbs. Friends and acquaintances described her as a cheerful, sweet girl, a true friend who would always come to the rescue with words and actions. She always saw the good in people, but only in herself, and she was harshly criticized. Lily was a great artist. She was a creative person who was critical of her own work. She also drew tattoo sketches, enjoyed bright makeup, and volunteered for a variety of charities. She was always eager to help others. Lily grew up to be an excellent person. At 17, she began her first year of college, and despite her creative work, Lily began working part-time in the evenings at a supermarket, despite being the only and favorite child. She turned 18 in early December. In the eyes of society, she was a beautiful, self-sufficient young girl who had reached the age of independence, the time when relationships with guys who enjoy going out to party usually begins. After reaching the age of majority, Lily began attending parties at clubs and pubs with her friends. On the evening of December 16, 2021, Lily's mother, Anna Sullivan, drove her daughter and her friends to the castle, a pub hosting a Christmas party. The evening at the pub was going very well. So, after the pub, the girls decided to continue their wonderful evening by dancing in a nightclub. Lily was approached to meet 31-year-old Lewis Haynes, who was spending the night with friends. Lewis was a cricketer who was well known in this part of town, particularly at the nightclub where he'd been partying all night. Lily and Lewis were seen kissing in the club around 11 p.m., which drew the attention of one of Haynes's friends, who took Lewis aside and reminded him that he had a girlfriend and a young child waiting for him back home. But his friend's words did not deter Lewis, and he continued to socialize with her Lily, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, and a 31-year-old man who, despite his wife and small child, decided to exploit the young girl. Lily called her mother around midnight and asked her to pick her up in a few hours. They agreed to meet in a parking lot near the clubhouse. Lily left the club at 1:55 a.m., and Lewis followed under the pretense of seeing her off. Lewis's friend was waiting outside the club. He called out after her, "I want to remind you that you have a girlfriend and a young daughter waiting for you at home, and she is only 18. Of course, after hearing these words, Lily made her own decision. But Lewis didn't react and continued to follow the girl. Then Lewis and Lily went to an unlit alley near Pembroke Castle, which overlooked Mill Pond. Lewis tried kissing girl again. But Lily foiled his attempt when she overheard her friend's remark about the girl and the baby. She immediately decided to drive to the parking lot where her mother was waiting for her in the car. Anna Sullivan called her daughter at 2:15 a.m. to inform her that she was waiting at the designated location. Lily said she was a few minutes away and would be there soon. She was still on the phone with her mother when the connection was abruptly cut off. Lily's mother waited for her daughter in the car, but her maternal instincts warned her that something was wrong. At that point, Lewis realized that the night was not going to go as planned, and he was not going to get what he wanted in the right way. Kissing her at the club wasn't enough. He desired more. Lewis was unwilling to let her go. He grabbed the girl's arms and attempted to forcefully remove her lace top. Then Lily pushed the intruder away, threatening to accuse him of rape if he didn't stop. and saying his daughter would be ashamed of such a father. These words infuriated the drunken Lewis because he was in the process of gathering documents for the court to establish custody of his daughter, and police attention to his person would jeopardize all plans. He punched Lily several times in the face. He was a grown man with incredible physical strength in comparison to the fragile girl. Lewis had no trouble bringing Lily down. He began choking her aggressively, and when she stopped resisting, he pushed her into the pond. Around this time, a neighbor reported hearing a woman scream, who then stopped and attempted to call her daughter 30 times without success. She did not pick up the phone again. In addition, police searched for evidence. They saw on one of the alleyway CCTV footage how Lily's phone display lit up repeatedly as her mother attempted to contact her. Later, while reviewing CCTV footage, investigators noticed Lewis and Lily walking together down the alley, and 3 hours and 8 minutes later, another camera captured Lewis appearing on the bridge alone. The video clearly shows him first walking, and then starting to run. Another camera at the gas station where Anna Sullivan was waiting for her daughter caught the killer just a few minutes later, at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Anna had been attempting to contact Lily for quite some time. She became very anxious and searched for her with her eyes. That's how she encountered the murderer of her beloved daughter. "I am passing Anna's car." Lewis Haynes looked her in the eyes and then began behaving inappropriately. He overheard Lily and her mother discussing the location and timing of the meeting, and realized he was most likely looking into the eyes of his victim's mother. He started waving his arms and shaking his head at Anna. The stranger's behavior seemed strange. The mother couldn't believe that just a few minutes earlier, this nocturnal stranger had taken the life of her only daughter. Lewis arrived home at around 3:40 a.m. in wet clothes. His arms were deeply scratched. He became hysterical, woke his girlfriend, and begged to be taken to his parents' house. Lewis was so persistent that the girl couldn't help but comply with his request, so he tried to get away as soon as he realized what he had done. The girl wasn't aware of what was happening. On the way, he said, "I believe she is dead," which raised more questions. At 6 a.m., December 17, Lewis was arrested by police at his parents' home. Lewis' father contacted the police. He asked himself hysterically as they let him out, "What in the hell did I do?" Lewis Haynes faced murder charges on December 20, 2021, because of the overwhelming evidence. He admitted to the murder of Lily Sullivan but denied that he committed the sexually motivated crime. He claimed he killed Lily Sullivan because she threatened to report him to the police for rape if he kept harassing her. Lewis claimed that he had an outburst of aggression. He strangled Lily before pushing her into a pond. When he calmed down and realized what he'd done, he went into the pond to help her. But when he realized Lily wasn't breathing, he fled. The court and state prosecutors didn't believe him. The judge stated that if Lewis entered the water, it was only to ensure her death, not to save her. He had his phone with him, but no emergency calls were placed that night. The cameras also showed that he did not seek assistance from passersby, instead heading straight home. Before the sentencing, Anna, whose meaning of life was last, claimed she made a terrible mistake that night. She should have exited the car and gone to meet Lily after the connection was lost, because then she would have had a chance to save her daughter. She was horrified to learn she could have saved her child. 1 month before Lily was murdered, Anna Sullivan experienced a heart attack, and her daughter saved her life. She recognized the dangerous situation and administered first aid before paramedics arrived. She also stated that after her daughter died, she began to experience panic attacks and stopped fearing death because it was the only way she would be able to see her child again in the afterlife. She described Lewis Haynes as pure evil, who, due to his base instincts, destroyed several destinies in a single moment. It's also terrible that Lewis is the father of a daughter. However, because he wanted to satisfy his sexual desire and couldn't control his aggression, he killed an innocent girl. On August 21, 2022, a court sentenced Lewis Haynes to life in prison with the option of parole after 23 years and 4 months. So in 2044, the murderer could be free again. Unfortunately, this story confirms our fears. We live in the 21st century where we already have phones for fast communication, the internet, and other technologies and applications designed to keep users safe. But even that did not help Lily save herself. Such crimes occur on a daily basis in our world, and they almost always end tragically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. story about the life and brutal death of a young 27-year-old mother of two. Laura Ackerson was born April 30, 1984. In 2011, she was 2011. She was living in Kingston, North Carolina, with her husband of 32 years, Grant Hayes, and their two sons, ages 3 and 2. Laura cared deeply about children, and so did her own children, whom she simply adored. Laura met her husband in 2007. Grant was a musician who performed at bars and restaurants. Laura was working at the bar when they met. Grant was a well-known local musician with a charming personality. They began dating, but Laura kept it a secret from her friends and family, until one day, she informed them that she had married him. Friends were stunned, particularly Laura's best friend, Heidi. She always assumed they shared everything in their lives with one another. Laura's brother, Jason, was equally shocked. Nobody knew anything about Grant or who he was. The wedding seemed rushed. Despite this, those around Laura supported her decision. Laura became pregnant with a baby boy several months later. She was overjoyed, but Grant began to act strangely, as did Heidi's best friend and Laura's brother, Jason. Grant was very quiet, always angry, didn't like anyone, and disliked socializing with other people. Then Grant took control of Laura and her every movement. Grant began to suggest to her that everyone she loved and trusted was a negative influence on her. He would yell at her during phone calls with friends and family to hang up and stop talking to them because they were a negative influence on her. When Jason arrived, Grant would begin yelling at her to kick her brother out because she was not permitted to be in his company. Laura had to go out with her friends without telling her husband. Grant turned out to be an abuser who attempted to isolate her from society so that she would belong solely to him. Some believed he isolated her from her friends so that they could see the real him and persuade Laura to leave him. Grant also began to behave strangely toward his son. He refused to immunize the baby, claiming that African American children are more likely to be autistic. Grant began to use alcohol and illegal drugs. He always used illegal substances, but after marrying the law, he stopped. But after the baby was born, he returned to those horrible substances. He began to focus more on his business and had less time for his wife. He went on long business trips and dated other women while working. Because of the illegal substances, or because they exacerbated an existing mental illness or disorder, Grant began to have increasingly bizarre thoughts. He claimed that he was the chosen one, that the government was run by aliens, and that they needed to raise a large sum of money to board a spaceship that would only transport the chosen ones during the apocalypse. He did not listen to Laura. They began arguing all the time. He justified his cheating by claiming he needed connections for work. Then he receives a business offer in the Virgin Islands. Grant decides to travel to the island, leaving Laura and her baby in North Carolina. There he meets a woman named Amanda. Amanda was an actress 7 years older than Grant, and she was also wealthy because she was a widow who inherited all of her husband's money. Granted, he did not hide Amanda from Laura and claimed that she was simply a tool for his business. Laura could no longer stand being treated this way, and she wanted to leave Grant's. Laura's family advised her to flee and avoid him. Laura intends to move in with her brother, Jason. However, she was unprepared for what happened. She got pregnant with her second child. As a result, she reconsidered and chose to remain with Grant. She moved to the Virgin Islands with him and gave birth to her second son. The baby had health issues and required proper medical care, so they returned to North Carolina. Grant wasn't thrilled with the relocation. He kept thinking about doing business in the Virgin Islands. Then he began using illegal substances and alcohol more frequently, and he became even worse at manipulating people by using them for his own gain, not thinking about anyone but himself. Amanda, a resident of the islands, was in New York at the time. Grant continues to socialize with her while humiliating Laura in every way possible. In the same room as Laura, he told Amanda over the phone that he loved her and wanted to marry her. Soon, he began to leave for New York, claiming that there were more business opportunities. However, Grant wanted to accompany Amanda. He left Laura at home with the kids. Laura had completely lost her patience at this point. Grant was not only constantly humiliating her and cheating on her, but he also spent almost no time with his family, oblivious to their disappearances. While Laura was preparing to leave her husband, Grant wanted to take her eldest son to New York for a couple of days to shoot a diaper commercial. Laura declined to give her consent. Laura, however, wanted the children to have a positive relationship with her father. She gave her son to Grant, but he did not return after a few days. Laura discovered a week later that there were numerous photos from Grant and Amanda's wedding on Facebook. Laura was shocked and called him, asking, "Are you married to me? What wedding?" Grant replied, "I am not married to you. I did not sign any papers." Following Grant's statement, Laura discovers their marriage certificate, which does not bear his signature. Consequently, they were never married. Laura lived a lie for almost 4 years. Laura was in a panic, unsure what to do or how to reclaim the son he refused to give up. Grant and Amanda eventually sued for custody of Laura's sons, but she was not invited to the hearing. Grant appeared before the judge alone, claiming that Laura was a terrible mother and that their son should be in Grant and Amanda's custody. The court ruled in Grant's favor 30 days before the trial began. The court also separated Laura's youngest son from her and gave him to Grant and Amanda. Most likely, the court granted Laura's custody request because she did not have a job or a place to live. But Laura refused to give up. She got a job and found an apartment in a secure neighborhood with a surveillance system. She was willing to do anything for her kids. Grant and Amanda were then relocating to Raleigh, North Carolina, to deal with custody issues. Laura was fully prepared for the trial. She needed her children back. She was assisted by a friend, Heidi, a lawyer. Laura planned to tell the court about his addictions, manipulative behavior, and mental illness. Laura believed Grant possessed sociopathy. Laura provided all of this information to the court, and the judge determined that a psychological evaluation of both parents was required in this case. This analysis or examination also involved observing how the parents and children interacted with one another. For several months, there was a legal battle. Laura tried not to give up. She knew she had to work with Grant for the benefit of the children. She was allowed to spend weekends with the children and to call them every day. But Grant made things difficult. He kept the kids distracted, played loud music during phone calls, and constantly complained about his ex-wife. Laura recorded and saved all emails and voicemails. She was extremely serious about custody. She recorded everything she did with the kids, including what she played, what she fed them, and when she put them to bed. The truth is that Grant repeatedly publicly accused her of being a bad mother. He accused her of making the children ill, not feeding them, and even hitting them. He even called the cops once after a child returned home with a bruise. As time passed, Laura began to receive dire threats from Grant. She told her friend Heidi that if anything happened to her, whether it was an accident or a natural death, Grant would be to blame. Laura turned out to be a wonderful mother after the psychological evaluation was completed. They had a great relationship with the kids. Laura's children adored her because she had a steady job and income, whereas the Grant evaluation was unsuccessful. He did not have a strong bond with the children, which is understandable given that children form attachments to those who care for them. Grant never sat with them. He also frequently spoke disparagingly of Laura, saying some horrifying things about her. As a result of Grant's impaired thinking, the woman conducting the assessment recommended that he undergo further psychological evaluation. Grant and Amanda's lack of stable employment had an impact as well. Also, they had a daughter. Following that, both parents were given an equal amount of time to spend with their children. Almost no one believed Grant anymore because there was no evidence of his baseless accusations against Laura. Grant was very enraged. A court date was set, but Laura died before she could see it. Grant occasionally allowed Laura to take the kids to a children's center on Wednesdays after work. However, after the results of a psychological evaluation, he stopped giving her that time on Wednesdays on July 13. However, Grant still allowed Laura to meet with the children. Laura experienced a joyous and unexpected event. She finished her chores for the day and had several appointments. Then she called her friend and told her she was on her way to meet the children and that they could meet afterwards. In the evening, she was supposed to call her friend and co-worker Shavon Mathis about their joint venture. Laura, however, never called either of the girls. Shavon didn't wait for Laura to call and instead tried calling herself but couldn't get through. However, after a few days, she became concerned and drove by Laura's house. That's when she noticed Laura's car wasn't in front of the house. She waited another 2 days but received no response from Laura Shavon. She then asked the landlord to open the apartment Laura was renting and see what had happened to her. They entered the apartment, but no one was present. Shavon then requested a couple of Laura's diaries, knowing that Laura recorded everything in those diaries for her own safety. On Monday, July 18, Shavon went to the police station to file a missing persons report. She gave the police the diaries and stated that Laura was now fighting for custody of the children and that she was extremely concerned about Laura's safety. The cops read her journal and her concerns about her safety, and they became concerned about having the police check the security cameras at Laura's apartment building. Laura was last seen there on Wednesday, July 13th, at Ninium. She was leaving the apartment with all of her possessions. They checked her appointments all day, and she had been everywhere, meeting with everyone about everything in her diary that she had completed. She made her final call to Grant at 5 p.m. She was 3 kilometers from his home. The police contacted Grant over the phone. He spoke with calmness and confidence. When asked when he last saw Laura, he replied that she had come to pick up the children at 6:40 p.m. She was to take them to the children who had sent her and spend time with them. But first, he wanted to talk about the details of custody. Grant stated that Laura agreed to give him full custody of the children if you paid her $25,000. She then left with the children, returning between 9 and 9:30 p.m. She left at 10:15 p.m., and it was the last time he saw her grandfather testify that he would deliver the children to Laura on Friday. He arrived at the usual drop-off location, but Laura didn't show up. The police checked the surveillance cameras at the location. Indeed, Grant appears to have arrived with the children, and he left without waiting for Laura. His story seems to make sense. The police have yet to speak with Grant in person. Everything so far has been done over the phone. Grant was avoiding meetings with police officers, which was very suspicious. Laura's bank account and phone had been monitored by police to see if they were being used. However, all was quiet on Wednesday. On July 20, Laura's car was discovered. It was parked outside the apartment complex where Grant and Laura previously lived before Amanda. The interior of the car was spotless, with no fingerprints. The police then decided to check Grant's cell phone, which revealed that he was not in North Carolina. He was in Texas, as he had stated from the beginning. The 2 investigators decided to make the 18-hour trip to Texas to find out what Grant was up to while they were on his trail. A search warrant was obtained for Grant's Raleigh apartment on the grounds that he'd been ordered by the court not to leave the state with his children. He had violated this during the disappearance of his ex-wife, whom he is now suing. Bleach stain remover was discovered at the apartment's entrance. The entire apartment smelled of detergent. There were furniture marks on the carpet. In addition, one of the bathrooms was missing an item and smelled like bleach again. The bedding was removed from the mattress, but anything the police could collect as a sample for examination yielded no results. A letter in 2 different handwritings was also found in the apartment, stating that Laura was giving Grant full custody of the children in exchange for $25,000. One handwriting was Laura's, while the other was Grant's. Everyone who knew Laura agreed that she would never sign something like that in her life. Everyone had witnessed her fight for the children. When the detectives arrived in Texas, Grant, Amanda, and the children had already driven back. Amanda's sister, Karen, lived in Texas. Detectives interviewed her, and she had some fascinating things to say. Amanda and her new husband, Grant, whom Amanda's family had never met, had decided to pay a visit unexpectedly. They brought a truckload of different items such as coolers, furniture, and suitcases. To all Amanda's relatives, Grant seemed strange. Amanda and Grant asked the relatives strange questions. They inquired whether there were any plots of land nearby with holes. They inquired about the well in the yard, how deep it was. Amanda confided in Karen that she had caused Laura a great deal of pain and didn't know what to do, but she couldn't go into detail. When the detectives asked Karen if she thought Laura's body could be in the truck, she burst into tears. Karen said yes. Then she instructed investigators to check the river near her house. Amanda and Grant made a sudden decision to go boating. It was strange because Karen's house had invited visitors to see Amanda, whom no one had seen in a long time. However, Amanda abandoned all of the guests and went on a boat ride right away. Police began searching Karen's home and property, and divers were dispatched to search the river. Karen showed the police the machete Grant and Amanda had left behind, which he had picked up with a towel and hidden in a wall in the garage. She did this in case it became evidence. She also kept an unwashed towel that Grant had asked her to use to wash something in her truck. Karen's son informed the police, and Amanda also questioned him. They tried to ask him about the local animals, such as whether alligators lived near the river and where they were usually found in large numbers, and whether they could eat an entire person. They also inquired whether sharks lived along the coast. Water lilies hampered the divers' search, but they were able to discover several white objects floating among the lilies. The police began finding the bodies in the water one by one. Initially, it was parts of the torso, legs, and arms. Finally, they discovered the head in Karen's home. They discovered items Amanda and Grant had left behind, including a receipt from the store. They purchased salty acid gloves and a large garbage can at the store. Grant and Amanda arrived at Grant's parents' house in North Carolina around this time, and the police had already obtained a warrant to seize the phones and truck. Grant remained calm and confident as he handed over the items. He was unaware that the police had already discovered the remains. Although the body had not yet been identified, police had enough evidence to charge Grant and Amanda with murder. On July 25, they arrested Grant and Amanda. When questioned, Amanda and Grant's statements shifted, and they eventually started pointing at each other. Grant claimed that Amanda accidentally killed Laura and that he was only covering for Amanda because he wanted to protect her and was scared. Amanda claimed to have been a victim of his control, aggression, and manipulation, just like Laura. According to her, Grant, Laura and Amanda were afraid to tell him, and instead obeyed him. At the time, the police needed more evidence to charge and prosecute them properly. They contacted the trash companies and discovered Grant's trash, which had already been removed from his property. They found gloves, women's jeans, women's underwear, masks, a vacuum cleaner, a shower curtain, a bleached towel, and a drop of blood on a glove. DNA testing confirmed that it was Laura's blood. However, it was unclear who used the glove. Amanda's blood was also discovered on Grant's boat, after which Amanda went for a ride in Texas. Dental records confirmed the identity of the body discovered in the Texas River. Unfortunately, it was Laura's. It was also discovered that the body had been decomposing in hydrochloric acid for quite some time. The receipt clearly stated that they were purchasing that acid. Later, a surveillance camera in Texas captured Amanda throwing away the acid residue after they had gone on a boat ride. Laura's body was in terrible condition, making it impossible to determine the cause of death. There were obvious deep stab wounds that left marks on the bone. Based on a neck and head analysis, experts believe that death by strangulation is entirely possible. There was also a sharp object wound on the neck. According to the Grant story, when Laura arrived to pick up the children on Wednesday, she and Amanda got into an argument. Amanda accidentally killed Laura while Grant was in another room. He claims he only saw Laura killed after he had entered the room. Despite Grant's claim that he was only covering for Amanda, police officers did not believe him. On the Thursday, after Laura went missing, he drove to Walmart at 2 a.m. I purchased a reciprocating saw, some blades, a tarp, and a gym bag. Amanda stated that when Laura arrived with the children on Wednesday, she was in the bedroom watching cartoons with them. Laura and Grant were having a conversation in the kitchen about child custody. Amanda walked into the kitchen and noticed Laura signing some papers. She became curious and went over to ask what the paper was. When Amanda realized what it was, she became enraged because they didn't have $25,000. Amanda claims Laura approached her before Grant grabbed her, mistaking her for an attacker. Laura fell and hit her head, while Amanda ran into the bedroom with the children. 5 minutes later, Grant entered the bedroom and stated that Laura had suffered a severe head injury and that he needed to call an ambulance. So he instructed Amanda to gather the children and leave the apartment with her eyes closed. She took the kids to a fast food restaurant where a surveillance camera recorded her. When she arrived home, Grant was just sitting on the couch. He claimed he was fine. There was no need for an ambulance, so Laura went home. Amanda discovered the next morning that Grant had not returned home. She tried calling him and Laura, but neither answered. Amanda asked her daughter Shaw to watch the children and let her know when she needed groceries. She received a phone call from Grant, who requested that she purchase bleach and gloves. Grant later suggested Amanda travel to Texas to visit her relatives, but they did not depart on Friday. Amanda claimed that she had no idea Laura had died and that her body was stored in coolers in their truck bed. While visiting Karen, Amanda noticed Grant walking around the yard at night. She went downstairs and asked him what was wrong. He claimed Laura had died. Amanda only found out the truth at that point. According to her, Grant stated that it was her responsibility to assist him in disposing of Laura's body. They then drove to the river, deciding to feed the body's remains to an alligator because the acid hadn't worked. Amanda claims that Grant was paranoid and carried a machete on the way back to North Carolina. However, the police were aware that his machete was hanging on the wall in Karen's garage. Much of Amanda's testimony did not correspond to the facts. On August 26, 2013, Grant was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Amanda was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 16 years in prison. Amanda filed for divorce in 2014, and in 2017, she was sentenced to 20 years for tampering with evidence and pipes. Amanda and Grant expressed no regret or remorse during the trials. Throughout the hearings, Grant smiled and remained cheerful. Amanda and Grant continued to blame each other for Laura's death, claiming it was an accident. However, it is believed that both of them planned it carefully. Laura was scared of both of them. She reported to the police that she feared for her life and had received dire threats from Grant. Laura would also refuse to enter Grant and Amanda's apartment if Grant intended to kill her there. Many people believe Grant chose to kill Laura because he needed more psychological help, and he knew he was going to lose the child custody battle. Following the trial, Grant's parents received custody of all 3 children. What do you think this crime was intended for? Unfortunately, this is a common story in life. People who are in love do not realize who they truly are. Perhaps if Laura had taken her time with the wedding or left this horrible man, this would not have happened so quickly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Tuesday, January 14, 2014, just before noon, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a residence in Frisco, Texas, USA, to conduct a welfare check on Anna Moses, a 43-year-old woman living independently. Her boyfriend, Michael Stodnick, expressed concern when he couldn't reach her. They were scheduled to meet for a date the night before, but when Michael arrived at Anna's house at 7:30 p.m., it was dark or the lights were turned off, and her car was not in the driveway. This was unusual because Anna usually left her car in the driveway except for inclement weather when she parked it in the garage. Michael rang the doorbell, called, and texted, but received no response. Following his initial attempt to contact Anna, Michael drove to a nearby Starbucks and waited 15 minutes. He returned to Anna's house and found no apparent change, so he decided to go home. The next morning, Michael tried again to reach Anna via text messages and phone calls, but received no response. Concerned, he contacted some of her friends, who also reported not hearing from her at 9 a.m. On the morning of January 14, Michael returned to Anna's house and discovered that her trash bins were still at the front, and packages remained unopened on her doorstep. Despite having a house key, Michael refrained from entering because he was unfamiliar with the alarm code. The situation indicated that Anna had not returned home from work on the 13th. Michael contacted the police and requested a welfare check after becoming concerned about Anna's well-being. The police advised him to contact the University of Texas at Dallas Police, which was Anna's last known location. Anna worked as a statistical analyst in the UTA's strategy department and had worked all day on January 13th. Michael went to the campus and spoke with the police, but they did not appear concerned. They only took Anna's disappearance seriously after her boss reported her missing. His boss also informed them that she had not been at work on the morning of January 14. Following this report, a 911 call was placed, prompting the police to arrive, but as residents, nothing seemed out of place. There was no evidence of forced entry. They contacted Anna's son, Igor, who had a key and met them at the house. The alarm was disarmed at 12 or 5 p.m. According to the alarm log, for the first time since January 13 morning, the question remained, where was Anna? The police searched several rooms and found Anna's lifeless body in the garage, where she had been fatally shot. Despite her death, she remained dressed in her coat and scarf. Surprisingly, nothing seemed to be missing other than her car. Her purse containing money was discovered next to her, and mail was scattered around her. Notably, an empty Taco Bell sack with a quesadilla wrapper was on the ground nearby. Anna had 7 gunshot wounds distributed as follows: 1 in the neck, 2 in the chest, 3 in the back, and 1 that did not break the skin, with the bullet lodged in her clothing. She also had abrasions on her left hand and a minor abrasion on her right hand, which could be the result of a fall or defensive wounds. Surprisingly, the police discovered 11 cartridge cases in the garage, which contradicted the initial count of 7. Interestingly, there were no bullet holes in the garage. This led the police to suspect that the crime scene had been staged to give the appearance of a robbery. Notably, no fingerprints were found on the patio door or the interior garage door. The police believe Anna was murdered on the evening of January 13 as she returned home from her job at the University of Texas at Dallas. The crucial question remains: who is responsible for Anna's murder? The investigation into Anna's death generated more questions than answers. Originally from Russia, she moved to the United States after meeting Robert Moses. Their union led to marriage, and Robert was formally adopted by his son Igor. Initially, the family appeared close-knit, with Robert and Igor having a strong bond. However, as the years passed and Anna gained confidence in her new American life, she began to engage in activities separate from Robert, causing strains in their relationship, and his interactions with other men contributed to the breakdown of her marriage. One of these connections was with Dr. John Wheeler-Kowski, a colleague who would generously provide her with financial assistance when necessary. Anna also spent time with Jerry Casper, a man who shared her passion for opera and musicals. Jerry was so taken with Anna that he dedicated books of poetry to her. Despite this, he claimed there was nothing romantic between him and Anna because he was married. During their investigation, the police spoke with one of Anna's friends, Dr. Jacques, a Christian who worked at the University of Texas at Dallas. Dr. Christian described an incident that occurred on December 15, 2012, between Anna and her ex-husband Robert. According to Dr. Christian, Anna was in great distress and contacted her, claiming that she was trapped inside a closet with her 2 dogs. The police were called, but the incident was reported as an error. Dr. Christian stated that Anna appeared genuinely afraid of Robert, recalling an encounter in which Anna was visibly shaken and expressed concern that he would kill me tonight. Anna and Robert finalized their divorce in March 2013. Despite the separation, Robert remained in the house while Robert moved to a home shared with 3 other divorced men, most notably their son Igor, who maintained close ties with both parents and paid frequent visits to them. Despite their divorce, Robert continued to assist Anna with household repairs as needed. Surprisingly, Anna did not tell any friends or family about her lingering fears about Robert following the divorce. In fact, she appeared content and happy, having found companionship through online dating. Anna had been in a year-long relationship with Michael, whom she met through Match.com. When questioned by the police, Robert gave his version of events on January 13. He claimed to have spent the day watching football at home before visiting Twin Peaks Bar. Surveillance footage confirmed his timeline, with him entering the bar at 7:06 p.m. and leaving at 7:57 p.m. During the questioning, the police discovered a small cut on Robert's right hand, just above the knuckle of his ring finger, with blood seeping through the bandage. Despite this, Robert cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and allowing the police to search his room. During the search of Robert's belongings, several firearms were discovered, including a Ruger long rifle, a black pocket pistol, and a black Browning Buckmark target pistol. However, extensive testing eliminated these firearms as the murder weapon. The day after Anna's body was discovered, her car was found a few blocks away from her home. Upon inspection, the police discovered blood on the driver's seat, as well as muddy footprints on the car's hood and on top of the vehicle. Inside the car, a Red Bull can on the backseat passenger side and a cigarette butt on the floorboard raised suspicions because Anna was not known to smoke or drink energy drinks. The police believed that the blood found in the car was consistent with the type of injury on Robert's right hand. Subsequent DNA testing revealed that the blood in Anna's car matched Robert's DNA sample. When asked about the blood, Robert initially claimed ignorance, saying he couldn't think of a reason for its presence. He later admitted to being in Anna's car on January 28, 2015, explaining that he was fixing a broken water pipe in the garage at the time. Following these findings, Robert was charged with murder. The prosecution built its case on the assertion that Robert was the only person with the motive, means, and opportunity to commit Anna's murder, claiming that everything pointed to him. It points to nowhere else. Their disagreements revolved around the belief that Robert murdered Anna for personal financial gain. The court learned of this on January 13. Anna left for work at 8:23 a.m., as she usually does, and setting the house alarm before she leaves. She spent the day at work, with a tea break around 2 p.m. Alongside Dr. Wheeler-Kowski, Anna finished her workday at 5 p.m., her usual departure time. At 5:02 p.m., video surveillance captured her walking into the parking garage at work. At 5:07 p.m., Anna drove away from the garage, stopping at a Taco Bell drive, through to buy a chicken course, Delia. Crucially, surveillance near an elementary school near Anna's house captured a car resembling Anna's passing by at 5:44 p.m. This begs the question, if Anna drove home, was someone waiting for her inside the garage? The prosecution's case was heavily based on establishing the timing of Anna's death, which the police claimed occurred between 5:50 p.m. and 5:50 p.m. and 5:55 p.m. Testimonies in court included statements from people who live on the street where Anna's car was discovered. Stephen Brockway testified that on January 14, around 1 p.m., at 1:40 p.m., he and a friend were moving a trailer and there were no cars parked nearby. He returned around 3 p.m. and noticed an SUV parked there. Another neighbor reported seeing a blue Chevrolet truck on the street around 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Based on this information, the police concluded that Anna's car was most likely left there after 6 p.m. On January 14, it was revealed in court that the police had interviewed the other men in Anna's life. Specifically, Michael and Jerry. Both men willingly provided DNA samples for investigation, but Michael denied possessing any firearms. Jerry, on the other hand, admitted to owning a 9mm Glock and a 2-point target pistol. Although the police did not recover these weapons, the court learned from toll records that Jerry left his Arlington workplace around 5:18 p.m. on January 13 and exited the Renner Road toll booth at 6 p.m. This information, when combined with the police's belief about Anna's death time, suggested that Jerry was not in a position to be responsible for the crime at the time it occurred. These details were presented to the court in order to rule out any other possible suspects. The court was informed that Dr. Wheeler-Kowski had been excluded as a suspect based on toll records confirming he was in Garland Robert on his way home at 5:47 p.m. Furthermore, the type of firearm he owned, a .40 caliber Glock, did not match the gun used to kill Anna. DNA testing of the Red Bull can and cigarette butt found in Anna's car revealed that the DNA belonged to an unknown male. Despite entering the profile into the combined DNA index system, there were no matches. The prosecution emphasized the financial motive, claiming that Robert stood to benefit financially from Anna's death. A review of his financial records revealed that several credit cards were nearly maxed out. During police interviews, Robert allegedly expressed a strong interest in Anna's finances. Michael informed the police that shortly after Anna's death, Robert inquired about her financial situation and approached Anna's mother to inquire about the location of Anna's jewelry. Dr. Christian testified that she overheard Robert saying that it would be beneficial if he lived in Anna's house to avoid the cost of maintaining 2 homes. Tatiana Heber, another Anna friend, described Robert as a businessman who was interested in Anna's bank accounts, passwords, and other documents. The court learned that Frank Shuvra, Anna's independent executor, advised Igor to set up a trust, but Robert told him to deposit the money in a bank account. Instead, Igor was named the beneficiary of Anna's $750,000 life insurance policy. On February 4, 2015, Anna's estate deposited $25,000 into Robert and Igor's joint bank account. Igor claimed that the money was used to pay off the car he was driving, which Robert had previously owned and had since transferred to Igor. The proceeds were also used to pay off Anna's mortgage. The defense claimed that in their focus on Robert, the police failed to thoroughly investigate other men in Anna's life. They stated that the items discovered in Anna's car, as well as the footprints, did not match Robert's DNA, and that the weapon used to murder Anna had yet to be found. In Robert's defense, it was argued that he was not financially impacted by Anna's death. Robert claimed that his move into Anna's house was solely to assist Igor, who was the beneficiary of his life insurance. Igor supported this claim, testifying that Robert's decision to move in was his own, motivated by a desire for assistance in managing bills and household responsibilities. The trial revealed that Anna took excellent care of Igor, doing everything for him, so it was not uncommon for him to seek assistance with bill payment. Iger testified about the bloodstain discovered in Anna's car, claiming that it had been there for years and was not a new or fresh stain. The defense also questioned the accuracy of the time of death. The medical examiner stated during the trial that Anna's stomach contents had been nearly completely digested. The defense argued that if she had eaten the quesadilla and died before 6 p.m., there would have been more identifiable food remnants in her stomach. This raises the possibility that she was murdered later, providing an alibi for Robert and some of Anna's other male acquaintances. Despite the defense's arguments, a Collin County jury found Robert Arthur Moses guilty of first-degree murder of his ex-wife Anna over finances and their relationship in late 2016, sentencing him to life in prison after more than 8 hours of deliberation. In court, prosecutors referred to the then 64-year-old as a calculating killer, claiming that Anna, 43, was targeted and ambushed at the time she died. She was shot in her prime, and no one should ever fear him again. Following his conviction, he filed an appeal to challenge the court's decision. Robert's appeal focused on a lack of evidence, claiming that the conviction was based solely on conjecture and speculation. The appeal centered on specific pieces of evidence, including the chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell and the unexplained large sum of money in Anna's savings account at the time of her death. Concerning the chicken quest idea, the appeal focused on Dr. Williams' testimony, which challenged the established time of Anna's death. Dr. Rohor acknowledged that if Anna had eaten a chicken quesadilla on her way home at 5:45 p.m., it is reasonable to expect the stomach contents to be partially digested after being shot 10 minutes later. However, he testified that he could not recognize any type of food in Anna's stomach contents, casting doubt on the timeline's accuracy. The appeal argued that the uncertainty about the digestion of the chicken quesadilla calls into question the accuracy of Anna's time of death, implying that she was killed after 7 p.m. Is true, this assertion would provide an alibi for Robert, who was reportedly at the Twin Peaks bar at the time. Furthermore, the appeal highlighted Anna's substantial savings account, emphasizing the significant increase in funds over a 23-month period, despite the fact that her spending records showed she spent the majority of her income. The appeal faulted the police for failing to investigate the source of the funds. However, the state appeals court rejected Robert's arguments regarding the quesadilla. The court stated that no one knew what happened to it, or if Anna consumed it. Regarding Anna's savings, the court noted that prosecutors brought it up during the trial, claiming that some of the money came from a former romantic interest who wanted to help Anna. Despite the appeal, the court upheld Robert's conviction, and he is still incarcerated. The rejection of the appeal upholds the previous judgment and preserves the trial outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Aspen, Colorado, a chilling mystery unfolded on a cold winter's day in 2014. A heinous crime committed in secret shocked and stunned the community. An individual known and loved by many died tragically and unexpectedly, forever altering the tranquility of this picturesque mountain town. Nancy Pfister's life story begins in Orofino, Idaho, in July 1956, with her birth. She grew up in the picturesque suburb of Basalt, Colorado, and attended Bayside High School. Nancy's family had a unique connection to the development of the Buttermilk Ski Resort. Her father, Art Pfister, transformed the family cattle ranch into this well-known ski resort in 1958, making a large fortune in the process. Nancy's mother, Betty, has a remarkable background as well. She was a member of the Women's Air Force Service Pilots during World War IE. She began her college career at Brooklyn's Pratt Institute before dropping out and returning to her roots in Colorado at the age of 20. Back home, she continued to play an important role in managing her family's business, which was well known in the local tourism industry at the age of 29. Despite never being married, Nancy welcomed her daughter Julia into the world. At the age of 39, she gave birth to a son. Nancy Pfister's life was defined by her dedication as a single mother, raising her 2 children in the log home her father lovingly built for her in 1991. On the fateful day of February 26, a visit to Nancy and her friend Kathy Carpenter's home took an unexpected and terrifying turn. It had been 3 days since they had last seen or spoken, and Kathy's concern had grown too strong to ignore. Kathy walked into Nancy's house and called out for her friend, desperate for a response. However, the eerie silence that greeted her sent chills down her spine. Her heart sank as she noticed a chilling detail: a small smear of blood on Nancy's headboard. The room itself was disorganized, with the covers thrown aside as if there had been a fight, but the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Nancy's bedroom featured a large walk-in closet, and Kathy's concern grew when she discovered the door was locked. Desperate to learn the truth, she retrieved a spare key from the closet and cautiously opened the door. What she sensed was beyond her worst nightmares: a nauseating, unbearable stench. Inside the closet was a lifeless body. Kathy called 911 at 6:15 p.m., her voice trembling as she described the grisly discovery. She believed that the lifeless figure in the closet was Nancy herself. The arrival of the cops only confirmed Kathy's suspicions. Nancy's lifeless body was indeed hidden in the closet, shrouded in a heavy-duty trash bag from the neck down, with additional kitchen trash bags covering her head. The scene was a horrific display of violence. Nancy had been brutally beaten to death, her head showing signs of multiple blunt force traumas. An electrical extension cord had been cruelly wrapped around her neck, adding a chilling element to the crime. Despite the brutality of Nancy's attack, there was very little blood at the scene, with the exception of a small smear on the headboard. But when the investigators turned the mattress over, they discovered a large pool of blood soaked into the fabric. It soon became clear that whoever had attacked Nancy had taken the chilling step of flipping the mattress to conceal the gruesome aftermath before fleeing. The question that haunted both Kathy and the police was who could commit such a heinous and brutal act against Nancy. It was a question that sent shockwaves through their peaceful community, leaving them to deal with the unsettling realization that a heartless killer lived among them. Kathy Carpenter's revelation added another layer of complexity to an already perplexing case. She informed the police about recent tensions between Nancy and her tenants, William Trey Styler and his wife, Nancy Styler. This information immediately cast doubt on the Stylers and sparked speculation about their possible involvement in Nancy's brutal murder. The day after Nancy's lifeless body was found, an autopsy was performed by Dr. Steve Ayers, the Pitkin County coroner. His findings shed light on the severity of the crime. Dr. Ayers determined that Nancy died from 3 or 4 vicious blows to the head delivered with a hard object with a slightly curved edge. Although he couldn't identify the exact weapon used, he could tell that the business end of the instrument was small, about an inch or two. The exact timeline of Nancy's death remained unclear. Dr. Ayers estimated that the fatal assault occurred between the evening of February 24th and the morning of February 25th. Nancy's injuries were concentrated between her right forehead and right temporal bone, indicating 3 or 4 severe blows. In addition, several bruises covered her left upper arm, right neck, and right jaw, painting a bleak picture of the brutal violence she endured. Dr. Ayers concluded that Nancy Foster's death was the result of a homicide. The investigation took a significant step forward, escalating the search for truth and justice. The focus was now squarely on uncovering the truth about the Stylers' involvement, as well as any other potential suspects who could hold the key to solving this chilling and deeply unsettling murder mystery. The police investigation took a critical turn when they looked into the complex relationships between Nancy Foster, the victim, and the Stylers. Her tenants made it clear that there was more to the story than what first appeared. Nancy Foster's decision to rent out her luxurious mountain home during her annual warm weather vacations became an important piece of the puzzle. Her ad, on in the Aspen Times, was straightforward, offering a 3-bedroom home with 3.5 bathrooms, strategically located on the mountainside. The only rule was no cats. This advertisement piqued the interest of Trey and Nancy Styler, who were considering a fresh start in Aspen, away from their troubles in Denver. At first glance, the Stylers seemed to be ideal tenants. Nancy Styler, a world-renowned expert, and Lily Paget, a retired anesthesiologist who was forced to leave his position due to a debilitating neurological disease, appeared to be responsible people who would take good care of the property. However, their seemingly peaceful lives had been upended by a series of setbacks. Lawsuits had depleted their savings, leaving them in financial distress. Trey's illness forced him to resign from his position as chief of staff at a Denver hospital, causing additional hardship. In a desperate attempt to reinvent themselves, they decided to relocate to Aspen, a wealthy and promising destination. Nancy Styler's medical background had led her to consider new possibilities. She had taken Botox and laser treatment courses in the hopes of opening her own spa in Aspen. The presence of wealthy residents, celebrities, and tourists in the area made it an appealing prospect. When they came across Nancy Pfeister's advertisement, it appeared to be the ideal opportunity for them to establish themselves and make connections in their new community. So the stylists became Nancy Pfeister's tenants. The once promising landlord-tenant relationship had mysteriously deteriorated to the point where Nancy Foster died brutally in her own home. The police were now faced with the daunting task of unraveling the events that had led to this tragic outcome, attempting to determine the motives and circumstances surrounding Nancy Foster's disturbing murder. The police's conversation with Trey and Nancy Styler provided a vivid picture of their deteriorating relationship with Nancy Foster. It was clear that their initial enthusiasm for the tendency had faded, resulting in a deep animosity. Nancy Styler described their initial interactions with Nancy Pfeister as positive. They had quickly responded to her ad in October and were warmly welcomed into her home. Nancy Foster even expressed an interest in investing in their new business venture. However, the situation worsened after they moved in. The stylists claimed that Nancy Foster's behavior changed dramatically, becoming demanding and, in their words, akin to being treated like a slave. As a result, when Nancy Pfeister left for Australia in November 2013, the stylists were relieved of her absence. During Nancy Foster's absence, she had asked her friend Kathy to collect rent and care for her Labradoodle. However, by January 2014, tensions had risen. Nancy Pfeister began posting complaints on Facebook, alleging that the stylists had stopped paying their rent and owed her money for utilities. Nancy Styler acknowledged receiving several messages and emails from Nancy Pfeister during this time. In an unexpected turn of events, Nancy Foster informed the Stylers in February 2014 that she was returning 3 months earlier than planned and demanded that they vacate her home before she arrived. When Nancy Pfeister returned home, she discovered that some of the stylists' belongings, including spa equipment for their business, were still stored in her garage. When Nancy Foster returned, she wasted no time in addressing the situation. She entrusted Kathy with delivering a note to Trey outlining her claims that they owed her $14,000 for utilities and property damage and demanding payment. Nancy Foster allegedly threatened to seek a restraining order to keep the Stylers off her property. Although the Stylers questioned the legality of such an action, Nancy Styler's version of events indicates that they went to the house to retrieve their belongings after receiving Nancy Foster's note. Nancy Foster was not present at the time, so they entered the house to collect their belongings, staying until 4 p.m. The next morning, they returned to complete the task, but they still did not encounter Nancy Pfeister. However, during their visit, they noticed Nancy's dog was left alone in the house. Nancy Styler claimed to be unaware of what had happened to Nancy Pfeister, as they had not seen her during their visits to the property. The Nancy Foster case, which involved her complicated relationship with the Stylers and her disappearance, added intrigue to an already enigmatic story. Investigators were intent on determining what happened when Nancy confronted the Stylers about the alleged deaths. The police's initial release of Trey and Nancy Styler following a 12-hour interview raised concerns about their involvement in Nancy Foster's murder. Aside from Kathy's report of a dispute, there was no concrete evidence linking them to the crime. However, the discovery of crucial evidence soon after their release would cast new light on the case. The breakthrough came when a man collecting trash just 100 yards from the motel where the stylists were staying stumbled upon Nancy Foster's belongings. I learned about her murder from the news. He recognized the significance of the discovery and immediately notified the police. After investigating, law enforcement discovered the bag mentioned by the informant, which contained some of Nancy Foster's personal belongings. Intriguingly, the Stylers' Jaguar vehicle registration was found in the same bag, raising questions about why it was in Nancy's possession, but the discoveries did not end there. The police on Earth have an old hammer that they believe is the murder weapon. Testing revealed that the hammer contained traces of Nancy Pfeister's blood. Even more damning, Trey Styler DNA was discovered on the plastic bag containing the hammer. Furthermore, a key to Nancy's closet was discovered just a few yards from the Stylers' motel room. With this new evidence, the police rearrested Trey and Nancy Styler, charging them with first-degree murder. It appeared that the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, pointing to their role in Nancy Pfister's brutal death. However, a cloud of uncertainty hung over the case, and the police were open to the possibility of other people being involved or the Stylers being framed. Some of the evidence appeared to be strategically placed, raising suspicions of a hidden hand manipulating the situation. Furthermore, Trey's fragile physical condition, as a result of his neurological ailment, raised concerns about his ability to commit such heinous crimes alone. As the investigation progressed, the search for the full truth expanded to include the possibility that other players were involved in this chilling murder mystery. The arrest of Kathy Carpenter, a friend of Nancy Foster, and a local bank teller, shocked the Aspen community. The investigation took an unexpected turn. As the police investigation progressed, they discovered a number of facts that raised questions about Kathy's involvement in the case, despite her friendship with Nancy Pfister. There were underlying tensions because Kathy felt Nancy treated her more like a personal assistant, even though she had never been compensated for that role. The police suspected Kathy had made a connection with Nancy Styler, sharing stories about their common grievances against Nancy Foster. One particularly disturbing discovery was that Kathy went to Nancy's Alpine Bank safety deposit box and removed $6,000 of Nancy's money, as well as 2 family rings, just one day after discovering her lifeless body. When questioned about this, Kathy stated that Nancy had granted her legal access to the safe deposit box and that she had taken these items with the intent of delivering them to Nancy's daughter, Juliana. Despite the complexities of their relationship, Kathy remained devoted to Nancy and considered her a close friend. She admitted that Nancy could be demanding and frequently gave orders, but she also emphasized the enjoyable times they had together, which fueled the police's suspicions. According to records, Nancy Styler called Kathy 3 or 4 times on February 26th, shortly before Nancy Foster's lifeless body was discovered. This communication pattern fueled the investigators' belief that the 3 individuals were somehow connected to Nancy Foster's murder. The twists and turns of Nancy Pfister's tragic death continued with a shocking revelation. Just weeks before the trial was scheduled to begin, Trey, a key figure in the investigation, made an unexpected decision. He approached the judge and expressed his willingness to confess to the crime. Trey's confession resulted in a shocking plea deal in which he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and accepted a 20-year prison sentence. Trey offered to reveal the horrific details of what had happened to Nancy Pfister. However, a critical and fateful aspect of this plea agreement was that Nancy Styler, Trey's wife, would be granted unconditional freedom from all charges relating to Nancy Foster's death. Before the judge, Trey said the words that sealed his fate. "Your Honor, I am guilty." He went on to give a chilling account of what happened that fateful night. Trey confessed that he initially went to Nancy Pfister's house to reason with her. When he left his motel room, his wife was sleeping, unaware of the approaching tragedy. As he entered Nancy Pfister's unlocked home, he discovered her sleeping peacefully in her bedroom. The sight of Nancy sleeping peacefully became unbearable to Trey's already troubled mind. His life was unraveling, plagued by financial ruin, and Nancy Pfister's relentless demands for money, combined with her retention of his spa equipment, left Nancy seemingly unaffected by the chaos, sleeping soundly in her bed. It was a tipping point for Trey, causing him to lose his grip on reality. In a shocking turn of events, Trey described going to the garage and retrieving a trash bag and a hammer. He returned to Nancy's bedroom and brutally bludgeoned her with the hammer, striking her repeatedly until she died, to reduce the evidence of the heinous crime. After Nancy died, he placed the bag over her head and carefully moved her body to a sheet on the floor. She dragged Nancy Pfister's lifeless body into the closet, concealing it from the outside world, tying it with an extension cord tray. Trey's 20-year sentence, as stipulated in his plea agreement, marked the start of a dark chapter for him inside the prison walls. Simultaneously, Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Massey, made a dramatic escape from the shadows of her past. She changed her identity, moved to a different state, and filed for divorce from Trey. However, the narrative took another tragic turn. On August 6, 2015, Trey was discovered dead inside his prison cell. and the cause of death was determined to be suicide. Following her death, Nancy Masson was able to collect a significant sum of $1 million from a life insurance policy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In September 2017, a chilling and perplexing series of events occurred in a quiet community, leaving its residents in shock and disbelief. What started as a seemingly routine missing person case turned into a harrowing story of love, betrayal, and tragedy. On a sunny Tuesday in September 2017, a young woman named Laura Wallen awoke in her cozy home in Olney, Maryland. She was 31 years old and loved her job as a teacher at Lake High School. She was so good at her job that she was named Teacher of the Year just the previous year. Laura had worked hard to prepare for the new school year. She spent weeks getting her classroom ready for her students. She was looking forward to starting school again. However, something strange occurred on that fateful day. Laura didn't show up for work, which worried everyone. Her family, particularly her parents, became concerned after receiving a call from her boss informing them that she had not arrived at school. Laura was never one to miss work, particularly on the first day of school. She was passionate about teaching, and her students adored her, so when the Lauras received that call, they knew something was seriously wrong. They decided to contact the police and report her missing. The police decided to check on Laura and her home. When they arrived, her house appeared normal, with no signs of trouble. It was puzzling. Where might she be? What caused Laura to disappear? Even more concerning was that she was 4 months pregnant. The police had to find her. They contacted her boyfriend, Tyler Tessier, hoping he could provide some answers. However, Tyler stated that he had no idea where Laura was. A frantic search began. Laura's black Ford Escape was discovered parked at an apartment complex near the high school where she worked. Volunteers gathered in Howard and Montgomery counties, handing out flyers featuring Laura's photo and posting missing posters wherever they could. Tyler and Laura's parents even went on television to ask for assistance and promise a reward. Does anyone know where Laura is? Tyler, who was desperate to find Laura, addressed the news conference. He pleaded with the public to share any information they possessed. He adored Laura and was constantly worried about her. He said, "Laura, it doesn't matter what happened as long as you listen. It makes no difference what kind of trouble you're experiencing. There is nothing we can't solve together. So many people miss you. There are so many people out who have not slept, and we have not eaten. We are simply looking for you or praying that you are safe." But Tyler was also pleading for help. The police and Laura's family began to suspect that he was hiding something related to Laura's disappearance. The police noticed some inconsistencies in what he was saying, and allowing Tyler to speak at the news conference was a strategy for gathering more information. Laura was still listed as missing at the time. No one knew what happened to her or where she was, but as the investigation progressed, Tyler began to reveal some disturbing information, raising even more questions. He told the cops that Laura had asked him for assistance. According to Tyler, Laura wanted to disappear because she was pregnant with a student's child, and she was terrified and embarrassed. She did not want anyone to find out. However, only 2 days after that press conference, everything changed. Laura was a missing person until September 13, 2017, when she was murdered. The police received a tip that led them to a remote field in Damascus, Maryland. Tyler was known to frequent the area, and they discovered newly dug ground in a hidden corner of the field. They discovered something horrifying with the help of specially trained dogs. Laura's body was buried in a shallow grave. An autopsy later revealed that she had been shot in the back of the head. This was a heartbreaking and horrific turn of events, and the police were now faced with the difficult task of determining when she died, who murdered her, and why the discovery of Lauren's body marked a dark and tragic chapter in the story. And it was clear that there was a lot more to uncover. Laura's family, still reeling from the shock of her disappearance, now had to deal with the devastating reality of her murder. The search for answers has only begun. Tyler was considered a person of interest in the case because he was thought to be the last person to see Laura alive. This suspicion stemmed from inconsistencies in the various accounts he provided about his whereabouts and activities. During the relevant time period, The police had evidence that Laura was alive on September 1, as her family saw her that day. The next day, September 2, Laura went on an outing with Tyler. During this time, Laura texted her sister about the adventure Tyler had taken her on. The message read, "Tyler has taken me on a country adventure. I am not sure why, but it is for something waiting in a field." The police discovered an important clue while investigating Laura's financial transactions. They discovered that Laura's debit card was last used at a Safeway grocery store near her only residence on September 2nd, between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. What made this discovery significant was that surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Laura wasn't alone during the transaction. Tyler was alone during the transaction. Tyler was seen with her. This information piqued the police's interest in Tyler as they attempted to piece together the events surrounding Laura's disappearance and subsequent death. But why does Tyler want Laura? The answer lay in their complicated relationship and Tyler's hidden life. Tyler and Laura had had an on and off relationship for a decade. They always found their way back together after breaking up. Their love was turbulent, with highs and lows, but Laura was looking forward to starting a family with Tyler, unaware of the dark secrets he was keeping. Laura was not aware of this. During one of the breaks, Tyler had begun dating another woman, a fellow teacher, back in 2012. He even moved in with her while still in a relationship with Laura. Neither woman knew about the other, and Tyler was able to keep his double life hidden. When Laura found out she was pregnant with Tyler's child, her father, Mark Wallen, confronted Tyler about his intentions. He was aware of Laura and Tyler's on and off relationship, as well as rumors of another woman. Tyler assured Mark that he would take care of Laura, even showing him an engagement ring and claiming he intended to propose. He also informed Mark that he had not seen the other woman in 2 years. However, it was later revealed that the ring Tyler had given Mark was used to propose to another woman, not Laura. The other woman had agreed, and their wedding was scheduled just a month after Laura was due to give birth to Tyler's child. Laura and the other woman thought they were in exclusive relationships with Tyler, but the truth was much more complicated. It appeared that Laura discovered Tyler's deception shortly before her death. She text messaged the other woman on August 28, 2017, seeking a meeting to clarify something. She made it clear in her message that she was looking for answers rather than a confrontation. Tyler allegedly began plotting Laura's murder within days of sending that message, according to the police. He appeared to have convinced the other woman that Laura was unstable and stalking him. When the other woman received Laura's text, he informed Tyler, who sent a chilling message, "I could actually kill her." Tyler initially denied any involvement with anyone other than Laura when confronted by the police. However, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, he finally admitted to his double life. Tyler was believed by the police to have brought Laura to a remote location with the intention of killing her in order to silence her and protect his secret life. Laura thought she was going to see some land Tyler wanted to buy, but the reality was far more sinister. He chose a field near the farm where he worked, a place he was very familiar with. Laura's sister had asked her to take a picture during the trip, and Laura agreed. The police would later use that image to pinpoint the location where her lifeless body was discovered. Tyler had taken her there twice, once in September 2017 and again the next day. The police believe Tyler shot Laura on September 17, and their actions following the murder were calculated and disturbing. On the same day, he texted a friend and requested a late-night ride to Baltimore. However, the friend declined to advise against such a late-night trip. Tyler's response was chilling. "It's probably just attempting to clean up a mess," where the prosecutors Tyler's actions were clear at all times. A premeditated murder. They believed that his meticulous planning and choice of location indicated that he had intended to kill Laura in order to protect his secrets from Tyler, with the goal of providing closure and justice to Laura's family. But the truth would remain elusive. The shocking and tragic story of Laura Wallen and Tyler Tessier was far from over. As the case nears its climax in court, a sudden and unexpected turn of events would stun everyone, and the pursuit of justice would take a new direction. Detectives believed that after Tyler shot Laura, he used text messages to conceal evidence and cast doubt on the paternity of Laura's baby. He used Laura's phone to send a message to her sister stating, "I'm about 95 sure Tyler is not the father. I will try to contact Antoine." Laura's sister found the text confusing. She had a close relationship with Laura and was aware that if Laura had any doubts about the baby's paternity, he would not discuss it via text message. She told the cops that Laura had dated someone named Antoine about 2 years before her death but had no contact with him since then. Tyler was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence, and false statements. He faced only one murder charge because Maryland law requires that the child be viable outside the womb before additional charges can be filed. When questioned by the police, Tyler initially denied any involvement or knowledge of Laura's situation. However, he later provided several conflicting accounts of the events. He initially claimed that, during a heated argument in September, Laura became enraged and attacked him with scissors, causing her to fall and seemingly die after colliding with a porch post. Tyler buried her in a field, believing she had died. When questioned about the gunshot wound found during the autopsy, he stated that he was concerned that he had buried her alive and then returned to shoot her to ensure she was dead and would not suffer. Tyler later changed his story, telling the police that African-American men had entered Laura's home and kidnapped her. He claims they compelled them to drive to Damascus, where Laura was shot. When asked why he wasn't shot, Tyler explained that he begged the men to let him go. The prosecution was confident in their case, claiming Tyler was responsible for Laura's death. They contended that Tyler, who had been living a double life for years, was concerned that his secret was about to be revealed because Laura had discovered the truth. Tyler allegedly planned Laura's murder after she contacted the other woman he was involved with. Tyler was supposed to spend the weekend of September 2 with the other woman in Pennsylvania, ostensibly to look for bridesmaid dresses. Instead, he claimed he couldn't go because of a knee injury sustained while walking her dog, which proved to be a lie. He arranged to meet Laura and transport her to a remote field in Damascus, Montgomery County. The prosecution contended that Laura's murder was premeditated, as evidenced by the isolated location where she was killed and buried. They wanted to take the jury to this remote location to show the extent of its seclusion and the planning required. This visit would necessitate four-wheel drive to navigate off-road terrain, ascend a curved hill, and descend to the corner of a grassy field, demonstrating the location's remoteness and hidden nature, supporting their claim of premeditation. They also planned to show the jury an animal processing facility near the field. Prosecutors believe Tyler used a skid loader on the property to dig a shallow grave for Laura's body. Laura's front license plate and cell phone were found in a dumpster on the property. The prosecution was concerned that photographs alone would not accurately depict the field's hidden maker, implying that someone familiar with the area had chosen. They had an aerial image of the site with a tree line and a photograph of Laura in a truck at the same location. Laura had sent her sister a photo of herself from that location. Furthermore, phone records for Tyler and Laura showed them at the location where Laura was later discovered, and the prosecution planned to tell the jury that after burying Laura, Tyler drove her car to a Columbia apartment complex, where it was later discovered. They planned to call witnesses, including one of Tyler's friends, who claimed Tyler asked for a ride from the apartment complex and requested the opportunity to present their case to a jury on September 28. At 5 a.m., Tyler's lifeless body was discovered in his jail cell only hours before his trial was scheduled to begin. He hanged himself inside the Montgomery County Correctional Facility in Rockville, Maryland, leaving 5 suicide notes on the top of his bunk bed. This tragic turn of events meant that the prosecution would be denied the opportunity to outline and prove their case to a jury. Tyler's death brought an abrupt and unexpected conclusion to a case that had sparked widespread interest due to its complex and disturbing circumstances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Have you ever wondered how often people are forced to do terrible things out of love? In most cases, completely innocent people who have no idea they have become victims in such stories suffer. The story begins with the protagonist, a lovely girl named Kendra Hatcher, who, without realizing it, becomes a victim in a love triangle. How did it all start? Who is Kendra Hatcher? We'll find out today. It occurred from September to 2015. On Wednesday, Kendra Hatcher, 35, drove into the parking garage of a Gales Park 17 home. She lived in a house where everyone, including Kendra, felt completely safe because there was a 24-hour concierge on duty. And it was a lively and luxurious apartment building with a saltwater pool, a fitness studio, and a gourmet coffee bar in the uptown neighborhood of Dallas, Texas, USA. But let's go through everything in order. Kendra Hatcher, 35, a pediatric dentist from Springfield, Illinois, was born on February 3, 1980. She came from a good family that could afford many things for her, including a good education, a good university, and a job. She grew up in Pleasant Plains, Illinois, and attended dental school before moving to Dallas for work. She had recently taken a job at Smile Zone. It seemed like an ideal fit for her during her spare time. Kendra led Bible study classes, and not just any Bible study classes, and not just any Bible study. She was a devout Christian who wanted to use her dental skills to benefit others. She took part in volunteer programs such as building churches overseas and providing free dental care to children in Ecuador. Kendra's professional and personal lives were both very active. On May 24, 2015, she started dating a doctor named Ricky Paniagua. Ricky was finishing his dermatology residency at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. Kendra and Ricky met on the dating app Tinder and had their first date on May 24. They were inseparable from the very first date. They shared similar values and desired the same things in life. Although their relationship had only lasted a few months, they were already discussing the possibility of marriage. Unfortunately, Kendra had no idea what lay ahead. Kendra drove into the parking garage to park her car after work one evening in September. She arrived at 7:42 p.m. She did this every day, but she was looking forward to the upcoming weekend because she had planned to spend Labor Day in Mexico with Ricky, but Kendra was not going to make it there. A few minutes later, she pulled into the parking lot. Two men walking nearby overheard screams and gunshots. After the shots were fired, a Jeep Cherokee pulled out of the parking garage. Hashim said, who lives in the apartment complex, overheard the screams and called 911. The police arrived and discovered Kendra's body in the garage. She'd been shot. It was initially thought to be a robbery. Kendra's expensive purse went missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were discovered on the ground near her body. However, after further investigation and examination of the scene, police determined that the manner of the shooting did not indicate a robbery. Rather, it resembled a shooting. The gunshot residue discovered indicated that Kendra's hands were up and behind her head at the time of the shooting. The entry point was at the top of her head, and the bullet exited through the chin. But who could have intended to kill Kendra as a result of the shooting? Everyone was in deep despair. How could this have occurred? She had never disagreed with anyone. Everyone had no idea what could have happened. There were numerous questions, but no answers yet. The police started their investigation. Police recovered surveillance footage from Gallus Park 17. The video shows a Jeep Grand Cherokee driving into the parking lot at 7:15 p.m. At 7:42 p.m., Kendra returns home and pulls into the same garage. The footage shows a man walking to Kendra Scott, R., and then returning to the Jeep. Police believe this is the man who shot Kendra. The video showed that there was another person involved. The driver of the Jeep was a woman, and she drove out of the parking lot as soon as the man returned to the Jeep, but they could not be identified. So police released images of the Jeep and its driver to the media and asked the public for assistance. The appeal worked. Police were contacted by a man named Jose Luis Ortiz, who claimed ownership of the Jeep but was not involved in the shooting or driving at the time. Jose stated that on September morning, two of his friends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez, approached him and asked to borrow his Jeep. They explained that Crystal was having car problems, so they left the car at Jose's house for him to fix, and he loaned them his Jeep. They were supposed to return the Jeep to him that evening after work. Instead, Brenda requested that he meet her at Chili's that evening, and he agreed that Crystal was not at the restaurant, nor was his Jeep. Jose told police that he was at the restaurant with Brenda when the shooting occurred. Later that evening, the Jeep was returned to Jose's residence. Jose didn't expect his Jeep to be used as a getaway vehicle. He said he became aware of it when he saw the police address and recognized his Jeep. When he asked Brenda about it, she said it wasn't his Jeep. But Crystal used it to get dangerous substances for someone, and something went wrong. Jose told the police that Brenda convinced him not to say anything because it was his Jeep, and he could get in trouble with the cops, jeopardizing his citizenship. It appeared to him that she was attempting to manipulate him. According to Jose, Brenda offered to pay to have his Jeep repainted a different color. After speaking with Brenda, Jose called the police. The police officers approached Brenda and asked if she knew who Kendra was. Brenda said she had no idea who Kendra was and had never seen her. At 7:42 p.m. on September 2, the police asked where she was, and Brenda said she was at Chili's with Jose, showing them the dinner receipts. Nonetheless, the police realized Brenda was involved in the crime. The first suspect in the case stepped forward. The cops questioned her about Jose's Jeep. Brenda said she gave Crystal the Jeep. When the police questioned Crystal, another suspect came forward. Crystal turned out to be a 23-year-old single mother. They asked if she was the woman on videotape driving the Jeep. She confirmed her identity and explained that an armed carjacker forced her to drive to the parking lot that evening. She stated that her 9-year-old son was with her, but the videotape shows that the child was not in the car. When the police informed her of this, she altered her story. She claimed there was no carjacking and that she voluntarily drove the man to the garage, but she assumed it was only for the robbery. She insisted that she knew nothing about the shooting. The police officers questioned her about why she had agreed to drive there, even though she suspected it was a robbery, and she admitted that Brenda had asked her to do so. The cops asked her what Brenda wanted from Kendra, which revealed new information. Kendra was dating Brenda's ex-boyfriend. It is about Ricky. Brenda and Ricky had dated from 2012 to early 2015. When they broke up, he began dating Kendra, which upset Brenda. However, Ricky was unaware of her unhappiness. In February 2015, he ended the relationship and began dating other women. When he met Kendra in May, he realized things were serious, and as a courtesy, he sent Brenda an email informing her that he was in a serious relationship. He didn't tell her Kendra's name, and Brenda seemed fine with it, saying she hoped to stay on good terms with Ricky as the interrogations continued and evidence piled up. Crystal sought a plea bargain and agreed to testify in exchange for a lesser sentence. She told the police that Brenda wanted to kill Kendra and that the murder was her idea. Crystal claims that within 2 weeks of meeting Brenda, they began planning to kill Kendra. Brenda was not simply upset that her relationship with Ricky had ended. According to the police, she was obsessed with him and desperately wanted him back. She pretended to Ricky that she was content with their friendship, but her life began to unravel. She was ready to hit rock bottom, so she began missing work. Brenda decided to make it her full-time job to bring Ricky back. She stalked Kendra and Ricky on social media, hacking Ricky's email and discovering their plans and travel arrangements. She started to hate Kendra even more. She believed Kendra had taken her place. In other words, she determined to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. Brenda asked Crystal if she knew of anyone who could help, and Crystal agreed to assist. They started devising a plan to kill Kendra. They met multiple times and devised various plans. Initially, they intended to inject Kendra with an illegal substance or sedative before discussing shooting her. Brenda asked Crystal if she could find someone to do it or if she knew anyone, as she was from a low-income neighborhood. They drove around the neighborhood asking people if they could help. Later, they met Christopher Love. He agreed to assist, and they started talking about different ways to kill Kendra. They decided that shooting her would be the most effective way to kill her because it was quick. Crystal told the cops that Brenda had agreed to give her $500, and she agreed to give Christopher both the money and the illegal substances. Crystal told police that they decided to kill Kendra on September 2 because they knew she and Ricky had plans for Labor Day weekend and would leave Dallas for a vacation in Mexico on September 3. Brenda felt they should have finished it sooner. Brenda was aware of all their plans and activities after learning that they intended to relocate to San Francisco upon their return. Brenda told Crystal that because she had downloaded Ricky's iPhone account to another phone and used it for snooping, she wanted the murder to appear to be a botched robbery. To determine where to commit the murder, Brenda and Crystal decided to follow Kendra to see how she got around on her typical day. They followed her to work. They sat outside the Salvation Army store and used binoculars to observe her movements while she was working. Brenda didn't realize Ricky's obsession with her head had turned her into a terrifying person, and Crystal didn't discourage her friend, instead assisting her for money. After work, they followed her and discovered the best way to get into the parking lot. They realized they could easily get in by parking in the visitor spot first and then following another car into the garage. They followed the same procedure for several days to ensure that nothing changed. They were confident that they knew exactly what Kendra would be doing from September 1 to the day before. Brenda, Crystal, and Christopher completed one last check and clocked in. They took gloves, syringes, disinfectant spray, and wipes from Kendra's workstation. The murder was planned to be committed by Crystal and Christopher alone the following day, September 2. Brenda and Crystal picked up the Jeep from Josie's early in the morning, before meeting Christopher at Jack in the Box. Brenda was dropped off at the Carrollton Library, while Crystal and Christopher went to Kendra's apartment complex alone. They waited across the street for about 30 minutes before driving to Kendra's place of employment. Crystal left to get her son and nephew from school and dropped them off at her grandmother's house. She drove back to Kendra's workplace and followed her as she left. They lost her in traffic, but returned first, so they pulled into the garage and waited for her there. When Kendra arrived, Christopher got out of the car. He was wearing gloves, approached Kendra with a gun, and shot her as she exited the car. Crystal stated that she heard the shot rather than seeing it. They left and Crystal collected her son after dropping Christopher off at home. Later, she met Brenda at Josie's house, where she returned his Jeep. Under the terms of the agreement, Crystal made would be the prosecution's star witness. There'd be 2 trials. Christopher and Brenda were charged with capital murder and tried independently. Crystal received a 35-year prison sentence in exchange for her testimony and guilty plea to murder charges. The police discovered a gun in the side compartment of Christopher's car. The gun had been used to shoot Kendra. Because of this, Christopher was prepared to speak. He told the police that Brenda had promised to pay him in illegal substances and money, and that she had hired him to shoot Kendra. Christopher was found guilty and sentenced to death. Brenda had been on the run for nearly 7 months before being brought to trial. She was even listed as one of the FBI's 10 most wanted people. She was arrested in April 2016. In Torreon, Coahuila, Mexico. Mexico agreed to extradite her on the condition that she not face the death penalty. When she was extradited back to the United States, she was officially charged with capital murder. Brenda's family and Ricky initially refused to believe she was involved in the crime. They recognized her as a loving woman of good character, with a good family and Christian values. Ricky told the police that they remained friends after their relationship with her ended. He even texted her the night Kendra was shot, letting her know she offered to help in any way she could. Brenda didn't plead guilty or not guilty, and her defense claimed she wasn't with Kendra at all and had an alibi and receipts proving she was at Chili's restaurant at the time of the crime. However, the prosecution claimed that Kendra was killed as part of a contract-killing scheme orchestrated by Brenda. Brenda did not have to be present during the shooting to be convicted of the crime, and she could still be found guilty because she planned and organized the entire event, and she hired Crystal and Christopher to commit the murder. Brenda's motive for wanting Kendra dead was revealed in court. She saw her as a hindrance to getting what she desired. She wanted to get back to Ricky. Brenda became increasingly obsessed with Kendra and Ricky in the months before her death, according to the court. Several people who knew Brenda testified in court about her obsession. Brenda's cousin, Moses Martinez, testified that she was depressed after ending her relationship with Ricky. He testified that she promised him a reward if he hit Kendra with a baseball bat. He refused to do so. Brenda's friend Jennifer Escobar testified that Brenda was obsessed with Ricky and was angry when he ended their relationship. She testified in court that Brenda read all of his emails and tracked his movements on her phone. She told the jury that Brenda kept a copy of his house key and had access to his bank accounts. Jennifer testified that Brenda asked her to eliminate Kendra Hatcher. She told the court that Brenda wanted her to either give her a lethal injection or hit her with a bat and leave her in a coma. Jennifer also confirmed to the court that Brenda offered her $2,000, a car, and illegal substances if she agreed to do it. Jennifer discussed the offer with her parents and then declined. The prosecution believes Brenda asked several people to assist her before finding one who agreed. They believe she used Crystal's to her advantage. Crystal was a single mother earning $11 per hour, and she admired Brenda, a woman with her own apartment and money, and aspired to be like her. The court learned that she gave Crystal $500, and police discovered an ATM withdrawal receipt in her belongings. She had also paid Christopher, who received the money, as well as $600 to $300 in illegal substances. Brenda was at Chili's restaurant the night Kendra was shot and left immediately. However, the jury was shown video footage from a surveillance camera installed at Josie's neighbor's house on the night of the murder. It also revealed that Brenda had gone to Josie's house after leaving Chili's. She was there with Crystal, and they exchanged their Jeep for a car. Cell phone data revealed that she was with Crystal and Christopher prior to the murder, and Brenda and Crystal communicated 99 times between August 22 and September. After only 30 minutes of deliberation, the jury found Brenda guilty. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Brenda was imprisoned and will not be released again. As a result, 5 people's lives were destroyed. First and foremost, Kendra, who had no idea Ricky would never get over it. Crystal, a single mother with a 9-year-old son, and Brenda's obsession have all had serious consequences. Unfortunately, a strong emotion like love can have such devastating consequences. It's times like these when you need to pause and let go. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On the fateful night of February 24, 2006, Imete Sanquien, a 24-year-old criminal justice student at John Jay College in Manhattan, went out to celebrate with a friend. They had no idea that this night would end in tragedy and shake the very foundation of New York City. Imete Sanquien's life was defined by a unique blend of cultural backgrounds and an unwavering desire to make a difference in the world. Simundo Guillen and Maureen St. Hilaire gave birth in Boston, Massachusetts, on March 1, 1981. She inherited a unique surname that combines her parents' last names. Her mother was of French-Canadian descent, which added to the diversity of her family tree, and her father, Simundo Guillen, was a Venezuelan immigrant. Imete tragically lost her father when she was 9 years old, leaving a lasting impact on her childhood. Her mother, widowed by this loss, eventually remarried, causing additional changes in their family dynamic, and her educational journey was nothing short of remarkable. After graduating from Boston Latin School in 1999, she decided to attend George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Following in her father's footsteps, she earned a degree in criminal justice, demonstrating her dedication to understanding and addressing legal issues. In 2003, she proudly graduated magna cum laude, signaling the start of an ambitious quest for knowledge. Her academic journey did not end there. Imete Sanquien continued her education at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, where she pursued a master's degree. Initially, she intended to study forensic psychology, but she made a critical decision to shift her focus to criminal justice. Her dedication was evident, as she consistently ranked in the top 5 of her class and was set to graduate in May 2006. With an exciting future ahead, unfortunately, a man's life was cut short in a horrific and chilling manner. She is in the process of celebrating her upcoming birthday with her mother and sister in Florida. She returned to New York on a fateful day in February of 2006. The events that night would send shockwaves through her family and the entire country. On February 24, 2006, Imete Sanquien met with her best friend, Claire Higgins, to continue celebrating her upcoming birthday. Their night out took them to a nightclub until the early hours of the morning, when a disagreement led to Higgins leaving via phone call at 3:50 a.m. During the meeting, Higgins was assured that she would be returning home soon. Unfortunately, this would be Claire's last contact with her friend. Imete Sanquien was last seen at 4 a.m. at the Falls Bar. 17 agonizing hours later, police in Brooklyn received an anonymous call that led them to a grisly discovery. A lifeless body, identified as St. Julian's, was discovered on Fountain Avenue at Spring Creek Park. The horrific details surrounding her murder painted a bleak picture. She was discovered naked, wrapped in a comforter. Her broken fingernails a testament to her desperate struggle against her attacker. Her fingers and toes were bound. A sock had been stuffed down her throat, and her head was encased in packing tape. Even her hair had been brutally cut. An autopsy revealed a horrific sequence of events, with men suffering a brutal beating, sexual assault, and disfigurement at the hands of her attacker. The investigation into Imete Sanquien's murder quickly became a harrowing and high-profile case that drew the attention of not only New York City, but the entire country, and was handled with utmost seriousness and determination. The Special Victims Squad and the Brooklyn North Homicide Squad of the New York City Police Department worked together to investigate the chilling circumstances surrounding her death. The investigation into Imete Sanquien's tragic death took a complicated turn as police dug deeper into the events of that fateful night at the bar. The accounts provided by the employees and the bar manager Daniel Dorian, added layers of mystery to the unfolding plot. The bouncer's testimony revealed that she was visibly intoxicated, and there were discussions about removing her from the premises. Daniel Dorian, the bar manager with a notable family history in the New York nightlife scene, had explicitly stated that he could be kicked out of the bar by 4 a.m. when it closes. When questioned, Daniel initially claimed to not know Imeti. However, he later admitted to ordering his two bouncers, Tim and Daryl, as well as Little John, to accompany her out at the designated time. What raised eyebrows in this scenario was Daniel Dorian's failure to thoroughly vet his employees. It was discovered that Tim and Daryl were on probation and parole, and thus should not have been allowed to work at the bar, especially after curfew. The police then focused their attention on the two bouncers, beginning with Tim. He explained that he left the bar at 4:15 a.m. to catch the ferry to Staten Island, leaving Daryl and Ma in conversation. Daryl, on the other hand, told the police that he had a disagreement with Imet about racism and crimes against black men. He falsely claimed to be a U.S. Marshal. During their confrontation, Daryl claimed that he had escorted him out of the bar around 4 a.m., but he had no idea how she had gotten home. As the investigation progressed, police began tracking Daryl's movements between 4 a.m. and 8:26 p.m., when Imet's body was discovered. His alibi, which involved visiting his mother in a nursing home, was questioned as yet another possible falsehood. This prompted the police to obtain a warrant for Daryl Eves' DNA, as well as permission to search his home and car in order to discover the truth about that night's tragic events. The investigation took a significant step forward when law enforcement discovered that Daryl Littlejohn's DNA was on file from a previous bank robbery conviction. A chilling breakthrough occurred when the blood found on the plastic ties used to bind Imet was discovered to be a match to Daryl's DNA. This crucial piece of evidence connected him directly to the crime scene, raising suspicions about his involvement in the heinous murder. With this damning evidence in hand, Daryl Littlejohn was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The case against him was about to begin in court, with justice being sought for Imet St. Guylain's tragic and untimely death. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a chilling picture of a man with a troubling history of impersonating law enforcement officers and engaging in predatory behavior. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence presented to the court was Shania Woodard's abduction in 2005. Shania Woodard was walking home when she came across Daryl, who was dressed in a law enforcement uniform, complete with dark blue police pants, a jacket, a cap belt, handcuffs, and a gun. His shirt even appeared to include a police logo and the words "fugitive agent." This guy was convincing enough to deter Shania, who was then subjected to a harrowing ordeal. Daryl requested her identification, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a blue van. Shania Woodard's instincts told her that something was very wrong, and she bravely freed herself from the moving vehicle before seeking assistance. Daryl was later arrested in connection with Imet's case, and Sean recognized him, prompting a search of his van. Surprisingly, DNA evidence from both Shania and Daryl was discovered in the van, as well as on the handcuffs recovered during a search warrant. Another alarming incident occurred in the same month as the Shania's attack. A 22-year-old woman had a terrifying encounter with Daryl as she exited the Queens subway station. She assumed Daryl was a police officer based on his clothing, replicating his previous impersonation. Daryl demanded identification again, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a vehicle that drove her to Jamaica on Queens Boulevard. The woman's ordeal continued as Daryl wrapped a jacket around her head, taped a black knit cap to her face, and slept. She was sexually assaulted, which was a horrifying and deeply traumatic event. The grim reality was that, like the Shania abduction, this crime went unsolved until Imeti St. Guylain's murder. Only after the investigation into the Imeti case revealed these horrifying details did a pattern of escalating predatory behavior become clear. The prosecution argued that each of these attacks had a common thread: Daryl Littlejohn's abduction of women walking alone, often under the guise of a law enforcement officer. What distinguished Imeti's case was the tragic outcome, as the prosecution contended that she was murdered because she had the potential to identify her abductor and embed his knowledge of where Daryl worked, and her ability to identify him represented a dangerous liability for Daryl, leading to the heinous act that ultimately took her life. This disturbing pattern of behavior painted a bleak picture of Daryl Littlejohn as a serial abductor and sexual predator, leaving the jury to grapple with the horrific details of these crimes while seeking justice for Saint. Galen and the other victims. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a bleak and disturbing picture of what happened after he was tasked with accompanying Emmett Saint. Galen from the bar. According to the prosecution, Daryl kidnapped her during a storm and took her to his basement home in Queens, where she suffered a horrific and traumatic ordeal. It was claimed that he sexually assaulted her, bound her wrists and ankles, and used tape to tightly cover her face and head during the terrifying attack while she fought for her life, resulting in broken fingers and bloodied hands. The prosecution believed that the blood found on the ties used to bind him at his wrists was caused by a nosebleed Daryl experienced during the struggle. Additionally, scratches on Daryl's neck during his police questioning were viewed as potential evidence of a violent confrontation. The prosecution also presented compelling cell phone evidence against Daryl, who left his phone near the scene where Emette's lifeless body was discovered. The tracking of his cell phone revealed a brief movement from his Queens home to the vicinity of Emette's body. Mamadou, a security guard en route to his construction site on Fountain Avenue, made an important observation. He saw a light-colored Ford van with tinted windows on Saturday evening. Just after 7 p.m., the van had no license plates, and its headlights were off. Chi claimed he couldn't see anyone inside the van because of the dark tinted windows, but he did notice what appeared to be the glow of a cell phone held to a person's ear. This description fit Daryl Van, adding to the mounting evidence against him. An anonymous 911 call was placed at 8:43 p.m. That night, suspicions grew more intense. Fiber analysis presented in court revealed that the bedspread and tape used to wrap Emette's body, as well as the van, contained fibers similar to carpet fibers, rabbit hair, and mink fur found in Daryl's home. The defense vehemently maintained Daryl's innocence, claiming that he was set up. Attorney Joyce David claimed that Daryl was chosen because of his extensive criminal history. The defense argued that the true perpetrator was Daniel Dorian, the manager of the false bar. They argued that Daniel, a member of a wealthy and influential family, may have had his powerful family cover up the crime. In a pivotal moment during the trial, Daniel Dorian took the stand and admitted that he had initially been less than forthcoming with investigators about kicking Emette out of the bar due to concerns about the negative publicity it would generate. He vehemently denied any involvement with a mass murderer and claimed innocence. The trial produced two opposing narratives. One from the prosecution painting Daryl Littlejohn as a violent sexual predator responsible for Emette's tragic death, and another from the defense, pointing fingers at Daniel Dorian as a potential suspect. Ultimately, it was up to the jury to weigh the evidence and consider the arguments presented by both sides. After less than 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned their verdict, finding Daryl Littlejohn guilty of the charges against him. This marks the conclusion of a lengthy and emotionally charged trial. Daryl was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole, ensuring that he would never again be a threat to society. In addition, he received a 25-year-to-life sentence for kidnapping Shania Woodard. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On an ordinary November day in 2003, a chilling mystery began to play out in the peaceful town of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Druce Joden, a vibrant young woman known for her compassion and community service, went missing after leaving Victoria's Secret. What followed was a harrowing journey through cryptic phone calls, shocking revelations, and a never-ending pursuit of truth and justice. Drew, a vibrant and ambitious 22-year-old, had deep roots in the town. She worked part-time at Victoria's Secret while attending the University of North Dakota and majoring in visual arts. Drew, however, was much more than her academics and work. She was a unique combination of creativity and compassion. Her passion for art knew no bounds, and she expressed herself in a variety of ways, from sketching to painting to capturing the world's beauty with her lens. However, it was her unwavering commitment to assisting others that truly distinguished her. Drew, affectionately known as Doodles in her younger years, had a heart as big as her dreams. She was an athlete who enjoyed volleyball and golf, but her volunteer work exemplified her exceptional spirit. She devoted her time to underprivileged children, organizing bowling parties and teaching them the joys of reading. She also focused her efforts on fundraising for organizations such as the American Diabetes Association, leaving an indelible impression on her community. On Saturday, November 22, Drew finished her shift at Victoria's Secret at 4 p.m. Her vibrant spirit has not diminished. Little did she know that her workplace, a stepping stone to her dreams, would soon become the setting for an unfolding mystery. Drew had her sights set on an upcoming adventure, a trip to Australia in the spring of 2000, and each paycheck brought her closer to achieving her goal. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Drew exited the mall, carrying a purse she'd found, and began walking towards her car. It appeared to be a normal end to the day, but fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to her, the next few moments would be shrouded in mystery, triggering a chain of events that would captivate an entire community. As Drew approached her car, she had no idea that her life was about to take a terrifying turn into the unknown. She was scheduled to work that evening, but when she didn't show up, her friends and colleagues became concerned. It was unusual for Drew to miss work without notice, and her absence raised concerns. Drew's boyfriend, Chris Lange, was one of the first to notice that something was wrong. He stated to the police that he had not seen her that afternoon, but he did receive a phone call from her shortly after she left the mall at 5 p.m. The conversation ended abruptly, leaving him with a strange feeling. In the background, he heard Drew say the words, "Okay, I understand." Then the call was abruptly disconnected. At the time, he dismissed it as a dropped call. But as the evening turned into night, and there was still no sign of Drew, worry turned to fear at 7:42 p.m. The same night, Chris received another call from her phone. This time, he only heard static and the sound of someone fumbling with the phone's buttons. It was far from reassuring. The alarms rang louder, and the police took action. They started searching the parking lot where Drew's car was still parked outside the mall. What they discovered sent chills down their spines. A knife sheath was discovered beside her car. The ominous prospect of an abduction loomed large. Desperation grew, and the police contacted Drew's phone service provider in the hopes of getting a lead. The information they received was both perplexing and disturbing. Drew's phone had pinged off a cell tower near Crookston, Minnesota, indicating she had been transported across state lines. Drew's normal day had turned into a perplexing and ominous mystery. The search for Drew, led by volunteers and law enforcement, demonstrated the community's unwavering determination. The fields and forests were scoured. Every lead was diligently pursued. However, the young woman remained elusive. 3 days after her disappearance, a chilling discovery shook the investigation to its core. One of Drew's shoes was discovered along a bypass road near Crookston, Minnesota. The fact that she was so close to where her phone had last pinged added to her sense of unease. It was a cruel reminder that Drew had been in this area, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance became increasingly mysterious. The atmosphere in Grand Forks became heavier with each passing day. Hope was still present, but it was fragile, like a flickering candle in the growing darkness. Drew's family, friends, and the entire community held on to the hope that she would be found safe and sound. However, it was during this period that the investigation took a dark and disturbing turn. The police received a tip from a concerned citizen who directed them to a man named Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who lived in the area and was in Grand Forks on the day Drew went missing. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr.'s background sent shockwaves throughout law enforcement. He had been released from prison only 6 months before and was living with his mother in Crookston. Even more concerning was his classification as a Level 3 sex offender, the most dangerous category, with a chilling history of 23 years in prison for multiple rapes and an attempted rape. The police immediately contacted Alfonso. He admitted to being in Grand Forks on November 22nd and even claimed to have visited the same mall where Drew worked. However, when pressed, his story began to unravel. When questioned about the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico, which he claimed to have seen in the mall theater, the theater records and local listings contradicted his account. There had been no screenings of the film in Grand Forks that day. Suspicion grew, but the evidence discovered in his possession sent shockwaves through the investigation. When the police searched his 2002 Mercury Sable, they discovered a knife concealed in the trunk. Even more incriminating, they discovered blood traces on the car's rear window, and DNA testing proved conclusive. It was a match to Drew's DNA. The evidence against Alfonso was overwhelming, but the most haunting truth remained: the location of Drus Jordan. Despite the chilling evidence against Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., Nigma Alfonso was arrested and continued to deny responsibility for Drew's disappearance. Several months later, on April 17, 2004, a tragic event occurred when Drew's lifeless body was discovered in a drainage ditch near Crookston. The bleak scene revealed Drew partially naked from the waist down, her hands cruelly bound behind her back, and her lifeless body lying face down. The area where her body was discovered had previously been searched, but it remained hidden under the snow until the thaw revealed the horrific truth. Disturbingly, there were signs of brutality or rope, as well as remnants of a plastic grocery bag around her neck. The autopsy performed on Drew's body sought to determine the exact cause of her death. The findings suggested that she died as a result of asphyxiation or suffocation caused by the slash wound to her neck or exposure to the harsh elements. The fact that Alfonso was accused of transporting Drew across state lines prior to her tragic death added to the gravity of the crime. As a result, he faced federal charges, allowing the prosecution to consider seeking the death penalty, which they made abundantly clear. Throughout the trial, the prosecution maintained that there was no room for doubt. Drew was kidnapped outside the mall, transported across state lines, and eventually murdered. They also expressed their belief that she had been violated. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including a knife found in Alfonso's car and a knife sheath discovered near Drew's vehicle. DNA analysis linked Alfonso to the crime, as did the recovery of hair and fiber samples from Drew's body and belongings. Dr. Michael McGee, the medical examiner, was an important figure in the courtroom drama. He testified about Drew's injuries and the circumstances of her death. He identified significant cuts on her neck as the likely cause of her death, though he couldn't rule out suffocation or exposure. Dr. McGee's expert opinion, based on his extensive experience and thousands of autopsies, suggested that Drew died violently during the assault. The condition of her clothing, particularly a torn pink sweater and displaced peacoat, indicated a struggle. The defense's perspective differed significantly from the prosecution's. Alfonso had offered to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, but this was declined. The main point of contention was whether Drew was raped, as well as the critical question of where she died. The latter would decide whether to impose the death penalty. The defense claimed that there was insufficient evidence to support a rape allegation and that Drew died from suffocation mere minutes after being abducted. Alfonso was eventually found guilty in federal court of kidnapping, which resulted in Drew's death. After considering both sides' arguments, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, marking a historic decision for North Dakota, which had not seen a death sentence in nearly a century. Because the death penalty is illegal in the state, it is only considered in federal cases. The sentencing was a difficult moment for Judge Ralph R. Erickson, who acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying it was the worst day of his life. Alfonso and his attorneys immediately requested a new trial, which was denied. They appealed and asked for a stay of execution until the appeal was heard. In 2021, Ralph R. Erickson, the same judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, overturned his sentence and ordered a new sentencing phase due to misleading testimony from a medical examiner and limitations on mental health evidence. Michael McGee, the Ramsey County medical examiner, testified in court in an untrustworthy, misleading, and inaccurate manner, and Rodriguez's attorneys did him a disservice by limiting Rodriguez's mental health evaluation, which could have resulted in their client using the insanity defense. On March 14, 2023, prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty for Rodriguez, who had been sentenced to life without parole on May 18, 2023. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Daniel and David, twins, have always made important decisions together since they were children. They both chose to work as mechanics for the same athletic team and frequently finished each other's sentences. Nobody could have predicted that the brothers would one day conspire in an almost perfect crime together. After all, even if the police had discovered DNA, the prosecutor would not have been able to persuade a jury of Dan or David's guilt. Standard forensic DNA analysis cannot distinguish between identical twins because their genetic profiles are nearly identical, and a jury will always have room for reasonable doubt. It took law enforcement officials 10 years to apprehend the brothers. Only because David agreed to a deal with the prosecutor and testified against Daniel were the police able to resolve the case that will be discussed today. On July 22, 2003, her husband, with whom she was divorcing, drove up to Heather's parents' house. The final divorce hearing was only 1 week away. The man got out of the car carrying a large bouquet of flowers and a card with a touching picture, hoping to reconcile and avoid divorce. The reason he kept the marriage alive was not because he loved his wife or wanted to keep the family together. Daniel realized that the court's decision to pay alimony would not leave him with enough money to live his normal life. Maybe he even lost his house. The man was desperate for an escape and expected to solve the problem with a bouquet of flowers and promises, but the plan failed. Heather flatly rejected Daniel's proposal. Heather's father, Dave Springer, had to intervene after the conversation became violent. Only after Dave promised to call the cops did Daniel angrily yell that Heather was ruining his life and abandon the house sprayer. A former Denver Police Department officer realized instinctively that his son-in-law was a danger to his daughter. He asked her not to see him during the remainder of the divorce proceedings. He later stated that I was concerned about what my son-in-law Dan Wild might do as the final divorce approached. He wanted to keep everything under his control. However, control was slipping away from him. He was becoming increasingly desperate and hostile. I advised Heather not to date him, and I didn't believe she would, but she did. Dan called Heather 2 days later and offered to pick up the children's medical records, as well as the assigned child support check. Initially, the almost ex-spouses agreed to meet at McDonald's. The young woman did not want to be alone with her ex-husband and planned to meet in a crowded location, taking her 2 children, aged 5 and 3 at the time. She said nothing to the father, only alerting the mother to the meeting. Clearly, something went wrong. To appease her mother, she changed the plan and named the nearest fast food restaurant as the meeting place. Heather went to Daniel's home in Edgewater, Colorado, where he lived with his identical twin brother David and David's then girlfriend Roseanne, rather than McDonald's. Heather believed that in the presence of the children, Jacob and Hannah, their father would not be aggressive, and that he was not alone at home. And then the young woman vanished. She was not seen alive again. Heather Springer was born on April 21, 1973, in Arvada, Colorado. Her father, David Springer, worked for the Denver Police Department and was well respected by his colleagues. The man did everything he could to ensure his beloved wife, Carol, Heather, and her 2 older sisters, Rebecca and Jennifer, had everything they needed. The family provided a friendly, warm environment of mutual understanding for her sisters. Their father exemplified masculinity, responsibility, and care. During her youth, Heather attempted to form relationships with her peers, but nothing came out. When she met Dan, Wild was 10 years her senior. Heather saw in him an adult, responsible, caring man who made her feel as calm and safe as her father, Daniel. Being a mature man won Heather over his peers. The 23-year-old young woman fell in love and did not look back. The couple started dating in 1996. A year later, Dan made Heather an offer, which she gladly accepted. She grew up in a family where her father was always in control due to his professional activities, and she saw the same quality in the groom as a manifestation of love and protection. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. The young couple relocated to Edgewater, Colorado, where Dan owned a home and the Wild family welcomed 2 children, Hannah and Jacob. Heather devoted herself completely to her daughter and son's household chores. Dan was the family's main breadwinner and worked as a mechanic in the transportation department. However, family life was not entirely cloudless. The young woman gradually realized that Dan's excessive control did not reflect care and love. Over time, he became more overwhelming and restrictive, and his dreams of a happy union did not come true. After 5 years of marriage in 2002, Heather began to complain to her parents about her spouse. She stated that she was tired of Dan's constant control. It was unbearable to live in the same house as him. 1 year later, in the spring of 2003, the young woman informed Dan that she wanted a divorce. She packed her belongings and moved with her children to her parents' home in Arvada. Dan reacted negatively to her still, legal spouse's actions, even threatening her, which strengthened her resolve to protect her interests and those of her children. She filed for divorce, requested custody of the children, and required her husband to pay child support. Daniel became stressed because he was unprepared for the additional significant financial obligations. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to pay his bills and would lose his home. In the early summer, Dan's brother David and roommate Roseanne came to his aid to provide support and assistance with a difficult situation. Dan and David DeWild, identical twins with only a minute and a half of age difference, have been inseparable their entire lives, always helping each other and keeping in touch. Friends of the twins observed that Dan always acted as a leader, making key decisions, whereas David preferred to remain in his brother's shadow and hold secondary positions. After arriving, David began working as a mechanic at the same shop where Dan worked and gave his brother a large sum of money to pay the house bills. David suggested that Dan try to avoid a final divorce and supported his plan to visit Heather on July 22, 2003. As previously stated, the trip failed and nearly resulted in a police call. The brothers then devised a new plan, inviting Heather to their house on July 24. Heather's parents' house and the nearest McDonald's were only a few kilometers apart. Carol Springer became concerned when Heather's daughter, who had only gone to pick up her papers, did not return after an hour. Carol called her son-in-law to find out where Heather was because her daughter would not answer her phone. Dan reported that she had arrived at his house, left the kids, and drove to the store. Carol found all of this alarming. She knew her daughter's wallet and credit cards were still at home. She couldn't go shopping without money and cards, and she would never leave her grandchildren with Dan. Carol dialed Dave's number and told him who their daughter had gone to see, and Dave Springer went straight to his former son-in-law's house. Heather was not present, and her car could not be found. Dan insisted that Heather had gone away on her own business, leaving the children with him and would be back soon. The grandchildren couldn't tell their grandparents where their mother was or had gone. Dave contacted the emergency services. With his police background, he claims that his daughter was in trouble. Soon, patrol officers arrived at Dan Wild's house. The officers inspected the area around the house and the house itself, which Dan allowed to enter, but found nothing suspicious outside or inside, so they left. The officers only discovered that the medical records Heather had requested were at Dan's house, and the child support check had yet to be signed. Dave Springer got behind the wheel of his car and drove through the city streets, hoping to find his daughter alive. Passing through intersections, he stopped to observe passers-by, looked at the faces of women, and interviewed local residents, but his efforts were futile. Heather DeWild was officially reported missing the following morning, on July 25. Detective Mark Kreider of the Denver Police Department has joined the search for the woman. The detective took Dave's suspicions seriously. Nobody believed Heather would simply decide to flee her family after the trial and go on vacation. Lidar told reporters that Dave was obviously very concerned. The case was unusual because the daughter of a Denver police officer went missing, which added a personal touch to the situation. Mark's first stop was the Wild home. The detective arrived at the address and rang the doorbell. Dan the Wild appeared on the doorstep. He refused to let the detective into the house, without Wild cooperation. Kreider had no right to inspect the house, which meant that crucial evidence could be overlooked. The detective inquired about the reason for the refusal and why the Wild was unwilling to assist with the investigation. If everything was as he said, he responded that he had a personal attorney and would only answer questions in his presence. At that point, David, Dan's twin, drove up to the house. Dan immediately called out to his brother, telling him not to talk to the detective. As Kreider watched, he realized Heather's father was correct. Daniel DeWild was hiding something. Why did he hire a lawyer if Heather simply grew tired of the family and left? He's not concerned about the woman or searching for her, despite the fact that he swore his love for her just a few days ago. Everything appeared as strange as possible, but the detective was unable to do anything without a warrant, so he was forced to leave. By the time police got a search warrant for the Wild home, Heather had gone missing for 6 days. Inside the house, Kreider stated that the task force discovered no evidence of a crime weapon. There was no sign that Heather had been in the house. However, investigators soon discovered that on the day the young woman vanished, David drove his Chevrolet to a car repair shop about 15 miles from home. Why would David drive so far when the twins, who worked for the transportation department as mechanics, could have done the repairs themselves. Kreider obtained a warrant to search the several locations, and a detective speculated that Heather had died and David had managed to hide her body away from home. To inspect the car, they used specially trained dogs that detect the odor of a decomposing body. While checking David's car, the dogs began barking near the driver's side rear side door, indicating that Heather's body had been in the vehicle for some time. Detective Kreider met with David and discussed the search dog's reactions. At one point, the detective asked David, looking directly into his eyes, "Did you kill Heather?" The man lowered his head, and you could tell he was nervous. The man stated that he needed to speak with his lawyer and last. After speaking with David, the detective had no doubt that both twin brothers were involved in Heather's disappearance, a day after being informed that the dog smelled decomposition. David and Roseanne married, which confirmed the police's suspicions. Roseanne later revealed that this occurred so unexpectedly, just in case, because spouses are not required to testify against each other. Then, on August 4, 2003, 2 weeks after Heather's disappearance, police discovered her white Nissan Sentra in the parking lot of an apartment complex in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, about 5 miles from Dan's home. According to locals, the car had been parked for several days. With the passenger side window fully open, detectives spent the entire day inspecting the car. It appeared so clean that there was no sign that Heather had ever written in it. We discovered no evidence of Heather's DNA inside or outside the car. We also found no fingerprints or other evidence that Heather had used the vehicle. The expert explained to Detective Kreider, apparently the perpetrator or perpetrators were meticulous in wiping out all traces qualitatively. Investigators searched the wooded area south of the apartment complex, where the car was discovered. They utilized trackers, thermal imaging cameras, and a police helicopter. The search turned up nothing that could lead them to Heather. Carol and Dave realized at that moment that they had lost their daughter for good. Exactly 1 month later, on September 4, 2003, Heather's body was discovered by a road worker while shoveling dirt on the canyon road. He noticed a large trash bag on the ground and called the cops as he approached. Meanwhile, the body had decomposed to the point where dental records could be used to identify it. The woman's face was covered with a duct tape mask, and rope was wrapped around her neck and wrists. The body was wrapped in garbage bags and duct taped before being buried in a shallow grave. Heather's clothes were identified by family members as the ones she left in to meet Daniel on July 24. Heather's exact cause of death could not be determined by the medical examiner, but the nature of her injuries suggested that she was strangled or died of asphyxia. Investigators discovered that the twins were involved because the body was discovered on the same day in Brooklyn, which is the workshop that David visited on the day Heather went missing. The trash bags in which the body was wrapped had the same general class characteristics as the bags taken from the wild home. However, it was circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence was lacking, and Kreider was unable to apprehend either of the brothers. Dave Springer felt crushed by the inability to do anything. Heather was buried. Her parents placed a note in her casket that read, "All she wanted was to love and be loved." There was a language barrier. Nobody informed Heather's parents or sisters about the investigation's details. It even appeared to them that no one was dealing with the case at all. In fact, the investigation determined who was guilty, but a lack of evidence limited the detectives' options after 2 years. In 2005, Denver's district attorney changed, promising the Springer family assistance in the investigation of the case. The investigation team thoroughly reviewed 1,500 pages of documentation and re-examined all of the case's evidence and details. However, these efforts produced no new results. There was no physical evidence, and DNA analysis found no link between the brothers and Heather's death. Detective believed that, in addition to the brothers involved in the case, David's wife Roseanne, who also lived in the house, could be involved, but as an official spouse, she had the right not to reveal information about him. After another 4 years, Heather's family had still not found a place. The deceased's father admitted that he sometimes screamed at night. He was sick and that Dan was sleeping peacefully on the loose while the rest of their family was subjected to daily injustice. Ross Boot took over the Heather DeWild investigation in 2009, correct? The new prosecutor approached the task with extreme seriousness. Within 6 years, the volume of documentation increased from 1.5 to 30,000 pages. There were 15 additional boxes containing important information. A DVD of home movies eventually piqued the interest of the new investigative team. Dan and Heather had engaged in unusual practices during their marriage. Dan played the dominant role and Heather willingly submitted. Dan likes to tie Heather up. When detectives examined the home videotape, they noticed a significant coincidence. The way Dan was tying Heather up in this video was very similar to how the woman was tied up when her body was found. Detectives also discovered Dan's profile on a dating site where he claimed to be a widower, despite the fact that Heather had been reported missing and her body had yet to be discovered. During the investigation, they were able to locate a witness who saw Dan, David, and Roseanne early one morning near the location where Heather's body was discovered. Furthermore, using new technology developed in recent years, experts were able to reinvestigate phone conversations between David, Daniel, and Roseanne on the day of the crime. All three made 14 calls to each other, and detectives were able to determine each caller's geographical location. David's cell phone was discovered near Heather's car, and from there, he called his brother and then Roseanne. Using all of the information gathered, detectives apprehended the perpetrators more than 8 years later, with only circumstantial evidence. Dan, David, and Roseanne Wild were arrested on December 14, 2011. Both were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. As prosecutors prepare for trial, investigators hope to provoke the Wild. They speculated that Roseanne could be the weak link and attempted to turn her against the brothers. It did not work. The woman maintained that neither she nor the twins were involved in the crime. Dan, David, and Roseanne spent 8 months in jail awaiting trial, with Dan being the first to fall out with David. 9 years after the crime, the man admitted to Heather that he killed his twin brother Dan. Maybe it was the arrest, the billing records, or he genuinely loved Roseanne and wanted to keep her safe by making a deal with the prosecutor. Or perhaps he simply weighed all of his options and chose freedom after 12 years over a lifetime of sentencing. Regardless, David accepted the deal. Without his testimony, the brothers would likely have gotten away with the crime. David described the gruesome details. According to the man, his brother Dan began planning the crime in April 2003, after he was ordered to pay child support. He carefully considered every move he made. Don told David about his plan and asked for assistance. He stated that if Heather refused, he would still get rid of her, but only on her own. David acknowledged that he was concerned for his brother. He assumed Dan couldn't do it alone. He would be apprehended and put in jail right away. David agreed to help. Heather and the children arrived on July 24, 2003 at noon, as planned. When Dan went to meet them, David allegedly tried to stop his brother, but he ignored him. While the kids played in the house, Dan took her to the garage, promising to return the now almost ex-wife joint videos that were allegedly kept there. In the garage, Dan grabbed her by the shoulders and threw her to the ground. According to David, he had the opportunity to prevent the crime, but chose to stand there and watch in silence. His brother took a hammer from the shelf and struck Heather several times in the head, knocking her out. Dan immediately took a rope and tied his wife up in the same way he had done during their intimate games. But this time, he also made a noose around her neck and suspended her from the garage roof. Dan's plan was to make it appear that his wife's death was accidental during their role-playing sessions. Leaving Dan in the garage, David drove Heather's car back to the apartment complex parking lot and thoroughly cleaned it inside and out. By the time David returned to the garage, his brother had wrapped his wife's body in garbage bags and placed it in the backseat of his car. David checked the woman's pulse and determined she was dead. He then got behind the wheel of the Chevrolet and drove to the predetermined location where he would bury the body. How there might never have been discovered if it wasn't for a transmission problem in the car that forced him to hide the body somewhere along the way to the canyon. Because David had to visit an auto repair shop to have his car fixed, the investigation uncovered clues about the car's movements. When the investigators asked how the brothers were able to dispose of all of the evidence so professionally, David explained that they watched crime shows on TV on a regular basis and knew a lot about the subject. For example, they used double gloves to leave no trace. David Wild had to take a polygraph test to confirm the veracity of his testimony. Prosecutors offered him a deal following the test. David pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit second-degree murder and received a 12-year sentence instead of life in prison. Daniel's trial began in November 2012 at the Jefferson County Courthouse. David testified, blaming the crime entirely on his brother. rehabilitating his wife Roseanne through his testimony, apologizing for all the pain he had caused Heather's family, and receiving 12 years. Daniel pleaded not guilty and continued to claim he had no idea where Heather went after she allegedly left the house. According to his defense, Heather murdered his brother David. After all, he admitted that he was responsible for disposing of the car and the body. However, the jury did not believe that version. They found Daniel guilty of conspiracy to commit a first-degree felony, but could not determine whether he actually did it. As a result, the judge scheduled a new trial for just a month later, fearing he would end up in prison with no chance of parole. Dan accepted a plea agreement, pled guilty to a second-degree felony, and waived his right to appeal. He was sentenced to 74 years in prison, which he currently serves at Colorado State Prison. He will be eligible for parole in May 2045. His mandatory release year is 2084, when he will be over 100 years old. Daniel DeWild will probably not live to see that date after the trial. During a press conference, prosecutor Roz Boot examines the dynamics of what occurred. Daniel clearly set David up. He had control of the situation. Regarding Mary Rose and Wild, we eventually concluded that her knowledge of the events was less than previously assumed. The case against her is dismissed because there is no reasonable chance of her conviction at trial. Roseanne maintains that she had no suspicions and is simply waiting for David to be released. After Dan was arrested, Hannah and Jacob were placed in foster care by their own grandparents. Heather's parents, Dave Springer, and her father has finally begun to sleep soundly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.